Sometimes hooker, sometimes lock, always hectic cheese. We'll switch clubs.
I was half assumed that I went to the Bunnies to piss off the Roosters. That's not really the case, you know what I mean? It's just very convenient. Wayne Bennett actually wanted me back, so it means that he's got a lot of interest in me. The fact that it's in Sydney, me and my partner don't have to move.
Wayne Bennett tried to recruit him from the Storm to the Dolphins when he was in charge in Queensland. That fell through. Now the Supercoach has got his man. The 29-year-old is coming off an ACL injury and will be a Bunny until the end of 2027 at least. Thanks to the PTPA, CNBC, ESPN, the Buy Round Pod, and New Zealand Athletics for the extra audio used in this episode. You've been listening to ABC Sport Daily, and just a reminder, if you missed any of today's show or you want to hear us slightly earlier, you can catch every single episode on the ABC Listen app. We actually have more than 600 already archived, and we think there are plenty of goodies in there. We'll see you soon.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for four.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. On ABC Sport. ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this. On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Can Carlton live up to the hype with a Thursday night showdown up against the Hawks, who have got everything that they needed out of their first two games? They had 8 premiership points on the board before 11 teams had even started their season. It couldn't have started much better for Sam Mitchell. It could not have started much worse for Michael Voss and his Blues. It is Carlton and Hawthorn to open round 2 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary from a rain-soaked MCG. It is overcast. I wouldn't say it's cold, though. Still 24 degrees and a tropical storm expected throughout the play tonight. So more on that coming up in just a moment. We'll duck inside both camps. The whole gang's here. Matt Clinch here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Great to be with you from, a wet and soggy MCG. As you said, it's not cool, but the heat has been on the Blues, and can they bounce back? I liked Michael Voss's response that talk is cheap and everyone will judge us on the action. And well, Hawthorn haven't been super impressive compared to their form late last season, and there were a couple of areas they'd be keen to tidy up despite getting the 4 points against the Bombers. They are the envy on the top of the ladder and a chance to have played, well, potentially a third game before a lot of teams had played two. So Harry Mackay late out. Yeah. Lewis Young comes in for the Blues, and Jack Gunston, a role he's played pretty familiar for the Hawks over the last couple of years. He was the sub in both finals last year. He'll be the sub again tonight.
And Cooper Lord on his 20th birthday to start as the sub for Carlton. But as you said, the big news, the out in Harry Mackay, who is going to miss tonight. Look at this. We've got a former Carlton champion and a former Hawthorn staffer with us.
Oh, yes.
Part of our call team tonight.
Love that, Corby.
I'm going to see how deep into the season we can go before we get some kind of a match-up on a Thursday night. But Mark Murphy's here, the Carlton champ. G'day, Murph.
Okay, Corby, boys. It's good to be here on a rain-soaked evening, but does that bring the two teams closer together? Maybe not. Some people think that wet weather is conducive to making the game tighter and the disparity being smaller, but I think sometimes it can show up a bit. So the better side usually adapts to the wet weather. Hawthorn obviously had that occasion on opening round where they played Sydney in the wet, so they're used to it, whereas Carlton aren't.
Former number one pick. He's always going to be a number one pick. He's a former Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, former Hawthorn staffer, Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Corby, gents. Great to be back here on a Thursday. And I was a bit disappointed when I saw the wet weather coming in, because I wanted to see the Hawks just full noise and moving that ball slick. But I also want to see how much Carlton can bounce back after the week that's been a bit tumultuous for them. So no doubt everyone there would have gone through it and reviewed it. Everyone's asking the question, what's it going to be like? Well, show us in those first 15, 20 minutes.
Answer Murph's question. So who's the weather suit, do you think?
I think it's the Hawks, to be honest. I think they're smaller, they're quicker, but yes, it probably does slow the game down a little bit with the bigger body mids. But I think Newcombe matches up okay with Cripps inside. Will Day definitely matches up in there against a Walsh or a Hewitt or a Chera, whoever goes in there. So, yeah, pretty even contest, I think. But I'm just excited to watch the Hawks live. I haven't seen them since they've been at their Hockball best live, I don't think. So I'm also keen to see how Carlton bounce back.
It is a fascinating breakdown when you look at, if it's a dry weather game, for example, we talk about all the things that the Hawks do well, their kicking efficiency better than any other team in the comp. So you think, well, if it rains, surely that favours the other team. And yet They've got a bunch of guys that when the ball hits the deck, the Hawks, they are a problem.
No, they're tough and they don't fumble, whereas Carlton last week, to a man almost, everyone fumbled. So, as I said, sometimes people think the weather's going to bring the two teams closer together, but the Hawks will be pretty confident going into tonight. And
so you'd think the Blues would rather it dry than wet?
I think everyone does.
I don't know, to be honest with you. But I think
Shane Tuck was the only bloke who used to prefer it. He used to rain dance before every game.
I think the outside game would have certainly helped Hawthorn because they're a quick ball movement side, and that's something that's been Carlton's Achilles heel. And you bring in Charlie Kerner, I'm sure he would have probably loved it dry. So, you can look at both arguments, but I think the Hawks will go in with a heap of confidence because their first 2 weeks have been terrific, and obviously we know what happened last week with Carlton.
We're standing by to go inside both camps. So Aaron Hamill's going to join us from the Blues in just a moment. Ben Cameron's got the poncho on. He's ready to go downstairs, braving the conditions for us. And then Rob McCartney to join us from the Hawthorn Football Club. He's their GM of footy. So we'll duck inside both camps in the next 10 minutes. And then the rest of the network will join us. We've got a whole lot to work through tonight. Teams are out. Of course, it's a Thursday night, so I'll take you through a few of those as we edge a little closer to the bounce and then drill down on what the Blues did wrong last week and perhaps what the Hawks have done so well through their opening couple of encounters. Just repeating that late change, Louis Young comes in and Harry Mackay is the man that misses out. Now, unfortunately, Murph, in your career, you've lived a lot of these at the Blues, and as we often say, it feels like, when things are going bad and the house is on fire, it's hotter at Carlton than it is in just about any other home in the competition. When things go bad there, it's often not good. Have you spoken to guys this week? How have you processed what's happened after? Yes, it's one loss. Yep. It's a round one defeat, but it was to a 2-win team that won the wooden spoon last year.
Believe it, I've actually run into quite a few boys this week, and they were all confident, which is a good sign. I think you can look too far into it. Now, people are putting it down as a bit of a mare, but when you start off the season and you're up by 41 points and you lose to the side who everyone thinks isn't going to win a game, it does cause a bit of doubt to run through your head. So it'd be interesting to know how quickly they moved on from last week and what they learn out of it and how quickly they move towards Hawthorn, because the more you get stuck in what happened in the past, the more it can drag on and it can snowball. So you like to think they moved on pretty quick and looked forward to tonight's match against Hawthorn and really test themselves out against a side that everyone is looking at the moment being certainly a top 4 side.
How long does it take to get over it, Murph? And do the leaders tend to run those meetings after you have an outing like that and Michael Voss has backed in the players, I guess?
Well, I think usually when the leaders step up and take the meeting, that a few people, and I'm talking about younger players and depth players, might start to get a little bit nervous. I think sometimes you've got to keep it business as usual, don't you think, Lids? And especially after one game, I think you can't just throw everything out the window and start over again. You need to acknowledge what happened, address all the issues that you feel need to be addressed, and then move on really quickly, because if you keep dwelling in what's occurred and what's happened and why it happened, and you keep on thinking about it, you don't want to walk into tonight's game and think, I hope I do all right here, I hope I do this. You've got to really put it to bed and train hard and work your way out of it.
And that's the question, isn't it? It's like, what Carlton are we seeing, having lost 8 of their last 10 to close out the 2024 season? Is that Carlton, or are they more talented than that, like the side we saw in 2023 who got hot and got on a run into September, but early stage of the season, that the best way to respond is to come out with a big statement after a disappointing loss. So they've got to get one back, and tonight would be a good way to start.
Well, I think that's the issue, Clinchy, is they are talented, but they rely too much on that talent, and they're not willing to get their hands dirty and get to work and put pressure on and chase and tackle and do the stuff that doesn't require any talent. And I think that'll be the message almost. We assume so, but I think the hard part is finding that tricky balance of how hard do we go here and what are we not liking versus the performances we can't accept.
You can look at the positives sometimes and go, well, against the Giants a few weeks prior, I know it's a practice game, they almost pantsed them, didn't they? And their game was up and running, and we thought that, is this the new Carlton we're going to see? And there's a lot of positives to come out of it. But you don't want to start the way in which you started last week. But they can look at it and go, well, you know what, maybe that's just one out of the box. Let's make sure it is and show up tonight and hit the ball hard. And it's wet weather football, so there's no excuses tonight.
Pre-season form is very selective, isn't it?
It is.
What you want to lean into.
I don't know why I'm drawing upon it, Corbin.
I did like Adam Kingsley after the Giants' victory over Melbourne. He said, the talent is the cream. We are a system and a method team.
Yeah, I'll watch that too.
And I thought he's sending a very clear statement to his players there that hard work gets you so far.
Well, that's exactly right, and that's what we want to see out of this side here tonight, because they've got great players all over the field, but when the chips are down, can you get your hands dirty?
We might just duck inside the Blues camp in just a moment. We're running a few seconds behind, but we'll see what Carlton have got for us. Harry Mackay is a laid out, so just repeating that team news. So no Harry Mackay, he's out ill, and Louis Young comes into the Carlton team tonight, so he will be playing. Cooper Lord on his 20th birthday is the sub for Carlton, and Jack Gunston, another experienced head, is the sub for Hawthorn, playing game number 261 tonight. The four-time premiership winner Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Mark Murphy, the Carlton champion, the Richmond champ Brett Delidio with you throughout the night. And Ben Cameron is right to go. What do you got for us, Ben?
I do have Aaron Hamill with me. A laid out Harry Mackay. What's wrong?
Oh, look, Harry's just a bit unwell. Gave him to the last moment, but next man up. So Harry misses and Louis Young comes in. So we're pretty confident that Youngie's done the bulk of the work. So we'll put Harry on ice and we'll get to work with Youngie.
I think I recall last year Harry Mackay was out with concussion and Louis Young came in and might have spent a little bit of time forward. Will that happen again?
He'll do a bit of both. Yeah, it's a good call. We'll have a look at him down back, and then we'll, depending what the game's giving us. But look, we got the flexibility with both Gov and Sauce and Youngie to pretty similar to, I guess, what Sicily does at the other end. So look, we like to be flexible there, and Youngie, we just feel that we've got a bit more flexibility with the team with Youngie in.
How was the week?
Good week. I think Vossi summed it up pretty well yesterday in his press conference around doesn't really matter what he says or what we say. It's what's next and getting to work. So really good, post-mortem, 48 hours, gave the boys a couple of days off, regrouped, got them back. Strong accountability within, not only the players but everyone involved. So we don't isolate or separate. We know we're all in it together. So as you'd expect, quite a strong review, which is what you'd expect and what the players would expect, and then next opportunity. So we understand, got to put it in context. Again, Vossi yesterday, what's real, what's not. Fact is, it's round one, and we look forward to getting our hands dirty tonight.
How does the weather change things from a Blues point of view tonight?
Not much. Apart from sort of take ground when you're out, clearly you don't want to be over-possessing the ball here, although it looks pretty good out here now, but I think there's storms later on. So, look, territory game's critical. Obviously, the midfield battle is where most games is sort of won and lost, so that'll be no different tonight around getting territory and giving our forwards first use, locking it in there, getting a heap of pressure and get the ground set up well behind the ball. So that's... in an ideal world, what we're looking to do, but get territory early.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Aaron Hamill, the assistant coach for the Carlton Football Club, downstairs with Ben Cameron. So that's the latest from the Blues camp. There's no Harry Mackay. What are you looking at me?
I was looking forward to digging in.
I think
you would have gone so hard, Murph. You're like the old velvet sledgehammer of Matty Lloyd.
Oh, come on, please.
Unfortunately, the Blues just were a little late coming out of their team meeting, so we've had the schedule pushed back a little bit. Just repeating, no Harry Mackay. In comes Louis Young. To the Hawks camp now, from one race to the other. Ben Cameron.
I'm down here with Rob McCartney, the GM of football at Hawthorn. Is there any late team news or all is named?
Oh, not on our side. I think some late news on the Blues side, but no, we're going in as picked.
How do you expect that to change things for them?
Oh, look, I think realistically the game is now a game where you can take a player out and bring one in, and maybe the conditions for the taller players and forwards weren't going to be as suitable. So, look, we just know that we're going to play against a team that's got a bit to prove, and we need to be at our best.
There was a little bit of chatter during the week about the subs that Hawthorn use and the experienced players sitting on the bench and using them as a coach. How accurate is that, and is that the thinking for the Hawks?
Oh, no, we still have to... We're looking to win games of footy, and that is calculated in a number of different ways. They've got to be able to perform when they come on, and they've got to be able to help the side adapt if we lose a player. So first and foremost, that's taken into account. But look, the experience of players who have played it, I suppose you're talking about Luke Bruce over last year's journey. Jack Gunston has played it a few times, and in the last couple of weeks, Sam Frost. I don't think it hurts that they're on the bench when players are coming on and off. We're still a young team, and having those players just to settle and discuss what they're saying in the game is probably an advantage.
We're fast running out of time down here, but Jarman Impey, a favourite of ours, plays game 200, one of the most loved figures at the club. How would you sum him up in 15 seconds?
Oh, look, he's a better man than he is a player, and he's an outstanding player. The one thing I think about his playing that doesn't get recognised enough is just how tough he is. He's an extremely, quick, electric, exciting player, but he's so courageous and brave as well. But he is one of the best humans you'll ever meet.
Part of our team as well as yours. We love him. Best of luck here tonight, Rob.
Good on you. Thank you.
The most lovable man of the Hawthorn Football Club is how Sam Mitchell described Jarman Impey during the week, so that's high praise from the senior coach and a four-time premiership player in Sam Mitchell. Thanks to Rob McCartney downstairs with Ben Cameron. We've got what we call in the radio game as a join coming up in just a moment, which is basically when all the networks come together and we can reset and go again. So just to take you on the journey, we're about to do that. We'll be right back with a full preview from Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio, chat about the news of the week, the news of the day. Teams are out for the remainder of round 2, and it all kicks off tonight with Carlton and Hawthorn. Full coverage next.
The tradition continues. The Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app from Wednesday.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
this. He called the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Pick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
An aberration, or is that who Carlton are now? They couldn't avoid the headlines there under the bright lights again of Thursday night footy, the Blues, after a round 1 shocker against the Tigers. Last year's Wooden Spooners a step up in class tonight when they meet the Hawthorn Football Club, who couldn't have got much more out of their first 2 games. They take down the Swans and the Bombers, and they had 8 premiership points before 11 sides had even started in the 2025 season. It is Carlton under siege up against the Hawks, will be feeling good about themselves with 2 wins from their opening 2 games. What a way to start the on-ramp to round 2 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch here to call the footy with me. And Clinchy, we've got ourselves a late out for Thursday night footy in what is going to be a rain-soaked MCG. Storms still to come tonight. We've already had heavy rain, and the Blues have made one change.
Yeah, Harry Mackay is out through illness, so couldn't get it done last week as Carlton kicked 1 goal 6 in the final term. Charlie Curnow comes in to play his first game since August last year, and Lewis Young is the player who comes in, as Ben Cameron heard from inside the Carlton camp with Aaron Hamill. He has played forward in the past, so it could see he and Kemp maybe switching between who plays defence alongside Jacob Wiedering, but so much for the Blues to try and prove tonight that they're not that side, having won 3 of their last 4 against the Hawks, although one of those was a 70-point belting towards the back end of last season, which Carlton fans will be keen to push to one side. But the Hawks, they're the envy of so many sides at the moment. They haven't lost a game through their opening 2 rounds, and a chance to try and build on that and cement their place at the very pointy end of the ladder.
Our number 1 picks are here, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, as they will be on Thursday nights throughout the year. Ben Cameron is on the boundary, so you'll get the full coverage tonight. Ben's got his poncho out and he's got his umbrella, and hopefully he'll stay dry. There are storms expected between 8:30 and 9 p.m. local time, so that's still another 90 minutes from now. Just repeating as Clinchy told you, so Harry Mackay out, Louis Young comes in. Cooper Lord will be the sub for the Blues, and it'll be Jack Gunston for Hawthorn. So, Murph, just that question off the top on the Blues. So, aberration, or is this who they are? They've only won 2 of their last, 12 games now, if you include the final from last year.
Yep.
Which, by the way, they didn't score until the 23rd minute mark of the second quarter. And then they lose to the reigning Wooden Spooners last week after being 41 points in front. Are we drawing the form line all the way back to the last 2 months of last year, or are we giving them a mulligan?
I'm not sure you can draw upon all of what happened last year, but we'll find out today whether it's an aberration last week. So they played a good quarter and a half of football against a side they should have played well against, and then they just fell in a heap. And it wasn't just a few guys. It was probably too many that didn't put their hand up when they were required and were fumbly and making poor decisions. And if you're going to do that again tonight against the Hawks, they'll be in for a really tough evening. But this is one side that they would have measured themselves up against in the pre-season, being like, well, we want to be a top 4 team. We've come out and said that, and so do the Hawthorn Football Club. So tonight's a night to show that, well, last week was an aberration. We're going to have these weeks. Hopefully it's only once for the year, but we'll soon enough find out, Lids.
Well, you're exactly right, Murph. I think a lot of pressure is going to go on to the boys that didn't perform last week. Their bottom half of their group. And their small forwards didn't really get to work at all. I know the supply wasn't great, but they still kicked 1-6 in that last quarter. You just mentioned, Corb, and their inability to convert. But Zachy Williams, Motlop, Fogarty, they didn't really give us too much in terms of the scoreboard impact nor pressure on the footy. Whereas you saw the small forwards for Richmond, they were buzzing around everywhere. If you want a blueprint, go and copy that. And I think that's where you simplify and just say, boys, what you played against last week that was just effort right across the board. See if you can bring us that for 4 quarters, not just a quarter or a half. Give it to me for 4 quarters. I don't care about the kicks and goals and whatever else. Give me some forward half pressure and create some turnovers and we'll kick goals.
Yeah, well, being a small forward is easily the hardest role in football, I think. But they had 60 opportunities last week to get lock-ins, get repeat stoppages, and try and get it through the big stick. So you're right. That's where the improvement's going to come. Well, right across the board for this team really is we can't rely upon our superstars dominating every week to get us over the line. We need that depth to really start rising. And that's what they did 2 years ago when they actually went on that run the back half of that year in 2023. So it can happen, but we haven't seen it for quite a while yet.
I think it's going to be the same again tonight. If they're going to win, it's going to have to be Curnow, Cripps, Walsh, Wiedering playing outstanding games.
How much of its confidence do you feel like? They had 65 inside 50s, which the Gold Coast Suns had 67. Collingwood had 65, so only really one team had more. And yet there's an issue there in terms of being able to lock the ball inside their forward 50. They had 20 more contested possessions, 25 more inside 50s. So it feels like they've got the elements. It's just that confidence of being able to pull it all together. And when Richmond started to get on a run, it was almost contagious. Everyone started to get nervous.
Well, that's what happened, and that's where Murph was saying, hopefully it's not just it's one out of the bag, not something that's actually Carlton are known for. But when it started to happen, that's where you see their feelings start to go. It's like, not again. Go, and they all tighten up, and then everyone's making mistakes, trying to kick it off the ground or dropping easy chest marks. That sort of stuff is only going to get knocked out of the system by having a win or, been a close run thing, so to speak.
You'd hope Nick Haynes would have had the instructions of Jacob Warren. I'm the key defender. Don't crash into me. Let me spoil or take the mark.
You've got to feel for Nick Haynes a bit. Like, he hasn't played a game really in 2 years, and he's come back in and dropped the ball a few times and been highlighted in a really bad loss. But I think across the board they looked fumbly last week, and their skill-wise going inside 50 was average. There was missed kicks across the board. We didn't see that from Hawthorn the first 2 weeks.
Well, we saw Collingwood. I mean, they're a great example, and I'm sure someone that or a team that Michael Voss would point to and say, hey, look at them against GWS. Pressure rating 162, which who knows what goes into the pressure rating, but it's just some secret formula how we measure these things. At minus 20 in the tackle count. Came out, played Port last week. Pressure up to 185, which is above league average, and tackle count plus 26. So they change it from 1 week to the next. Do you see that in Carlton? Is it something that they can change from last week to come out and be competitive tonight?
Yeah, we can have all the structures you want, but if you're not hard around the contest and you don't get the contest right, then it doesn't really matter what happens outside the bubble. So they need a really strong contest. And DeConning I thought was good last week, but he probably got outpointed by Dan Curvis in the end. So tonight we're going to see another big battle there in the middle of the ground with Meek, who just keeps on getting better and better. We know the raps on DeConning and fair enough, but around the contest, I think Michael Voss would go to his midfield group and say, righto, boys, we're all going to mark you one contested ball wins here, and looking forward of the contest rather than reverting back. I think a lot of the times when they get themselves into trouble, they flick it around too much and go back and wide and get themselves out of position. So let's go towards goal, and then let's tackle the numbers. I'd rather see overcommitting by more numbers and they get one out the back or out to the side rather than guys standing off and sitting around.
Sports are goofy, and some weird stuff happens from 1 week to the next, and none more so than in our competition in the AFL. So stranger things have happened. I'm interested, Lids, in the Hawks' psychology. So what happens in their dressing room when they're sitting back? They've done everything they need to in their first 2 games, and then they get a team like Carlton where you go, right, clearly they were in a winning position last week and it all fell apart for them, and we all saw what happened. How would they feel about their opponent tonight, knowing, right, we're playing the Blues? Is that a good thing to get them in this spot or a bad thing?
No, I think that from what I've watched and heard out of the Hawthorn is that they're very much system-based and we'll go about it the exact same way right across the board. We're not worried about the old Ross Lyon mantra anywhere, anytime and whatever else. But it's like, we'll come out, they're going to be breathing a bit of fire. Let's weather that storm and then let's see whether they're willing to go the journey. And that's the question mark, I think, of Carlton. But we haven't seen that from Hawthorn so far. Even their best players are willing to get their hands dirty, throw their bodies on the line, crash in. And that little documentary that came out was all about Hawthorn saying, well, we've got to be harder and tougher for longer. So it's, let's see it, and let's see whether Carlton can come with us.
Well, they're so good because their pressure's so strong. So I think they would look at last week and what Carlton put out there and go, well, Richmond actually pressured them. Like to a man, they pressured them harder and for longer. So that's the blueprint for beating Carlton.
The news coming through from the match manager tonight. This is from the Bureau of Meteorology. Rain expected to clear up around match start time. It's already stopped raining at the moment and we're still 20 minutes or so away from the bounce. Another front coming through around 8:30 to 9. Possible storms in that front.
That'll be fun.
Rain will settle in for the night from that point on, but the likeliest storm activity is between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. Currently, there is lightning further north of the airport.
Please no.
Don't do it to us.
And staying north at the moment. So staying north at the moment, the lightning, of course. If we do have a lightning break, which we had twice last season, I think.
Yeah, you've got form with this. Easter Monday was your one.
Yeah, and then we got a final round.
Yes.
I think it was the last round of the season we got another lightning break when, remember Collingwood and Melbourne, and they're thinking, look, our season's done. We're not playing finals, and they've got to come back out and play the remaining 10 minutes or whatever it was. So we'll keep a close watch on that tonight, but more rain expected in the next 90 minutes. Just before we get back to tonight, we'll get the full preview as the teams run out from Lids and Murph. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron. There is a late change, so Harry Mackay misses. He's out with illness. Louis Young starts. Cooper Lord is the sub for Carlton and Jack Gunston for Hawthorn. The big talking point of the week was clearly what happened at the tribunal. Everybody had an opinion on what was going on there, but the big question that probably comes out of it, in light of Justin McInerney and Jackson Archer both missing 3 weeks for their accidental collisions as such. Clearly they didn't go in with any intent to try and injure the player, and yet both of them left their opponent concussed. Do we need an overview of the tribunal system? Is it time that we make some tweaks from the rigid ways of our matrix that once you basically plug in all the outcome-based points, it's going to spit out a high penalty.
Do you understand it?
I think either way, if they scrap the whole thing and went to a different method, we'll still be here asking the same questions. So you're not going to get it right. Our game is so hard to adjudicate.
Yep.
There's so many different variances from contest to contest. You keep on trying to break it down and change it, then it just keeps on happening where we keep on questioning decisions. But I think we're just going to the Jackson Archer one. You've got to have a responsibility to be a bit more careful when someone's got their head over the football. So he tried to slow up, way too late, and we can't have players being knocked out in that fashion.
Split second. Yeah.
I didn't think it was 3 weeks, though.
No,
I thought it was a week.
I think we're very outcome-based with we're heavy-handed when someone's being knocked out. Well, we don't want that in the game, so let's whack him with 3 weeks. I still can't work out where Justin McInerney got Starcevic. I can't, I've watched it a fair few times and I still can't see. I get that he's probably had a couple before and maybe that's as a result of that, but that doesn't look good for the game, so let's be harsh on this and see if we can stamp it out. Well, our game is 360 and there's going to be collisions and accidents in our game. I get it. We've got to be better at looking after. We are better. There's no doubt the game is far cleaner than it ever was. But, God, we've still got to be able to accept that there are going to be some collisions.
Yeah, 3 concussions in 12 games for Brandon Starcevic, so you can understand the concern from a Brisbane Lions side of things, but it does pose that question. Is he more susceptible to a concussion and to a head knock? And as a result, should the opposition player pay a cost for that? What is the duty of care amongst today's modern-day players? Which this would be something, Murph, you and Lids would wrestle about, as former players, is what's your responsibility? Like, if there's a concussion, is 3 weeks an adequate penalty for something that you might not have full control over?
Oh, I don't think so. You can see the players now, they're pulling themselves up. And if you did that back when we were playing Murph, and even way before that, you'd be criticised. The coach would slow it down and play it in slow-mo almost. You took a short step. But you can see the boys now pulling up, knowing that they can't fully commit to a ground ball, or even with a tackle, they've got to sort of stop, reach, tackle a cactus versus going straight in, full noise and trying to win the footy. But
so the game has been well served by the crackdown to get us to this point.
It's safer. It is definitely safer.
But now we're having these incidents which are totally line ball. So I heard one suggestion during the week about, how Michael Christian has a chance to upgrade things based off the potential to cause serious injury. So if you do a certain act and then you'll get heavily weighted for that. Should he get the same the other way? Should he get basically the chance to downgrade incidents based off, extenuating circumstances to say, hey, we understand what happened in the McInerney case, that you put it through the matrix and everything, it spits out at 3 weeks. It has to, it's severe, everything else. But we understand with all the other things that come into it, the incident itself, we're going to bump it down and shave 2 weeks off it.
If Tom Lynch gets Starcevic with that, he's out cold. I mean, that gets upgraded because that looks like a malicious sort of an act, doesn't it? I know he's argued that he got pushed into the contest and he's probably just lucky that De Koning actually has a pretty stiff jaw versus someone else who's susceptible to... Everyone's different out there. You know that you don't know that in a split second as to who you're hitting or whatever. You're just making that decision. Right, I can't win this, so I'm either putting my body in the line or I'm just protecting myself and I'm covering up. It's unfortunate that some blokes just get hit in the head or the jaw.
I like the matrix for whatever it's worth. I think that we're on the right track. I just think maybe a few tweaks here or there and we might be able to get it right. But you're right, Murph. I mean, if we did it the other way, where it was the old Kanga court, where basically we send it to 3 former players and they just pick a number arbitrarily out of their head, surely we're not better served by that.
Or you go to the old players, it's like, I didn't see anything. It wasn't me. They didn't even get me. Well, mate, you got stitches under your eye.
You're never going to win.
Certainly in grand final week or the last week of the season.
Yeah, maybe right.
Out to be.
I was calling the one at the Docklands on Saturday night, and Luke Cleary fumbled the ball, and Jackson Archer came charging in too quickly in my eyes. He tried to decelerate in the last 2 steps, but ultimately came in with a ferocity which I thought was too great. And unfortunately, as a result of that, he had his legs taken out. It's just asking a lot of the players to adjust in those moments. And I just wonder whether it's taking into consideration when a player fumbles.
Did Luke Cleary go to ground?
He did go to ground.
He deliberately went to ground?
Well, he fumbled. I don't know if he deliberately went to ground, but that was a result of that.
That's what we're trying to eradicate as well. Sliding on your knees to take a player's legs out, which is, you can argue, is what happened.
I feel like they didn't get their defence all that spot on, did they? So, Archer went there saying, hey, I was arriving to tackle.
Yeah.
Whereas he should have said, I was arriving to win the ball.
Yeah.
The ball was a contest. So basically, when he started from the starting point that I was tackling, I was going to be second, he was gone.
100%. It was like, the ball is in dispute in his mind. He's running there to try and win the football. But it was obvious for me watching. I watched it a few times. I thought at the start, he's stiff there. But then I thought, He's just run bull at a gate, and you can't do that through a contest. And if someone's got their head there, well, you can't say, oh, bad luck.
Yeah, Jacob Costanti was the player who actually pressured him into fumbling it, and it's almost like North Melbourne didn't use that as a defence. The other bizarre part, Corbin, at the venue, they didn't replay the incident. So obviously the broadcasters were concerned about potential broken leg for Jackson Archer, potential injury for Luke Cleary, so they didn't replay it at all. So it made it incredibly hard to assess it, having just seen it in live real time. So I think that's the other part for people at the stadium. You can understand you're wanting to take away that sort of horror crash moment, but it makes it really hard in the moment to try and assess who's right and wrong.
Matt Clinch alongside Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and myself, Corbin Middlemass in the box. Ben Cameron's the best seat in the house. He's in the front row behind the benches. Now the Hawks are out on the ground. You can probably hear their theme song ringing out in the background.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks.
2-0 to start their season. The Hawks, they made 2 changes at selection. Chankwath Jath makes his way back into the team. Jack Gunston is in and will start as the sub while Sam Frost misses out. And Jack Scrimshaw, who was not only concussed but also suspended last week for a separate incident. So as a result, he's unavailable tonight. The Blues are about to join us. There has been heavy showers already. There is a storm coming through expected in just over an hour from now. Now the teams for the rest of the weekend, tomorrow night's fixture, the Footscray Football Club, going back to the old name.
I like it.
I like it too. I'd like that to stick around. They play the Pies tomorrow night. Buku Karmas is back and Oscar Baker. Out goes O'Donnell and Cleary, both injured, while for the Pies, DeGoey's back along with Mason Cox. Lockie Sullivan's been omitted and Brody Myercheck is out injured. Now the Saturday slate, so Ridley and Langford both hurt for the Bombers. Menzies and Tom Edwards makes his debut. The school teacher out of Perth. Only got a contract last month and now he's making his debut on the MCG on Saturday. The Crows are unchanged from the team that did a job on the Saints. Jeremy Finlayson's been omitted at Port Adelaide, so he's the one who pays the price. Christian Moraes.
Yep.
I knew you'd help me out with that with a young man. So Moraes is how you pronounce that. Christian Moraes makes his debut for Port. Liam Fawcett is going to make his debut for the Tigers, along with Caleb Smith. Tom Lynch is suspended and Tyler Sonsie has lost his place in the team. The Cats are the same team that beat Fremantle last week. No surprises. Keeler, Stocker, Owens and Collard, 4 ins. None of them forced for St Kilda. They dropped Cordy, Schoenmaker, Boyd and Hasty. So they're the 4 that miss out for the Saints. And then we've just got squads for the Sunday games, understandably. Starcevic, Loman and Fort, the 3 outs for Brisbane. 2 injured, 1 omitted. Meanwhile, for Fremantle, it's interesting to note that Shea Bolton is amongst the ins, so expected to play his first game for the Dockers on Sunday. We'll obviously know more about the makeup of those teams come this time tomorrow night. All right, we're at the MCG. It is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And Paddy Cripps emerges through the smoke and the blue lighting in the wide race closest to the goals at the Ponsford end of the ground. And the Carlton Football Club out to redeem themselves tonight after their first up horror show as they hit the G behind their skipper in Paddy Cripps. Let's listen for the roar from the home fans and the Carlton Footy Club. They burst through the banner, the Blues, out to score their first victory of the season tonight. A slip-up. First up, a little milestone for Blake Acres tonight. He plays his 50th game as a Blue at his 3rd club, of course, after starting with the Saints and the Dockers. There is a late change for Carlton. Harry Mackay, their former Coleman medalist, misses. The 27-year-old is out ill, and Louis Young takes his place in the team. Cooper Lord is the sub for the Blues, and for Hawthorn, it is Jack Gunston. All right, a chance for our experts to pull it all apart as we count down to the bounce of the ball. We are 9.5 minutes away from go time. We'll get a check of conditions before then as well. But it is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, I made mention of it before, Lids, about the contested ball game tonight, and it's an area of the game which has usually been the strength of the Carlton Football Club, but the Hawks over the last 12 months have just gone from strength to strength in there, and I think they run really deep through that midfield. So the Battle of Meek, who is a much improved ruckman, and just looking at him at the moment, he's a monster of a man, isn't he? So we've got Tom De Koning, who he won't want to be held down around the contest. He likes to jump at the football and get it at its highest point, and then it's a matter of whether or not he can get some damage against Meek in terms of running hard towards goal and maybe pressing forward and becoming an option down there. But the battle of tonight's game in and around the contest, who's the cleanest around there? And we know that Carlton have got some very, very good players in there, but they weren't too clean last week. There's a lot of fumbling across the board. So that's the challenge in greasy, slippery conditions, is who's got the better cleanest. But tonight I'm really looking forward to seeing the small forward battle from both teams. Yep. So we got the Wizard Watson, who I haven't really watched too much football.
I've seen a lot of him over the journey.
I saw a few more of him when he was a junior. And it was pretty exciting to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in these conditions. And Gideon, who just knows how to play football ahead of the football, doesn't he? Yep. He just finds himself in terrific positions. The Carlton small forwards have got to get to work tonight, because it's probably not going to be a night where Charlie Curnow is going to take grab after grab, although it is drying at the moment, but we know there's weather occurring and coming later this evening. So can the small forwards of Carlton, who have really got to just try and hold the football in there and get repeat stoppages and tackles.
Got to get to work.
That's a big area of the game. And obviously we talk about yardage out of the centre square bounce, but who can keep it in their forward line?
Yeah, and you missed one there, one of my favourites to watch as a half forward. One I use as an example for guys playing that high half forward role for Hawthorn is Dylan Moore. Yep. I love his work rate, his ability to get up and back. Connor McDonald's another one, probably in that similar sort of mould.
He doesn't get enough credit, does he?
Well, because he had a bit of a down week in his first one, but then he was very overall his work rate is as good as anyone's.
No one ever mentions his name, and I get that.
He probably likes it that way too, because he gets the fourth, fifth best defender. No one's really locking onto him. Whereas I think Carlton, they actually need to put a Sard or someone to Dylan Moore and say, right, you're going everywhere with him, so we can utilise your leg a little bit as well. But he's very good one-on-one, Sard.
Doesn't have a big tank though, Sard.
Oh, doesn't he? Well, Dylan Moore will blow him up.
Dylan Moore will just go up and down the ground. So I'm not sure who he'll likely take it. Maybe an Ollie Hollands, possibly, who's a really good runner. So
or Doherty, what's his tank like? Could he come in and maybe play that role if he's going to start at half-back? The thing you spoke about before with the contested possession, Carlton, they were plus 21 last week, and then they were plus 25 in inside 50s. So they're getting enough supply and enough out. We just need to make get a bit more bang for buck there.
That's it.
We saw them bomb in a lot. We actually made mention of it last week on the call about how long they were just going into the forward line, just hitting the hot spot, but no result. Nothing was coming. Playing into Richmond's hands, but then they just ran the ball out of there. And that's that next layer, isn't it? That ability to win it, but then your mids have got to crunch down and try and hold that footy in there with your small forwards actually getting to work as well. So that'll be a little tweak. That's not something that you just need to say, we're no good at that, let's try something completely different. Just a little tweak and a sharpen up from the coaches, the forward coach especially. And then can you match it with the dynamic half-back line of the Hawks? I love Sicily down there. We know he can play at both ends, but Weddle gives them some dash.
Yep.
Giath's in for his first game. Jarman Impey gives them plenty of dash. And they got Massimo D'Ambrosio, who rolls the wing but comes back and helps out. They've got so many weapons.
So it's crucial for Carlton, if they get the ball inside 50 early, to have those lock-ins and not let it just ping out. Yep. Because if the Hawks can get their game going in that manner, then they'll just run off all night. Whereas if Carlton start well and actually start to force some repeat stoppages or kick some goals and go through the big sticks,
they've got to kick goals.
It forces Hawthorn to actually go, hang on a second, I better defend first here, rather than, close enough's good enough because I know I can get the ball on the outside. So
bit of scoreboard pressure never hurt anyone.
It's really important that some of these small forwards from Carlton get on the board early and actually make their Hawthorn defenders actually defend them and get their arm across.
Does Hewitt go straight to Will Day, do you think, in the middle? If you're the head coach?
I think so.
You've got to try and quell his influence, I think.
Yeah, I think you've got to go straight to him and try and blanket him as best he can.
Connor Nash go to Cripps.
I think that's the obvious one. I mean, height to height, sort of big contested beast players in there. I think those are two obvious matchups, and then you got Sam Walsh in there going head-to-head with a Newcombe or a Morrison.
We had a heavy downpour before the start of play tonight. Michael Voss was on Fox Footy, the Carlton coach, a short time ago, and he was asked about the fact that Harry Mackay's out of the team with illness, and yet they still swapped him with a like-for-like rather than going a little smaller. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, we talked about, that was probably I spent back half of my day on, sort of talking to the coaches, because obviously unexpected with H coming out. But, look, Youngie he'll play more back. So, look, we think that sort of will help with Weeders and what he does across the night. So, obviously, we can try and get him. Obviously, we see with Charlie, he sort of tends to disconnect quite a fair bit from play. So, it might give us a bit of a lever to be able to keep Weeders up and around the ball. So, we'll see how that plays out. But, also, Sauce is quite a competent forward. He's the guy that'll flip forward. It doesn't really particularly bother me. People know that. It's that's what will be coming, and he's quite familiar as a forward.
So that's the explanation.
That was the obvious call. I mean, you can't have Lewis Young going and playing forward who hasn't really trained there all year. We sort of know what he's like down there, and he's played enough time with Jacob Wiedering down back and Mitch McGovern to be able to slot in and for those guys to organise him. And I think Jack's actually probably better suited in these conditions to give them that opportunity up forward. I thought he was probably the one that only looked likely last week.
Yeah, only one who could catch it in that last quarter.
So I think that's a smart move anyway.
The Hawks are not a big forward line, and that's sort of been well noted during the week. I think Mabior Chol's the only player they've got above 190 centimetres. Is this where it's a sign of the future as to this is what footy's going to look like going forward with all the little guys, and then there's one big guy to basically be your central target?
It's the old Richmond of 2017, isn't it? With just Jack and then all your little mosquito fleet getting to work. If you can be under 190 and create a contest, but then be able to put pressure on, you're worth your weight in gold, and that's what they've got down there with some of their boys. I mean, even Nick Watson, who's 165 at best, and he's trying to sit on heads and bringing that ball to ground. You're playing your role, and that's what they're after. But you still need sometimes those big boys who can run and jump at it, because if they lock Mabior down and no one else can create that contest, they just mop it up and away they go.
170 centimetres for the Wizards.
No, I think that might be
is
generous.
about 185, but it's subjective. How much ruck do you think Paddy Cripps will do tonight, Murph, after the lessons of last week?
Hopefully 0, Clinchy. I don't like seeing him in the ruck anyway, because you take him out of his best position, which is being the go-to around the contest, and you put him into a position where he's not the best, and then you're losing your A-grade player in there, and you tire him out. So hopefully it's a lesson they learnt last week. Throw Jack Silvani up there around the contest, I would have thought, as your secondary ruck.
14 ruck contests last week for Paddy Cripps, so second to Tom De Koning with 88, but he did attend 3 more than Harry Mackay. Dan off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Carlton should look to their conquerors from last week for inspiration. Despite being 41 points down, the Tigers never dropped their heads and played with purpose and enthusiasm.
Well, we've made mention of that a little bit already, haven't we? That there's no better blueprint for him than last week.
If Sam Mitchell was watching, he'd be telling his Chargers, run, run, run.
Yep.
One other thing to keep in mind, Mitch Cleary, now man, the best newsbreaker in footy, put this on the agenda during the week. The West Coast Eagles fan base, how they participate with this match tonight. So remember in last year, the Hawks the Eagles sent Tom Barras to Hawthorn.
Yep.
Basically, the cost for that was a future first and a future second. Now, Hawthorn own not only their own future first and their future second, but also Carlton's. Yep. And so they said to the West Coast Eagles, you can pick whichever one you want. Yep. And they said, right, we'll take Hawthorn's future first and future second. Essentially, to cut through all that, they were saying, we think the Blues will finish higher than the Hawks, so we want the Hawthorn pick, which is the lower pick in the draft. Now, that hasn't started well for them at 0-1 versus 2-0, but if you're a West Coast fan, you better be barracking for Carlton tonight, because it comes with a higher draft pick in both the first and second round at the end of the year. Ben Cameron's with us on the boundary. The coin toss has just taken place. G'day, Ben.
G'day, Corbin. That rain has abated. That downpour we saw about an hour before the bounce of the ball. It's a beautiful night right now. Fairy floss skies right above the MCG, 23 degrees Celsius. Patrick Cripps has won the toss, elected to kick to the city end of the ground. As you pointed out, there is a storm looming. That will arrive at about 8:30. Rain will settle in. Might be some lightning involved. Currently, that is north of the MCG. Just repeating that, late out, Harry Mackay, he is ill. The subs, Cooper Lord, that's for Carlton. For Hawthorn, Jack Gunston. Jack Ginnivan had the longie on, came to the bench moments before the bounce, said, I need the sleeveless jumper, the short sleeves. Too hot. He's back out there in that.
It is wet, but it is not cold. 23 degrees at the moment, and we are ready to go. Can the Blues redeem themselves up against the Hawks, who are out to avoid the second-year Blues? They've made a good fist of it so far. The 2-0 Hawks, the zip-and-one Blues. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Matt Clinch.
A crowd of around 70,000 expected at the MCG. Lloyd Meek wins the opening tap, but a whistle to start play, and a free kick going the way of Jai Newcomb. How's it for the Hawks heading to the punt road end of this opening term? Heads out wide to the members' side where Morrison takes the mark. Drives it long inside 50. In front position, the mark is taken. Mabior Chol. Hardwick came charging from behind. Jacob Wiedering couldn't get a fist to it. In the end, the two Carlton defenders got caught at the back.
That's a bit concerning, that, Murph, how easy Mabior Chol just got rid of Lewis Young. I know he hasn't been in the side last week, but, geez, you want a bit more of a contest there, wouldn't you? Just a stiff arm to the chest and never really looked like it.
Yeah, it was a concerning contest. But like the contest with inside the centre bounce from Newcomb against Cripps, good start.
2 goals last week against the Bombers for Marbiel Chol. Out to the left, kicking from 35 metres out. A slow approach for the dream start for the Hawks. He turns with fingers outstretched in celebration. And Hawthorn have the opening goal inside a minute. It took just 3 disposals. And Carlton defenders, well, there's a feeling of deja blue coming back once more. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a centre square bounce where I was watching the contest on replay, and Newcombe just forced his way in front of Patrick Cripps, and he just forced Paddy Cripps to have to try and drag him and pull him away. He's obviously a very strong bloke inside the centre square. So that's a good win initially for Hawthorn against the Carlton skipper to get one up on him, but just too easy going forward. And that's exactly the start you didn't want if you're a Carlton supporter and a Carlton player. And now it's a matter of just picking up the bottom lip and cracking in, because that was a terrible start.
So the Hawks have kicked the goal before Carlton have touched the footy. And we're less than 2 minutes in. It's Hawthorn 1 straight. Carlton yet to score. As Newcombe and Cripps wrestle at the restart. Ball comes down Cripps' way. Jams it on the boot. Trickles a kick away to De Koning. Centre half forward. He's off and running. De Koning answers straight back.
Oh, no.
1 goal all. And Barris liked his efforts on the goal line as he got a fingertip on it. Oh, the ump's happy with the soft call. He's ruled it behind and plays away. Gee, De Koning thought it had the trip. Ump said no, touched on the line.
Oh, he has. Yeah,
right, he's paid a push. So a free kick is going to go, oh, that's soft, Hawthorn's way, and that's why Barris is taking the free. So Barris got a push from Silvani. Gee, there wasn't a lot in that. And no score for the Blues.
Right on the goal line as the Blues were celebrating. De Koning wins down the tap. It spills out in the middle of the ground. Cowan can't take it. Big tackle laid by Blake Acres. In fact, it was Sam Walsh who laid the tackle on Jack Ginnivan, and the umpire will ball it up in front of the 2 benches. Hawthorn lead by a goal after the Tom De Koning goal was disallowed. From the tap down, 2 Blues bring him down. Walsh going to work once more. I feel like the tackling intent might have been a little statement made by Michael Voss during the week.
I think that's the matchup there. Hewitt on Day.
Nash to Cripps.
Up it goes on the wing. De Koning down to Day. Heavily tackled. De Koning locks him up.
He's doing his best here, Hewitt, to stop Day actually getting a run at it, but he's just so big and long that he's getting his hand on it.
Meek wins the hit out. Cripps jumps up, grabs the footy, wrestles free the Newcombe tackle. Hand pass out to Hewitt. He turns and kicks down to half forward for the Blues. Sicily punches it away from Kemp. Unkind bounce for Morrison. Walsh knocks it out of play, and a throw in 60 out from the Blues goal. Carlton home game, so they're all in navy with the white monogram, and Hawthorn in the white shorts and the gold jumper with the brown stripes. Ben Cameron.
Worth noting, Michael Voss starting this game like he did last week back in the coach's box. Of course, last Thursday night against Richmond, he did come down during the fourth quarter, a little bit rattled as the Tigers ran over the top of them.
Ben Cameron with you for ABC Sport. Neither ruck get a decisive tap. Meek tried to follow it up. Hand pass forward by Camporeale. Hand pass comes to Cripps. Got it from Cottrell. Hand pass into the pocket looking for Fogarty. Hawthorn desperately defending, and it's seen out of play. Carl Amon, and a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Hawthorn 1 straight 6. Carlton yet to score. 4 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's red hot around the stoppages at the moment, isn't it? Lots of little battles within a battle.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. De Koning wins it down. Morrison, first one there, has a fumble. Day cleans it up. Oh, handball away to Nash. His kick smothered. Cottrell with the 1%er.
There we go. There's a start, Murph.
A couple of repeat stoppages inside 50.
Bit of pressure. A couple of tackles. I know the conditions probably help, but it's got to have that intent as well.
So boundary throwing off the Cottrell smother deep forward for the Blues. De Koning trying to grab it out of the ruck. Ball slips down to D'Ambrosio. Hand pass put Day under pressure. Tackled immediately, and the umpire calls for it.
He's been tackled 3 times already, Corb. Can't get free at the moment, Will Day. They're absolutely red hot on him.
Connor Nash alongside Patrick Cripps as it's thrown up. Meek got a tap down despite a little shove from De Koning. Ball spills out. There might have been high contact there on Hewitt, and I think he's going to get a shot on goal here. In the end, it was a tackle which just drifted over the shoulder from Lloyd Meek, trying to follow up his ruck work.
Held on too long, Clinchy, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, took him to ground.
Has he got a run with Lids or just
I think
close
it's
attention
close attention at the stoppage.
Yep. This is Will Day, by the way.
I think that's most of the time you'll see these run with rolls, unless it's like a Nick Dacos, a real running type. You're more matching up around the stoppage, and then it's play footy from there.
Take 2 for the Blues. George Hewitt looking to get them up and running on a Thursday night. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle. He comes in and completes the deed. goal for the Blues, and they lock things up at a goal apiece through 6 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Well, that's where you get your confidence from, Murph. Those repeat stoppages, that extra pressure and intent to try and keep that ball inside forward 50. And then because of that, you get more opportunities to try and kick that goal, and then you get that reward on the end. So you can get nervous about that first goal. It goes inside 51, so you get a score against. But, to get those repeats and George Hewitt just playing the footy but held on too long in the contest. Good for him to finish that goal. That's an important goal for Carlton to get their game up and going.
Yeah, good response after that first goal from Chol. The Carlton Football Club leading the clearances 4-1, and the tackle count probably more importantly 6-1.
Yep. Out-pressured, out-tackled last week, the Blues, as it all fell apart for them after that 41-point lead. So 1 goal each to start the night. As Meek hooks it down behind, straight to Chera, handball away to Cripps. Has a tackle hanging on to him, got it away to De Koning, still in Carlton's hands, but a little scrappy. Nash soccers it forward for the Hawks, up to meet it Haynes, handball to the wing. McKenzie, first one there for the Hawks. He's tackled and a ball up.
That's what they've got to be careful of, Carlton, is the over handballing around contest. We know Hawthorn are red hot.
De Koning to Meek again, southern wing. Meek wins it down. Ball spits out towards Cripps. So hand pass to Chera. Good tackle. Newcomb forced the ball free. Amon wins it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Nash. Kicks down to half forward. Clean bowls Hardwick at the back is Haynes. Mops it up for Hawthorn. Oh, hand pass away to Cowan. High up and under out to half back.
Where Impey's able to juggle the mark. In came 200. The Hawthorn fans love that. He has it left arm forward. Swings onto his right. Long kick for Hardwick. Going back, Cowan made contact. Did he not give away the free kick? He did it well in the end. Spills out off Young. Gathered by Sard. Under pressure. Just kicks straight up in the air. D'Ambrosio and Fogarty underneath it. Charging it. Impey made a contest. Ricochets off Newcomb. Little toe poke from Motlop. Only as far as Carl Amon at half forward. Kicks to the pocket and finds Finn McGuinness hemmed in against the boundary in the left forward pocket.
Well, they're just well set up there, Hawthorn, on that D50 exit from Carlton. Just had numbers and they just had anyone to choose from. Carlton, to their credit, worked hard, made a lot of spoils, but just the outside bubble, Hawthorn just had it all in control.
They just hunt, don't they? They sniff blood, those forwards.
Got a contract extension of a couple of years, Finn McGuinness, at season end. He veers out to the right and tries to open up the angle, and it's left all the way and just scrapes in for a minor score. Enough for the Hawks to take the lead by that behind. There's 7 to the Blues 6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Third generation Hawk, Finn McGuinness. Son of Scott, grandson of Norm. And now Finn in the brown and gold stripes on as Adam Sard's off and running. Puts on the Jets, has a bounce, kicks out to half back, overcooks the kick. And Jaff takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn. Chenkworth Jaff, first game since round 21 last year. Kicks to the hot spot. In from the side. Hardwick had a fair piece of it up. Says no mark. Then Wiedering grabs it. Tried to walk through the tackle. He's caught. And a ball up inside the forward 50 for the Hawks. 1-1 to 1 straight. Hawthorn by a point after 9 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown up Meek and De Koning. It spills down to Akers. Stripped of it through traffic through Moore. De Koning gets the hand pass away to Hollands for the Blues. To Doherty. Hand pass to Walsh at left half back. It opens up for Motlop. Goes to the hand pass over the top. Set his teammate under enormous pressure. Kemp's tackled and brought down. Ball spills out. Jaff's hand pass to Moore. His turn to be locked up. Motlop lays the tackle and this time it's rewarded. Carlton to take it on the Shane Warne stand side, and Kemp was involved in that tackle as well. He'll get the free kick.
Swung forward late last year, kicked 4 against the Eagles in the penultimate round. Went goalless though in the final, and Kemp 1 goal last week. Contest kick down the wing here. Sicily spoils it away. Now gets a play at it at ground level. A little fumble, invites Williams in for the Blues. Turns and kicks inside the forward 50. Weddle and Fogarty back. Also D'Ambrosio gets it on the hop. There's a free kick here and a shove. It's going Weddle's way. And we'll start the switch for the Hawks out to Amon, who marks at fullback.
Hawthorn by a point. Kicks out to the hard running of Finn McGuinness, who marks at right half back. That was a sprint for about 30 to 40 metres to try and open up space in front of Adam Sard. Hawthorn 1-1-7 to the Blues 1 straight 6. He kicks long around the members' wing, hard against the boundary looking for Ginnivan. Jacob Wiedering makes the spoil just in front of Ben Cameron, who's watching on.
Yeah, I'm just crouching behind the Hawthorn bench at the moment. This would be a real shame. Jarman Impey, after he took that mark at half forward for the Hawks, came from the ground, immediately had a chat with the doc and physio. They've just been testing out his left shoulder. He isn't with them at the moment, so I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, fingers crossed there for the The Hawthorn 200 game of the Blues from a stoppage. Walsh kicks down to half forward. Hands on it from Kemp. No mark. Battle breaks it up. Hawks win it back. Barris to Battle by hand and now to McKenzie. Feeds it further forward to Weddle in the famous number 23. Hand pass back to McKenzie. The run and gun approach from the Hawks. Today, handball to D'Ambrosio to McGuinness. He's now at high half forward. Gee, they got numbers loose inside 50. Chol.
Good movement.
Takes the mark and Hardwick with the professional block as he just puts himself in between Chol and Wiedering.
Smart.
And Chol will overlook here from 40 out.
It was just good ball movement, that, wasn't it? Their ability to get there to help and support their defence first, but then to run and overlap. Their MO for their half forwards is you've got a huge work rate. That's why I love Finn McGuinness down there, Connor McDonald, we've already spoken about, Dylan Moore. They just get up and back and just create that overlap. Then they've got two blokes standing there versus Jacob Wiedering. Take your pick.
What a start this would be for Mabior Chol. He kicked the first of the night. Wiedering trying to distract him on the mark. He's only 5 in from the boundary line. Chol's kick is out to the right. It won't score, and in the end it skims off the knuckles of Haynes and out of bounds. So a throw in the opposite pocket for Hawthorn. Hawks by a point. We've travelled a dozen minutes in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was the work rate, wasn't it, from the Hawthorn mids that really started up that chain of possession play, and that's something that they'll have to try and curb, the Carlton Footy Club, if they're going to stop them tonight.
Luke Bruce, of course, no spot for him, and Jack Gunson is the sub tonight from a shallow throw in. Lewis Young tries to get a hand pass to Hewitt. He's tackled and brought down by Weddle, and the umpire will ball it up. Mitch Lewis not available until probably the second half of the season after a second ACL. Cal Shadir is the other one who won't be seen for a little while. Young wins down the tap for the Blues.
Already looking dangerous, the Hawks in the air. They've had 6 inside 50s and they've already marked the ball 3 times.
Day was tackled by Hewitt and the umpire does it once more. Louis Young and Weddle competing. It spills down to Walsh. He gets a clearing kick for Carlton up the wing in the direction of Kemp. Jaff was in front, tapped it down. Clever little kick on by Battle. Got it to McKenzie. Hand pass toward it right half forward. And now to Jaff. Hard against the boundary. Looks up into the pocket. Chol's the target. The numbers come back. Oh, in the end, Louis Young spoiled it towards goal, but it goes out of play up against the right behind post. Hawthorn leading by a point. Deep in attack. 13 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport.
How's Jarman MP, Ben?
He went down to the rooms. He's come back up, just taken some pills, presumably painkillers. On the phone now to the coach's box. I assume we'll be back out there.
Thanks, Ben. Still on the bench for now. Jarman MP. Young wins it down, but straight to McGuinness. He's gang tackled. Lets them play. Deep forward for the Hawks. Ball comes out the back door. Picked up by Chera. Hand pass away to Wiedering. High up and under. Doesn't really clear the kick, though. Spills down towards Cottrell. Hurried kick out of the defensive 50. Curnow, his first involvement, goes and wins the footy.
Holding.
There's a free kick, and he...
Going to Sicily.
Right, and he illegally just... No, it wasn't him, it was Kemp who held out Sicily, so free kick for the Hawks, high half forward, and that denies Curnow. Looking for his first roll in the night, his first roll in the season. Great kick to Weddle. Drops to his knees, skids through, takes the mark at right half forward, and Sicily with a dart.
Well, that's as good a kick you'll see in any type of conditions, and the one thing about the MCG, it does dry out really quickly.
Does.
So
it looks good at the moment, doesn't it?
It's we've had a lot of rain, but the skills are certainly on show at the moment, and that is just a piercing ball. Didn't probably get up higher than probably 5 or 6 metres above the grass. So genuine worm burn on that one, Lids, and beautiful kick by Sicily.
Kick 1 last week, Josh Weddle. Kick 3 the last time these two teams met. Moves in, drop punt, he's good. No, it's not. And this is out to the right. That cheer was the Carlton fans. Their home game. Having a mixed start tonight, Lids. I've caught 1 goal. There's a free kick on the line, and then I've caught a goal there when it's behind. So my goal umpiring isn't off to a bright start. Hawthorn by 2 points, 1-2 to 1 straight.
Hollands to the Blues, out of the back pocket, up to Cripps, who takes the mark. Possession number 7 coming up alongside 2 clearances for the Carlton captain. He decides to give the hand pass to Doherty, boundary side. He looks up towards half forward. Silvani sets himself. Kemp as well. Underneath it. Barris, that he does so well, takes the mark. Tom Barris, that's exactly why Hawthorn got him, as he turns immediately and switches back inside the defensive 50. To Jaff, who looks up towards McDonald, who's covering a lot of territory at right half back. Hawthorn leading by 2 points. Looks to come inboard. Speaking about covering territory. Gives the hand pass to Ward, to Newcomb. Hand pass to Battle once more. Now the run on the outer side as Ward is involved again. Hand pass to McDonald. They are running the gauntlet here. To Carl Lamont. Hand pass inboard to McKenzie. That's where it comes undone. Chera over the foot. He tries to knock it out to Motlop. It spills back to McKenzie. Drives it inside 50. Watson the target. He can't hang on hard against the boundary. is getting back. Blake Acres put enough body contact on him.
An elbow to the throat.
And a bit of a, attention once the ball was on, just falling on him with his left elbow, and Marbiol Chol didn't like that either. Umpire wants to throw it in, but they're all tangling up against the fence.
What I love about that bit of play is they embraced the mistake and they just kept the numbers there all around the footy.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Young wins it down. Passing through his Campariali, the second gamer, and his left footer out of defence. Lucas close to the boundary line, and Silvani can't trap it. Slides out of bounds.
That's what Carlton have to do. They have to try and limit those uncontested marks off the half-back line, because that just starts up the play for the Hawks, and they're just so quick to spread by their wingers and half-forwards. And then their mids get involved through the corridor, because that's one area of the game that the Hawks got at the top of the Carltons, their running ability through the midfield.
Weddle doing the ruck work, wins the hit out of post to Cripps, down towards Motlop, hand pass to McGovern, sends it further afield, but well set up. It's McKenzie who's there to take the intercept mark for Hawthorn.
Spot on, Corp. They're just so well drilled at the back end here, aren't they? They're setting up and controlling this ground at the moment.
This man's been busy early. He's about to have his fifth touch. Cam McKenzie leads all Hawthorn players. High up and under inside 50. Weddle punched away from him by his opposing number. Ball hits the deck. Ginnivan had it, lost it, and now to Hardwick. He's tackled. And the umpire says, I'll have it. In fact, it's Josh Ward, last one with the footy. Ball up, 20 metres out from the Hawks' goal.
Thrown up, Weddle and Cripps. Weddle wins down the tap. Akers' kick is smothered. Spills to Moore. Swings onto the right boot. That's a classy finish. You cannot teach that. And Dylan Moore, the ever opportunist, was able to swoop on it and finish with class. Hawthorn open up an 8-point advantage with two of the first three goals of the match. 2-2-14 to Carlton 1 straight 6. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and that was just Weddle just throwing his head over the football and getting a smother. And Moore was just too clean and too quick there. And just too smart a football, but it is the D50 exits for Carlton at the moment that are really...
Oh, they're under the pump all the time,
really
aren't they?
challenging them at the moment. It's the Hawthorn brick wall at the moment that we're seeing, that they're just winning every one of those contests. And it's partly due not only just winning the 1v1s, but then the midfielders are working really hard outside their forward 50 to get back in and be involved. And then they're getting great looks inside 50. And the inside 50s at the moment are a bit of a concern. It's already 10-5 in Hawthorn's favour.
The stuff they're doing without the ball is exceptional, isn't it?
Yeah,
the
Hawks
positioning and
yeah, well drilled.
You can see a clear cause and effect at the moment between what the coach wants them to do and what they're carrying out. In rare early season form, Hawthorn empty back on the ground, tears in up the back of the square, tried to knock it away towards Ward, got it to Nash, he's tackled, lost it, got a hand pass out to Sicily. They're retreating Hawthorn but keep possession, back to Jaff, kicks up to the wing, McDonald the target, Hollands punches it away from him and out of play. And a throw-in on that southern wing. Hawthorn by 8 points.
Yeah, they're just well drilled at the moment. They're just limiting all the marks for Carlton. They've had 2 marks for the quarter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 2 marks in almost 19 minutes.
Their work rate defensively is so strong, and then conversely, offensively, just working harder.
Hawthorn have had the 15 marks. Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. De Koning beautifully won the tap, but beautifully read by Day in return. Inside 50, Young was waiting for that kick. Peeled off Marbiol Chol and took the mark. At left half back, 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Will Day, what a sight on the move. Young kicks up the Shane Warne wing, looking for De Koning and Cripps. De Koning has to spoil, running onto it. Nash, tackled by Chera, brought down, locks him up. Just short of half forward for the Hawks, who lead by 8 points. 19 minutes gone, opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Harry Mackay misses tonight. He's out ill, so that was the late change. Louis Young takes his place in the team from the restart. Ward gets on the end of it, kicks to full forward. McGovern leads Ward to the footy. McGovern goes to ground, but he's getting a free. Had his arms chopped. Free kick coming back to the Blues defender. The 2 subs, Cooper Lord and Jack Gunston. Carlton and Hawthorn respectively. 2 guys opposite end to the age bracket. Lord turns 20 tonight and Jack Gunston at 33 as the kick goes out wide, close to the boundary line, and Curnow can't mark. Akers shoved out of play. It is currently 22 degrees in Melbourne. There are storms forecast expected to hit the CBD and where we're situated just to the east of the city in the next 40 minutes. There is lightning in and around the metropolitan area but north of the airport, so that's good news about half an hour by car away. As Chera sends a kick down the wing, roving it from the stoppage. Out to meet it is Kemp, copped an unkind bounce. Ball slides out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Blues. So Hawthorn 2-2, Carlton 1 straight as we tick into time on in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Toss back in. Meek takes front position against De Koning. It spills off De Koning's chest. Day is tackled and brought down. And the umpire will throw it up.
Love seeing these battles around the contest where you've got Nash trying to go to Cripps and you've got Hewitt trying to go to Day.
De Koning this time gets it down to Hewitt. A bit more space, although couldn't take it cleanly. Day closes it, puts the pressure on. Nash gets a hand pass back to Day on the wing. Links up with Lloyd Meek. He waits for the runners coming past. One is Connor McDonald. He looks up inside 50. Hardwick one-on-one with Wiedering. Wiedering gets a hand to it. Front and centre is Choldo, playing the role of the crummer. Coming in hard down low was Haynes. Ball spills out. Moore gathers for Hawthorn. Hand pass to McDonald. Has to try and kick around his shoulder. Inside 50. The defenders fire for the Blues. They spoil it down. Cripps tries to fend off Moore. Good show of strength. Hand pass to Walsh, who bounds it towards the boundary line where there's only Hawks in waiting.
So well set up again across the halfway line. So Barris collects. As he's got a heap of time, goes on a bit of a stroll and can pump it back inside the forward 50. Chol and Moore both fly. Ball spills down towards McGovern. There's a free for a push. To Carlton free. They want to take the advantage, and Hollands does so by hand. Gives it to Chera. Short kick missed. Walsh got it on the half volley. Hand pass back to Hollands. Kicks forward. Not a great kick for Kemp. Barris favoured by it. Kemp brings it to ground. Kemp trying to burrow in and slips over. Hawthorn with the numbers. And Weddle can settle it down for Hawthorn. A hand pass back to Sicily, who kicks down the wing.
Straight to De Koning, who takes the intercepting mark, leaning back. In front of Lloyd Meek, he centres it inside 50. Curnow trying to get involved. Can't take a mark. It spills down. Fogarty, is there a free kick? Carlton take the advantage. Everyone stopped. Cottrell stopped. Can he stop? Finish. Goal. Can. One of those bizarre moments when everyone's looking at the umpire and he's waving play on advantage. And Matt Cottrell had to do his part and finish it off. And he does so to give the Blues their second goal. Hawthorn by 2 points, 2-2-14 to Carlton, 2 straight 12. 23 minutes gone opening term. Is there a certain amount of time where the umpire should just take the free kick back if everyone's stopped?
Well, I think because the Blues did take advantage there, that's why. And then it's like, well, you've taken it, you've decided to go on with the play. Just because you haven't heard it, that's not my fault. But it is noisy out there, but they're trying to, both teams are trying to be fire with fire, with speed on the footy, and they're getting caught out. And that's a bit of a slingshot goal there for the Blues, their ability to come back and take advantage of the outnumber that they had, because Battle just could not get back. Sicily had that kick that couldn't get over the top of De Koning, and therefore they were left one out. Kemp was all on his own in the goal square, but luckily Cottrell slotted it.
So it was against Jath. Should have been Curnow's free kick at centre half forward, and as Clenchy called, Matt Cottrell left standing there with the footy in the forward pocket. No one around him. Thought, OK, just kick it off a couple of steps, and he's got Carlton's second goal. Hawks by 2 points. Blues out of the middle. Cripps, hand pass to Walsh. Kicks inside 50. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Doherty's on it for the Blues. Centre half forward. Hand pass to Silvani. Gets a handball out to Cottrell. Extra hand pass over to Akers. He's tackled. Looks for the boundary line. He's taken high. Free kick for Akers. Right forward pocket for the Blues.
Well, as they work around the centre clearance, I thought it was the handball from Paddy Cripps to Walsh at the front of the stoppage. And that's when they're at their best, is when they're actually moving towards their goals rather than reverting back. But it wasn't a great kick from Walsh, but it caused a bit of a hazardous ball. And then what we've seen a bit tonight, which has been good to see from the Carlton forwards, is there's a bit of hassle and tackle pressure, just causing a few issues. And Akers wins himself a free kick.
2 on Jath, a bit rusty early.
In his 50th game as a Blue, Blake Akers moves in, drop punt across the face, and hits the behind post. No score. Hawthorn by 2 points, 25 minutes into the opening term. Hawks are 2-2, Blues are 2 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
James Sicily, in his third season as Hawthorn captain, has the free kick. He plays on and runs the boundary line, drives it long up the Shane Warne stand side. De Koning in from the side, can't complete the mark. Meek tries to get a hand pass away. It spills out the way of Day. Down low, he's tackled by Hollands, and the umpire will ball it up. Centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Hawthorn leading by 2 points, 2-2-14 to the Blues, 2 straight 12. Meek does it all himself, out of the ruck and the clearance. Hand pass around the back to Morrison, up the Shane Warne stand wing. Hardwick had it spoiled away from him by Haynes. Onto it, Cripps. Slick little hand pass, too slick. It was a throw.
Yeah.
Looking for Hollands, had it one arm pinned. In the end, it was a flip pass.
He's a genius at it. Oh, he looked good. Yeah, it looked sharp, didn't it? But
if you're playing rugby league.
Yes.
Newcomb goes short to Amon. Oh, that's not 15. Has to dispose of it in a hurry. Coughs it up. Silvani for the Blues. Handball to Hewitt. Gives it to Cottrell. Back to Silvani. Kicks inside 50. Weddle and Kemp. Kemp forced to spoil. Ball hits the deck. Weddle paddles it out in front of himself. Hurried kick down the line. He's out on the full. Free kick for the Blues. High half forward. And now Cripps has got it. About 70 metres from goal. We're still the better part of 4 minutes before quarter time. Cripps into the pocket and all the traffic. Offhand, spills through to Fogarty. Can he collect? Got it out to Hewitt. To Akers. Snaps. Touched on the way through. And a minor score. So one out on the full, one touched on the way through. Put it off Akers' boot. And Hawthorn lead it by a single point. So 2-2 to 2-1. 3 to go before quarter time.
You mentioned that pressure rating, Corby, and we're not exactly sure what goes into it, but the first dozen minutes, Hawthorn were around 279. The AFL average is around 180. The Blues going at 220, so they've adapted well. Carlton, as Tom de Koning takes the mark from the kick-in from Carl Lamont. He has it at right half forward, swings onto his left-hand side, inside 50, where's Charlie? Got a hand to it, Curnow can't complete the mark. Amon bangs it towards the boundary line. Yes, if it's not over the boundary line, will be close to insufficient intent. Umpire has a look.
Come on, just say
has
throw
a
it
look
in.
And throw it in.
Hey, what?
The
Just
two
make a
boundary
call.
umpires at conversion.
Oh, gosh, 3 of them in 20 metres.
And I'm not sure anyone's exactly clear. They think it might have been touched off the boot, maybe. Throw it in.
I don't know why. No, it wasn't. It landed inside the boundary line. Yeah. He was going to call deliberate.
Yes.
It's like, no, mate.
Why is Simon Meredith, the out-of-zone field umpire, chatting to the far boundary umpire? What would he be able to do?
Oh, Sean Corby.
He had a lot of experience.
You could ask Ray on Saturday.
But if it's deliberate, that's the field umpire's call, not the boundary. Just bizarre. Anyway, from the boundary throwing, Carlton win it. Akers clever, taps it away to Chera. Hand pass inboard, finds Doherty, and he's drilled in the tackle. Your good mate Sam Doherty, Murph, starting tonight. Do you prefer him there rather than as the sub?
Prefer him there. Wouldn't mind him on a half-back flank, though, a little bit.
Okay. Playing more sort of half forward at the moment from the restart. Chera, high half forward, kicks to full forward, punched away by Weddle, out of play. And a throw in Hawthorn by a point. We've gone goal for goal to start the night. Harry Mackay missing through illness, so he's spot in the team taken by Louis Young. Good crowd. Spread out around the MCG with storms forecast in the next half hour.
De Koning wins down the tap, trying to get it to Walsh. Big tackle laid by Silvani, trying to lock the ball in. Was there prior opportunity? The umpire says no. They'll ball it up. Nick Watson on the very bottom of the pack. Lots of players on the move, grappling. Cripps is trying to move to Koning, trying to create space, couldn't take it cleanly. Meeks hand pass, chopped off by Walsh, spills away from him. Nash tries to slide in. D'Ambrosio and Silvani there. Eventually Ward gets a hand pass in the back pocket to Sicily. A clearing kick up towards half-back. Wiedering and Hardwick. Wiedering makes the spoil. Awkward ball for Newcomb. Couldn't gather. A chance for Fogarty. Couldn't find a teammate. And Newcomb pinches it. He bangs it in the middle of the ground. Haynes was waiting. He was held. Having dropped the mark, Nick Watson was all over him. And Nick Haynes will get the relieving free kick for the Blues in the middle of the ground. Hawthorn by a point.
Nick Watson's certainly made him earn that one, didn't he?
Yeah, I like it.
It's good.
Haynes in his second game for his second club. The former Giant kicks to half forward. Curnow the target, no mark, knocked away from him. Ward to Amon, to D'Ambrosio, now to Nash, all by hand. Off half back they go. Morrison gives it to McGuinness. He's off and running. Kicks in the Ginnivan direction. Holland spoils. Ball hits the deck. Ginnivan soccers it out in front. Shoulder hand pass at half forward for the Hawks to McGuinness. He snaps goalward. His kick is wide, out on the full. No score. Hawthorn still by a point.
Gave it to the wrong teammate, Corb. He had Ginnivan right there. He's gone for Finn McGuinness.
Half hour mark, opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn by 1.
Young blazes away towards half-back where Weddle sets himself. Big fly from behind by Kemp. Can't take the mark, and Cottrell has it locked to his chest. The umpire will ball it up. Right half forward for the Hawks, who lead by a point. Crowd of around 70,000 expected at the MCG for a Thursday night. Meek wins down the tap to Newcomb. Hand pass to Ward. Swings onto his left-hand side. Around the corner. Chol out of position. Got rid of Kemp and takes the mark. In fact, it was Louis Young, I should say. It was just all too easy with a little just shove to the midriff and knocked him off balance.
Yeah, it's just a bit too easy. Looking back at that contest, you've just got to really plant the feet when you're holding that front position. But just Chol was just too strong and just hit him at the right time. But Just really got to really protect your space better than that. If you're playing in forward, playing in front as a defender.
Marbiel Chol with 3 disposals so far tonight. Kicked the first goal of the night. Can he double up before quarter time? Veers out to the left from 45 metres out. Right of centre. Just grazes the post on the way through into the right goalpost. And a minor score to extend Hawthorn's lead. They lead by 3 points.
Second time tonight, Chol's moving out of the way.
Yeah, good signs for Chol, but you'd be concerned if Michael Voss up in the coach's box.
Assad just stabs it short to Haynes. Your former teammate Lids, Nick Haynes off and running. Long kick up to the wing. Curnow the target. Meek spoiling from the back. Hits the deck. Impey went without it. Spills down to Amon. Hand pass over to McDonald. Sends Hawthorn down to half forward. Blues well set up here, and Haynes takes the intercept mark. What's he like? What can you tell us about Nick Haynes, Lids? What kind of lad is he?
Well, he started out as a skimboarder, would you believe? I think he won a championship for Victoria, actually, then from Frankston.
What is a skimboarder?
Yeah, do you know what a skimboarder is?
Someone who,
it's like those boards that you throw in the shallow waters and then you go on. He used to go and grind them and do all sorts of tricks with it.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. That's something I didn't know. I'll write that one down. A former skim surfer. Brett Delidio, well, we got him with us on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. That and all his analysis on the game. Hawthorn 2-3. They lead Carlton 2-1, so at quarter time it is the Hawks who lead it by a couple of points. They've led throughout after Chol kicked the first goal. Moore got their other. Meanwhile, for Carlton, they've had their moments. One for Hewitt, one for Cottrell. And they were peppering late in the turn, but one out of bounds on the fall off the Bird of Acres, another behind. And as a result, they find themselves trailing at the first break. It is Hawthorn who lead it by a couple of points. Fran from Melbourne, not caring who wins tonight. Two of my rival teams listening and watching because it's footy night. Go the Pies. Thanks, Fran. Nice to hear from you. From Rob in Greensborough. Blues need to watch tapes of Craig Bradley to learn how to kick to advantage constantly last week and already in this game just putting the ball on top or behind of leading players, especially the forwards. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate that. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. The ABC Listen app, it's your choice of so many great sporting audio, not just here in the AFL and every game all weekend long. Every game of the 2025 ABC season, so AFL season on the ABC. If perhaps you can't find what you're looking for every weekend, you know that the ABC Listen app will have every match. Plus tonight, the Socceroos are in action up against Indonesia. So that game's being played in Sydney. We'll have updates of that fixture throughout. If you want to hear the full call, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the ABC Extra button. And there's also, of course, the NRL there every weekend on the green ABC Sport button. Tonight, the Melbourne Storm up against the Penrith Panthers. But we will have updates of both those fixtures for you throughout our coverage tonight here at the G. The thoughts of Murph and Lids coming up next. It is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 2 points.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Morrison takes the mark, drives it long inside 50, in front position the mark is taken. Marbiel Chol, Hardwick came charging from behind. Jacob Wiedering couldn't get a fist to it. In the end, the two Carlton defenders got caught at the back. 2 goals last week against the Bombers for Marbiel Chol. Out to the left, kicking from 35 metres out. A slow approach for the dream start for the Hawks. He turns with fingers outstretched in celebration. Take 2 for the Blues. George Hewitt looking to get them up and running on a Thursday night. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle. He comes in and completes the deed. Goal for the Blues, and they lock things up at a goal apiece. Thrown up Weddle and Cripps. Weddle wins down the tap. Akers' kick is smothered. Spills to Moore. Swings onto the right boot. That's a classy finish. You cannot teach that.
It is the D50 exits for Carlton at the moment that are really...
Oh, they're under the pump all the time,
really challenging them at the moment. It's the Hawthorn brick wall at the moment that we're seeing, that they're just winning every one of those contests.
Centres it inside 50. Curnow trying to get involved. Can't take a mark. It spills down. Fogarty, is there a free kick? Can't take the advantage. Everyone stopped. Cottrell stopped. Can he stop? Finish. Goal. Can.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Hawks by 2 points, goal for goal to start the night here. Thursday Night Footy at the MCG. Hawthorn by a couple. Corbin, Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774 for the thoughts about number one picks, the All-Australians, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, it looked early, Murph, that Hawthorn were going to get their game up and going, and Carlton, I'm not sure whether they were going to be able to hold on or they're just going to take their chances. The early three-touch goal would have been a little bit nerve-wracking, I think, for not just yourself in the box, but Carlton supporters around the ground. I like the way they were able to wrestle it back, though, and they by the end of that quarter, they were starting to do to Hawthorn what Hawthorn had done to them earlier in that quarter. They're putting the pressure on, forcing them to bomb it outside of their defensive 50 and being able to get some in-out ins, when it goes in, when it comes back out, then being able to turn it back over and get it back inside 50. Their pressure was up. I like that. The tackles, they're up by 22 to 20 in the quarter. They're in front on the clearances, 13 to 11. That's going to be their strong suit, isn't it? We know how good Meek is, but then the work of Cripper and Hewitt's got to work. Will Day could have had about 15 touches that quarter, but he would
have been tackled 5 times, I reckon, for another secondary stoppage.
Once he ended up with 4, he just kept getting swamped by the opposition, which is obviously a plan to get some heat on him. The concern for me is Lewis Young and the defensive effort of the whole team, really. They've gone inside 16 times, the Hawks, and they've taken 5 marks already.
Yep.
That's a bit of a concern, but the ease of which some of those marks have come about, they've probably left a couple out there as well, the Hawks. But overall, if you're a Carlton supporter, you'd be pretty happy with how they've started. The pressure's been up, the intent's been up to try and not allow Hawthorn to get their game plan and ball moving up and going.
Yeah, spot on around the contest. They've both been terrific, both sides, but that's the area of the game, is the 16 inside 50s to 7, and it's been the defensive setup outside of their forward 50, the Hawthorn Footy Club, but it's a 5 inside 50 marks,
yes,
which are the issue. And you brought up then about Lewis Young needing to get better in the contest. The issue that arises is, well, do you require a winger to come around, try and support you more? But then Hawthorn will probably pin that winger a lot of the time and get that overlap play going. So they've just got to demand a better fight in the contest in the air down back, because if they start dropping back and trying to support their defence, Hawthorn will just cut you up through the middle of the ground.
Hawks by 2, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, the rains are here. It's just starting to fall at the MCG. It's got a little bit heavier during that quarter-time break. I've got as it was listed on the package, one size fits most poncho on.
You're feeling that well, Benny?
More than I'd like, Liz.
Our man Ben Cameron braving it in the rain down there. Even Mitch Cleary's down there as well. So he's with the people.
Has he got the poncho?
I think he's got the
poncho-less.
Specially kitted out version for the Massard tonight to keep him dry. Here we go into the second quarter on ABC Sport. De Koning down to Day. Kicks to full forward for Hawthorn. Hardwick in front, no mark. Ball hits the deck. McGovern tackled. Free. Hawthorn's way. And Hardwick's going to get it.
Yeah. I feel like McGovern was just all over him, or what the umpire saw from 80 metres away. So I'm a bit dubious on that call. It feels like he's dragged him to the ground, which it might have looked like that from away, but he didn't actually have his hands around him. Umpire, unlucky.
The umpire in zone didn't see it. There's 2 of them inside the forward 50, and as Lid said, the guy that's out of zone came charging through to pay it.
Didn't need to.
McGovern has got the teapot, the hands on his hips. As Hardwick skips in, perfect note on which to start for the second turn. Hardwick goals. And Hawthorn's lead swells, so back out to 8 points for Hawks way. 3-3 to 2-1. And we're less than 60 seconds into the second quarter. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 8.
Well, the second quarter starts much like the first. It was a Will Day clearance, and it wasn't just to get the ball and hack it forward. He ran and took his 10 metres, and then the pin on the left foot to the advantage of Hardwick just forced the error from McGovern, because usually most players, unless you're a class act like Will Day is, will just get it out of centre square bounce and get it as long as they can. But he put it to Hardwick's advantage and gave an opportunity. Opposite shoe over about 45-50.
But what are they doing starting Motlop on Will Day at centre bounce? Hewitt's already done a good job. Get him out of there.
Playing his 78th consecutive game for the Hawks tonight. Blake Hardwick leads the way for the brown and gold. Back in the middle, Newcomb gets it out to Connor Nash, drives it up towards the 50. Caught behind was Watson, spoiled down in front. Moore's onto it, somehow kicks it over his shoulder. It might work. Ginnivan's hand pass. Here comes Watson into the open goal. Another one for the Hawks. 2 goals in 2 minutes to start this second quarter. as they stretch it to the biggest lead of the match so far, out to 14 points. 4-3-27 to Carlton 2-1-13. There was a bit of chaos about the entry inside 50.
Yep.
Boy, did they make it work.
Well, that's it. Sorry, Murphy, you go.
There was, and it was fine. It was just the contest around the centre square bounce. Wasn't it where it was just all Carlton players being sucked in, sort of beast to the honeypot. And it was Nash who just sat there as a sweeper, ball bobbled out. And when the conditions are the way in which they are, when they're getting very slippery and wet, the centre clearance game is so important, getting yardage towards your goals. And then the forwards just cashed in, didn't they, Lids?
Well, that's it. I love the just the work of the scrapping of Dylan Moore. You know, looked like he was attacking, didn't accept it, but gets it going forward. Ginnivan, by rights, probably could have had a shot, but unselfishly gets it to Watson, who can run in and make an absolute surety of it.
Loves a goal, Lids.
Hates a goal, doesn't he? By the sound of that. Well, look at that celebration.
He's 4 straight now for the year. Nick Watson, after being kept to only 4 disposals on opening night. Back in the middle. Nash keeps it going forward for the Hawks. Hollands does well. Bumps it back in the other direction to the advantage of Hewitt. Kicks the Blues out to the wing. Here's Doherty. Collects on the southern wing. Heads down to half forward. Kemp runs underneath it. Spills through to Barris. Has it for the Hawks. To Meek. To Sicily all by hand. And now to Day. Spins out of the Hewitt tackle. Hand pass back inboard. Newcomb cleans it up to Meek. Extra hand pass to Sicily. Tackled. Lost it. Here's Williams. Had it. Slips out of his hands. And Meek just bangs it forward for Hawthorn.
He kicks up towards Finn McGuinness, who's sliding on his knees. Takes the mark in front of Wiedering. Chips it wide to Moore on the members' side. On the bounce he gathers. Looks into the pocket. Here comes the lead. And the Wizard takes the mark. Nick Watson striding out of full forward. To be fair, he had Chol, Hardwick. Options are plenty.
Oh, that's as good as it gets.
Yep.
That is a beautiful ball user, just putting on an absolute platter for one of his other forwards. And I'm looking at the conditions thinking, well, he shouldn't be going for that kick, but they're just so confident in their ability. And what a little lead from Nick Watson.
Watch him hook right.
Out to the right, he'll kick from just inside 50. Having kicked the last goal of the match. Comes in and flares it out to the right. I was going to mention that he hadn't missed so far this season, but you did it for me, Corbin, and there comes his first behind of the year. The commentator's curse. Hawthorn by 15 points, 18 disposals to 3 in the first 4 minutes of this second quarter, the way of the Hawks.
You're all over it though, Lids, out to the right.
Yeah, I've watched him for a little while now, Corb.
Yep.
I love watching him play. He's good fun.
15-point lead, as Clinchy mentioned, so biggest lead of the night. Hawthorn's way as the kick out of defence from McGovern picked off and Newcomb keeps it in the front half. This is where they're at the best, as they spread the ground, make it big, and a slow play. Carlton, just about every player inside Hawthorn's attacking half. The Hawks confident as Barris now with the contest kick going inside 50. Hardwick gets a run at it. No mark. Spills down to Ginnivan. Fumbles. Back into dispute. De Koning out the back door. Shoots a hand pass. Missed the 2 Blues. Campriali jams it on the boot. Surge kick out of defence. At the drop, Curnow takes the mark. Half back. Has it for the Blues in his first game of the year. Charlie Curnow. 3 surgeries in the off-season. Kicks to Silvani, who punches it away. They're all racing back after it. Battle. Paddles it close to the boundary line. Silvani collects. He's locked up. Got a ball up between wing and half forward for the Blues. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just steady rain down here at the moment. You might have noticed a fair old bandage on Jack Silvani's right quad. So just got that strapped up there at quarter time.
Thanks, Ben. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Hewitt hard against the boundary for the Blues. Hand pass to Doherty. Kicked inboard on the bounce from Motlop. Couldn't take it cleanly. Ward for the Hawks to Impey. Hand pass to McGuinness. Was able to wear the tackle and get a hand pass to Jaff. Little fumble around McGovern today under pressure. Tackle by Kemp. Spills back to Jaff. Inside defensive 50. Barris and Battle. The 2 new recruits for Hawthorn combined. Chips it out to Jaff. Akers back with the flight. Can't complete the mark for the Blues. Tries to knock it out. Wiedering gathers. All under pressure at the moment. Hand pass away to Williams, and now to Cottrell. Kicks Carlton up towards half forward. That's good vision. Found McGovern. Gives the hand pass. Here's Curnow on the runway from 45 out to the teeth of goal. Surely that's a free kick. Kemp dragged down, and it is. Chopping of the arms up against the left behind post, and he will just have to work with the angles here, Brody Kemp.
Well, they get an opportunity here on the back of pressure and hard work.
Waste no time. Swings out to the right, kicks around his body and puts through Carlton's third. A much-needed goal after the Hawks had put on 2 quick goals to start this second quarter, and the margin is back to 9 points Hawthorn's way. 4-4-28 to Carlton 3-1-19. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, well, they certainly need that, Lids, and it was the pressure from... The one that stood out to me was McGovern. So he just came forward, not once, twice or three times. He just kept on going and then forced the turnover up the ground. And rather than just running back to where he came from, he stood forward by himself. And he gets the reward and then uses a Charlie Curnow running past, and they get that opportunity on the back of just coming forward hard to press, to force a turnover. That's what they want to see.
I thought John Impey actually did a reasonably good job there to spoil that. I thought he was a bit hard done by, but I guess when you make contact with someone, the umpires are always favour.
Yeah.
You're allowed to use your body to spoil too, though.
Light rain falling. De Koning palms it down. Hewitt at the drop of the footy, got a hand pass out but in the wrong direction. Newcomb slides in for the Hawks, hand pass to centre half forward, no clean pick up with a greasy footy. Hewitt goes and gets it again, releases Sard, who goes darting away through the middle of the G. Sard with the big woof, kicks it deep to full forward. Down there is Williams, gets rid of Jaff, marks and goals. Blues back in it. They needed that last one just to stop the flow of play, and then they add another one immediately after that. 2 quick goals, and a 15-point deficit is trimmed to just 3 points. 8 minutes gone, second term. Hawthorn 4-4, lead Carlton 4-1. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy on ABC Sport.
Isn't it funny how quickly it can go from you're a chance to score, one missed handball, it's centre-half forward there. Newcomb just couldn't quite get it today, to Adam Sard, inject yourself into the game, son, and away he goes. Bounce in the wet, love it. Thumps it inside forward 50. Zach Williams, very strong one-on-one player. It was just too good, and Jaff was caught under the footy, wasn't he? Worked him under, easy walk-in goal.
And that's what Carlton fans want to see. They want to see Adam Sard just take the game on and use the grass in front of him.
What a shootout. All of a sudden it's become in the wet. Back in the middle. Tapway out towards Newcomb. Couldn't take it cleanly. Mackenzie can. He's ridden into the turf. Sam Walsh lays the tackle with Adam Chera, and the umpire will ball it up just to the left of the centre circles. Hawthorn by 3 points. Meek wins down the tap. Hewitt under pressure. Hand pass to Chera. Squeeze the kick up towards Motlop and Jaff. Jaff used his body but couldn't complete the mark. Motlop tries to knock it out to Doherty. Sliding in Ward. Doherty stands up in the tackle. Jaff brings him down. Umpire waves play on. And now eventually we'll ball it up with Motlop and Ward, the last 2 to rise. Hawthorn by 3 points. 9 minutes gone. Second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Blues with 2 quick ones. A bit of a pep in their step. Ball comes down there to Watson. Hand pass trying to link up with McDonald. Hawks keep possession. McDonald tackled. Lost it. Now Sard had it. He's tackled too. Greasy, slippery conditions. Ward hands it back to Mackenzie. That is a dot as he kicks across the half-back line. Finds D'Ambrosio. Pokes it out in front of the path of Newcomb. Newcomb collects 70 from goal. Pulls his kick back into the corridor at centre half forward, and a good mark. Cottrell, as he just edges more underneath the footy, and Cottrell with it at centre half back for the Blues. So Hawthorn by 3 points, 10 gone second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cottrell to the wing, sliding through Williams, spills a mark he should have taken, soccers it away to Chera. Surge kick forward. Motlop at the drop, spills the mark, regathers.
Gets the hand pass away. Fogarty, hand pass to Chera, blazes towards half forward. No one there from a Carlton side of things. Battle gathers. Akers runs it in. Hand pass around the boundary line. And Barris takes it across the boundary line through Silvani's pressure, and a boundary throw in. Hawthorn by 3 points.
Yeah, McDonald just kept limping off the ground. Oh, it's an ankle similar to Warple's. He just got stuck underneath him.
Oh, no.
High ankle. Syndesmosis.
Yeah. So Trainer on his left-hand side as he heads towards Ben Cameron on the boundary. Hawthorn by 3 points. Ben, Carl Amon had that concern early in the first quarter, but he's been able to continue on.
Yeah, he's fine, Carl. Just a much lesser rolled ankle, but this doesn't look good at all. They're not even going to the bench. They're going straight down into the room. So he couldn't get off on his own there, Connor McDonald. So needed the assistance from the trainer. As Lyd said, worrying that it could be a high ankle sprain, that syndesmosis injury.
Thrown back in. De Koning wins down the tap. D'Ambrosio tries to get it to Day. Kicks up the members' wing. Haynes was waiting for that for the Blues. Taps it out to the advantage of Chera. Swinging of the hips. Mackenzie wasn't buying it. Good tackle. Ball spills clear. Holding the ball. And Cam Mackenzie wins the free kick on the wing.
Trained out back during the week, Chera, but haven't seen him really in that role tonight. Centering kick from Mackenzie, a turnover. Doherty gets it going the other way. Short kick to Motlop, looks inside 50. Silvani drops a chest mark. Regathers, snaps to a vacant goal square, needs a kind bounce, got it. Battle getting back on the line, trying to touch it on the way through. Like his old man in the 93 decider. And Silvani is on the other side of this one. He's the man who kicked it that way. did battle, touch it in time. The soft call is behind. And we're going to the arc.
I thought it looked good from here, but I'm a long, long way away. Oh, no, he's just got a finger on it just before it goes over the full line.
That's a good call from the goal umpire, right on the spot.
Yep.
And just touched it before all the ball is over all the line. That is the rule. And so just to behind. Jack Silvani's kick touched just. 4-4 to 4-2. Hawthorn by a couple of points. A dozen minutes gone. Second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron on the boundary with light rain falling at the G and a storm on the way.
James Sicily brings the Hawks back into play. How's that for a pass? Finds Newcomb at left half back. Barely got off the ground but hit him right on the chest. Chips it over the top to McKenzie. So Hawthorn had the first 5 inside 50s in this second quarter. The Blues have steadied well and could have almost taken the lead with that Silvani goal. Back inside defensive 50 to the Hawks. Sicily called upon again. Out to battle on the members wing. Beautiful transition from the Hawks. He looks up inside 50. Pulls his kick in the direction of Moore. In from the side. Unable to complete the mark was Nash. Was he taken high? Or a push? A push in the eyes of the umpire. Cowan gets to his feet. There's a couple of questions being asked by the Carlton defenders.
Yeah, Cowan tried to come over the top to give support, but in doing so lost his footing and his arm just come right across Connor Nash's chin. Unfortunately, Lockie, you cannot do that.
Just gets rewarded for throwing himself back at the contest.
Yeah.
Great courage going back and all eyes on the footy.
He's played 20-plus games the last 3 seasons, the Irishman. Connor Nash comes in, pokes at it out to the right, and it won't come back enough. Hawthorn lead by 3 points. 14 minutes gone. Second term on ABC Sport. And Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
It was a real Gaelic kick if you've ever seen one, wasn't it? Right around the corner, just try and knock it over the bar.
Over the top post.
Sard, the kick out duty, steps outside the goal square, goes short to Wiedering. Not sure you get the full woof for that one, do you? Short little 15-metre drop punt. There's Wiedering, a bit more spirit behind that. Pumps it up to the wing, spills down to Camporeale. Hand pass over his head, rolls out of bounds. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Hawks. Mentioned all the sport happening tonight, all available through the ABC Listen app. In the NRL, the Storm lead 12-0 against the Panthers. And Nathan Cleary ruled out with a head injury assessment. So not good news for the Panthers there, the reigning champs 3 times over. And in the World Cup qualifier, the Socceroos in Indonesia 0-0. In the first half there, the
surprise
Indonesians actually had a penalty, hit the crossbar. So not to be, so the Socceroos living dangerously as Carlton work it down the wing. Camporeale kicks to Silvani in a one-on-one. Barris can't mark. Getting back to Lenderhan Morrison. Yeah. Silvani gets rid of him illegally. Free kick for Morrison in the back pocket.
Well done, Harry Morrison, the offside winger there, coming across to cover off and give support. Brass was done there, but well done, Harry Morrison.
Just a jumper pull, wasn't it?
Yep.
There's a nostalgia though for the Blues, 30 years on with Camporeale kicking to Silvani.
Morrison out of defence for the Hawks, up to the wing. Big fly from Dave from behind. Wiedering there with him. Newcomb front and centre, half pass to Chol. Couldn't take it cleanly. Holland slides in. Somehow got boot to ball. Got it to Hewitt. Hand pass to Young. Kicks up towards half forward. Fogarty and Curnow coming opposite directions. Spills out. Sicily bumped off it. Akers lost his footing. Impey lays the tackle. Was it high? Contact below the knee, says the umpire. So it will result in a Carlton shot on goal. As everyone's sort of guessing at that stage.
I can't see how he's tackled him below the knees. He tackled him over the head.
Yes, I think that's what he meant.
Or was it the earlier one with
Or maybe the other one, yeah.
I think it was
He tripped over Sicily, though.
Yeah.
Blake Akers veers out to the right. His 50th game for the Navy Blues. Long towards Silvani. Sicily gets a fist in there. Spoils it towards the boundary. Ward gathers just inside play. Kicks it end over end out in front of Ginnivan. Knocks it away from Cowan coming the other direction. Unable to take it cleanly was Hardwick, and off hands it goes out of play. Carlton trailing by 3 points. 4-2-26 to Hawthorn 4-5-29. 16 minutes gone, second quarter. 2 goals apiece. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I think McDonald's done. Jack Gunston has just picked up the phone, having a call with the coach's box. I think it's imminent, his arrival into this game.
Fears of a high ankle sprain for Connor McDonald, trying to walk through the tackle. Curnow caught holding the ball. Up around the footy, Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, he's trying to get involved in the game, isn't he? Just trying to get some form of separation to get just an easy touch. It's a little bit scratchy at the moment.
Yeah,
but it's not his conditions at the moment, is it?
Hawks by 3. They had it out by 15. Carlton have kicked the last 2 goals, and now we've gone a period without a score as Newcombe long kick, but Wiedering intercept mark for the Blues. Pending storms. We've had a light shower already in this quarter, which is now 17 minutes old. Second term, Hawks by 3. Goes back to Haynes and now switches on out to McGovern on the back flank. He just dabs his kick short to Motlop. Long sleeves for Jesse Motlop. And Mark Murphy's famous number 3 as he kicks along the half-back line to Wiedering. And they go back out to the southern side. Finds Camporeale in his second game. Lucas Camporeale, one of 3 lefties out there for the Blues tonight. Kicks down to half forward, no mark. Spills to Hardwick. Hardwick's tackled, dispossessed. Now comes to Cripps. Hand pass at high half forward to Doherty. Kicks inside 50. Curnow caught at the back. Newcombe collects. Curnow's got him. He got him high. He can't take a trick at the moment, Curnow, and a free kick for John Newcombe at half-back when he thought he was going to win a holding the ball call. Instead, it's Hawthorn's footy at half-back.
Newcombe plays on, swings onto the left, getting around Curnow, kicks up the wing. Good mark taken by Louis Young. Intercepting mark for the Blues, centre wing under the Shane Warne stand side. Hand pass around the back to Hollands. He kicks up towards half forward. Curnow lost his footing, slipping over, wrestling with Battle. And Hardwick takes the mark at left half back. Hawthorn led by 3 points, and now a 50-metre penalty against Jesse Motlop, who came from behind the mark, trying to get onto the mark, but the umpire didn't want that.
That releases the pressure valve, doesn't it? They had him kind of trapped in there. Wiedering and Young taking some good marks.
Hardwick's going to chip it over the top to Carl Amon, who is a beautiful kick, and he waits for the leads. Moore can't take it. Good spoil by Nick Haynes. Hand pass away to Hewitt, to Fogarty over the top, and now to Doherty. They're out on the wing. Sam Doherty looks up. Curnow inside 50. He goes for that. Battle getting back. Gets a fist onto it. Supported Barras beautifully. Hand pass to Sicily. Back to Battle. Almost brought down by Kemp. Got a little toe poke to Meek. The ruckman's under pressure. Carlton's pressure's building. Holding the ball. Savani lays the tackle. Surely no advantage here, although maybe Walsh takes it, fires on goal. Umpire says it's coming back. And Blake Acres, rightfully so, is gesturing. How about the advantage? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. In the meantime, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, McDonald's just come back up, done a few run-throughs. The doctor has given it the hands across the throat saying no good, no good. So it looks like he's out and Gunston is about to come into the game.
Thanks, Ben.
Called that well, Clinchy, regardless. It was off to no avail, but unfortunately. Well, fortunately for the Blues, they get another shot, but if he misses, he'd be pretty filthy, wouldn't you?
You do wonder sometimes whether you just stop, but you don't want to miss the moment. Jack Silvani out to the left. This is a big kick to put the Blues in front. 20-minute mark of the second term. Comes in with that famous number 1 on his back. And just gets it inside the right goalpost. Carlton hit the front for the first time tonight. Having kicked 3 goals to 2 in this second term, now they take the lead. 5-2-32 to Hawthorn, 4-5-29. We mentioned last week 600 days in between games. He and his wife Grace, the arrival of Charlie in the off-season, and potentially the next generation of the famous Silvani family.
Yeah, little Charlie's already got the bowed legs, just like the 3 before him. So he's got the genes, obviously, to do something down the track. But
is the defender experiment over, or is this just necessity tonight with Mackay out?
I think it's necessity tonight, unless he probably kicks 4 or 5. But I think that he showed a lot last week. It was probably their only real shining light with Jake Wiedering down back and his ability to go forward. So hopefully for him and for the Carlton Football Club, he could be one of those guys who can go back and go forward pending what the opposition's got.
I saw Sauce on the big screen, ice cold. Nothing.
Doesn't like him.
Oh, it's even when he kicked his first. Nothing.
The Swiss Army knife player for the Blues, Jack Silvani back in the middle. Cripps gets it going forward again for Carlton. Leading by 3, hitting up to meet it. Fogarty, hand pass back to Cripps. Tried to balk the tackler, caught, got it away to Akers. Spears a kick into the pocket. Here's Kemp trying to turn Sicily inside out. Kicks to the top of the goal square. No mark. Morrison for the Hawks. Hand pass away to Amon. He kicks to half-back. Wants Ward, finds him. Who marks at half-back? Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben?
Yeah, just a little bit of news from the match manager. There is no lightning currently showing on the system, which is good news for Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy.
Not a great kick from Ward. Clips the man on the mark. Invites the Blues back in. Cottrell into the pocket. Skins off the knuckles at Barris. Kemp's down there. Tried to throw a boot at it. Impey slides in and takes it through for a rush behind. And Kemp's turning to the umpire saying, hey, what about the contact below the knees? As he tried to throw a boot at it, and Impey gets away with one. So a behind for Carlton. But the Blues have kicked the last 3. They led it by 4 points at the 22-minute mark of the second term.
Might have known what he was doing there, Corb, I reckon. Dove into it almost.
Sicily in those long sleeves brings Hawthorn back into play. Kicks up towards half-back in the pack. Newcomb, Tom de Koning, spools down to the back. Mitch McGovern couldn't pick it up cleanly. Leaves it for Hollands. Under pressure from Moore. Hand pass looking for Walsh. Nash lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up between wing and half forward for the Blues, who lead by 4 points. 5-3-33 to Hawthorn 4-5-29. After the Hawks led by 2 points at quarter time. Hewitt can't gather it as it comes off the hands of de Koning and across the boundary line for a throw-in.
Socceroos 2, Indonesia 0. So the Socceroos leading 2-0. They had a VAR check, which is like their arc, and basically the Socceroos were given a penalty in which Martin Boyle was able to convert, and then they doubled their lead moments after. So a 2-0 advantage for the Socceroos after Indonesia missed a penalty to start. So that World Cup qualifier call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the ABC Extra button. As we'll update you throughout the night, the grand final rematch in the other co. The Storm 14 leading the Panthers zip. Another boundary throw in half forward here at the G. We'll keep you updated, but there are calls available through the ABC Listen app of those fixtures. Carlton by 4 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals. Walsh flying through the stoppage, left it behind. Ward, a high up and under, kicks to half forward. Haynes and Young go to spoil. Ball hits the deck. Here's Gunston fresh on the ground for McDonald. And pass carried out of bounds by Young, so we'll have a throw in high half forward for the Hawks. Connor McDonald suspected syndesmosis. Are we happy? Are we all comfortable in saying that, or at least
Look, high ankle? Yeah,
high ankle,
low shin.
Unfortunately for Connor McDonald, gave him a wrap pre-game too, the 22-year-old, but hurt and subbed out in the first half here for Hawthorn.
de Koning wins down the tap against Meek for the Blues. Newcomb is tackled immediately. What's your knowledge of the syndesmosis injury? Is it?
Well, you can get lucky like Warple did, and you only have 4 to 5, or you can be surgery if it's really bad and be out for 12. Is what I know.
T's and P's there.
Free kick going the way of the Blues. Patrick Cripps is going to take it. He was lightning hot in the first quarter with 10 disposals. Coming up to possession number 5 in this second. Comes inboard to Sard. Had to juggle it on the second grab. Chol offers chase. Sard took a while. Drives it up towards half forward. No real options maybe was why. And Hardwick didn't get his fingers underneath. He did in front of Fogarty to take the mark. At half back for the Hawks. Centres it to Battle. We'll give it around the back to Hardwick once more. Looks out to Sicily in the right back pocket. They've handled Carlton's pressure relatively well. And Sicily looks out towards McKenzie. Chera back with a flight. Play on's the cause. He got a fist to it. McGovern kicks up towards Zach Williams. Spoiled away from him by Newcomb. Chera front and centre. Hand pass back to Williams. Inside 50 for the Blues. Silvani in the pack almost had it. Couldn't hold on at the last moment. Cottrell thought he was taken high. Umpire will pull it up. 25 metres out from the Carlton goal at the punt road end.
Hawks just seem in a bit of a rush, don't they, at the moment? Trying to get rid of the ball and keep it moving at all costs.
de Koning arriving late, swats it down. Ball ricochets the way of Camporeale. Hand pass to Chera. Shoots. Goals. The Blues are in rhythm. They've kicked 4 in a row after falling behind by a game-high 15. And Carlton now lead by 10 points themselves. 6-3-39, Hawthorn 4-5-29. 26 gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Galidio.
It's pretty good signs at the moment for Carlton. They're starting to press on the defensive element. And you talk about Hawthorn look like they're rushing a little bit. It's because probably the options that were there in the first quarter probably aren't there anymore. It's not as obvious because Carlton are starting to work a bit harder defensively. But just that last stoppage, just the clean hands of Camporeale. It was good to see that he could just one touch, sitting on that wing, sitting outside the contest, but didn't rush himself. Balled off to Chera.
Learned from last week.
Exactly. Looked a bit rushed last week, which is fair enough in your first game, but he's looked very accomplished tonight. A great finish by Chera, wasn't it?
Certainly was. This time last week, the Blues led by 41 points against the Tigers. Carlton fans are willing to re-engage again. They lead by 10 points. As Corby mentioned, the last 4 goals of the match to take the lead by 10 points. Umpire's going to give a 6-6-6 warning against the Hawks.
They had 7 forwards, the Hawks, no winger.
Last minute.
Thanks, Ben. So Harry Morrison just coming off at the last minute. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. And number 1 draft picks Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you for a Thursday night on ABC Sport. De Koning down to Hewitt. Another clearance of the Blues. Up towards Cottrell and Sicily in a tangle. It clears the 2. Cottrell might run onto it. Kemp cleared a path. He kicks towards Doherty. Caught behind. Spoils it away from Jaff. Williams gathers. Can he find a teammate? He can't. Desperate defending from Jaff as he gets back there, and almost a dangerous kick out of defence. Was able to find McKenzie. He chips it out to the run of Watson. Out of defence, he marks it right half back, running back with a flight.
Watson says, hold up. The Blues well set up here. First time they've tried, by the way, the Hawks since the opening quarter of opening night. Led every minute last week against the Bombers, and led after quarter time in that fixture against the Swans as Watson's kick marked by McGovern got himself in front of Gunston. Did well to hug it to his chest, and he'll be paid that in front of the benches. McGovern, hurried kick down the line in front of the interchange gates to Akers. Carlton are going forward again. They lead the game by 10 points. Kicks inside the forward 50. Curnow swats it down at the drop. Picked up by Cripps. Impey tackles him. Cripps got it out to Hewitt. Says throw. It's against Cripps. Free kick for Hawthorn.
As strong as he is, he tries, doesn't even get his ball out. But, yeah, he's been done a couple of times for that now.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The Hawks had 19 on the ground for a period there. So when Harry Morrison ran off, no one went on. So there was certainly at least after the goal a period where they had too many on the ground for at least a moment there.
So was that the 6-6-6 warning, or was that around that time?
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So Harry Morrison running off. They had too many on the ground then. That's why they got that 6-6-6 warning. But certainly there were 19 on the ground for at least a period.
The old school footy used to stop the game and have a head count, didn't it? Wipe the score.
That's it.
Did you guys ever play in a game with a head count? No.
I don't think so. Felt like it a few times. Felt like we played Geelong. Geelong had about 25 of them out there.
GWS actually took a couple of blokes off when they were up by 100 points.
I played that game. That's demoralising.
Sicily banged it up the wing for the Hawks. Was lucky not to be paid insufficient intent, and a couple of stoppages on the members' wing. To Koning for the Blues. Hand pass out in front of Akers. Got away from Moore. Hand pass to Motlock. Stripped on it in the tackle. Spills out. No whistle. Carl Amon trying to get a hand pass clear for the Hawks, and there's nowhere to go. As Moore is tackled by Hewitt, and the umpire will ball it up. Carlton by 10 points. Yeah, the pressure has been outstanding.
So just for new fans or the uninitiated, basically when the team has too many on the field, the captain can ask for a head count. And then if the umpire stops play, counts the players, if the opposition team has too many, their score will be wiped to 0. So that is the rule, as the way it's written, as Carlton hurriedly put it forward off the boot of Cowan, and it bounces out of bounds in the forward pocket.
I mean, surely this day and age, it's like whoever's the AFL official down there.
What are they doing?
Oh, hang on.
Oh, they're in a party pie or something, are they? How is he?
I'm not sure. Skipper's going to go. Oh, hang on, we're just going to count everyone's head here.
I think it was after the Swans beat North at Docklands and the Paul Roos Day. They introduced the interchange gates off the back of that when the Swans played about 5 minutes with 19. Here's Motlop, top of the goal square. Soccer skills in the back of the net. Carlton with 5 on the bounce. And Motlop does it off the deck for Carlton. Their 7th individual goal kicker. And the Blues are up by 16. New game high. Carlton 7-3-45. Hawthorn been asked a few questions. 4-5-29, half-hour mark, second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Corb.
Yep.
They are being asked a few questions, and it's going to get back to them. Can you stand up, or can you change your method? Because they're just trying, as we mentioned before, they're trying to go fast. And it's not working for them at the moment. Maybe they just need a bit of kick control. Let's take a bit of sting out of the game. I get it, it's wet, and it's hard to hang on to the footy, but work a bit harder into some space and see whether this Carlton defence, like, you're playing into their hands a little bit, inviting that pressure by playing that handball-happy game. I know that's the way they want to play and be exciting, but sometimes you just got to read the moment.
Yeah, well, they certainly looked more electric when they're going inside 50 of the Hawks, but it's just weight of numbers at the moment by the Blues. They're just getting yardies from contest, moving the ball forward at any sort of stage they can, whether it be off the ground or knock-ons. And one guy who's actually stood up, there was a guy who kicked the goal. He's actually been getting zippered around the forward line this quarter. He's had the 5 disposals, Jesse Motlop. So he's going 100%. So he's just forming a little bit of electricity around the forward line for Carlton. And hang on, we might have a schnicko.
Mark is having a look at the post to see if there's any spike as it went past, and I think the conclusive evidence on the big screen shows there is a
There's a little
spike.
There's a sound wave there.
Yeah, I thought there was another interchange infringement or something going on. I was like, oh, God, surely they've sorted that out. But that's unlucky.
Basically, Murph said, I don't believe the sound waves exist last year, and since then, just about every time they've checked, I reckon it's come off the post. Are you just keeping the view? Or
I was just keeping him honest.
Yeah, you were. Just thought. But we haven't seen too many sound waves for a while, and now they're back. Goals disallowed. Leads back to 11 points Carlton's way.
So scratch Motlop from your record or your budget in South Australia. Long kick in by Sicily. Hard against the boundary line. It goes out of play off the hands of D'Ambrosio. And the umpire says throw it back in.
We're budgets in WA as well.
Budgets as well.
The hell is that? What are you talking about? The car?
The record.
Oh. They've been robbed a couple, Carlton, haven't they? The conning that first one from long range and now that one taken off them as well.
Carlton lead by 11 points. Thrown back in to Koning. Wins down the tap to Walsh. Chips it back to Koning in the right forward pocket. Hand pass to Motlop. Had to get it away quickly. Was looking for Cottrell. Kick was smothered. D'Ambrosio to Jaff. They're defending desperately now. Hawthorn to Amon. To Moore. They ran the gauntlet well by hand here. Hand pass to Day in the round. Watson takes the mark on the wing. Downhill skiing. Hardwick's on the break. He marks inside 50. That's how you get out of defence when you're under the pump.
That is champagne football. That is just too slick, too good. Everyone knows what is required from one another, and just the amount of space running into out the back. You're never going to stop that. But it was just the clean hands, and just forced Carlton just to try and keep on coming forward. But that was just too clean, too good.
Just one right hand pass and it would have gone undone. Blake Hardwick now to finish the work. And to stop the Carlton run directly in front, 40 metres out, comes in and does the job. Hardwick with his second. And after Jesse Motlop's goal was denied at the other end, which would have been 5 on the trot, it is a telling goal for Hawthorn just ahead of half-time. Carlton's lead is back to 5 points. And the run of 4 consecutive goals comes to an end. Carlton 6-4-40 to Hawthorn 5-5-35. Their first goal since the 2-minute mark of the second quarter. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy.
Well, after everything I just said about taking kick control and whatever, I felt like they were flipping the bird as they went down the middle of the ground there. Just like, wouldn't have thought so, champ. We're just going to keep going fast and we'll just play the way we know. And look what happens. They kick a goal. Well, that was just good to watch, wasn't it? Just clean hands in and around the stoppage. The little Will Day chip. Just to break that up to get it to Watson, who was free on the wing, and then just getting out of the back. Good luck defending that, Mitch McGovern.
Jackson Irvine's just scored for the Socceroos, so it's a 3-zip shootout. Socceroos over Indonesia, still first half action there in their World Cup qualifier. Call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for ABC Sport Extra. Back in the middle, the Hawks got it out as Nash's hand pass out in front of McKenzie. Ugly looking kick towards the wing. Morrison slow to arrive. Clean pick up from Akers. Got a hand pass back inboard. Hewitt runs onto it for the Blues. Squeeze the kick down to half forward. Impey happy to see it out of play. Throwing 60 out from the Carlton goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Oh, it's scandalous down here on the bench. I've been informed that it was the AFL official, Lids, the interchange official, who you said might have been having a party pie, who had to inform the Hawks, look, you're one short on the bench. You need to get one more off. And then they jumped up and were saying, anybody just get off. And that's when they had the 666 infringement because they had one extra out there.
He's all over it. Ben Cameron in the front row of the grandstand as the Hawks bang it forward. The ump says that's deliberate.
That's ridiculous.
As Will Day just kicked it downfield 40 metres, slides out of bounds in the wet conditions, and Carlton get a free kick. Mark Murphy isn't happy with it. As Wiedering sends it down to half forward. Bates ball spills down to Dave.
We should start umpiring, Lids.
I think so.
He's coat-angered by Hewitt. Free kick for Will Day.
We can see it from here.
We're just going to run, though.
Not sure they'd handle the feedback all that well, either of you two on the back row.
Did you watch the front bar last night, Murph?
Missed it.
Okay. Ray Chamberlain featured, of course, part of our Saturday team. Weddle chips it over the top to McKenzie. He did get a mention, though, Murph, which is, I think, what Corby's trying to allude to.
Okay.
Kicks up towards Meek. De Koning in front, spoils it down. Watson, Gunston into the action. In for Connor McDonald.
I'm really interested in
Shanks it straight to Chera. He takes the mark for the Blues. Up towards Charlie Curnow. He's had just the one disposal so far. And Watson, as the siren rings out for half-time, the Blues kick 4-3 to Hawthorn's 3-2 to take a 5-point lead at half-time, having trailed by 2 points at quarter time. The Blues 6-4-40 to Hawthorn 5-5-35. So we have a game here at the MCG with the Blues desperate to respond after their loss last week to the Tigers, and Hawthorn looking to continue their unbeaten start to the rest of the season. The goal kickers for the Blues, Jack Silvani, Kemp, Cottrell, Chera, Hewitt and Williams all have one for the Blues. While for the Hawks, 2 goals to Blake Hardwick, individuals to Chol, Watson and Moore. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Speak of the devil, I've texted our mate Chamber to find out what's going on. He suggested to me that the Hawks will get a fine during the week. So that will be the fallout for having too many on the ground at any given time. He says that the interchange steward will have made a note nowadays. So long as the 19th player doesn't engage in the play, it will be sweet. Says Chamber. That's the official. I've read that text verbatim. But a fine will be coming the way of the Hawks, I think, is what you'll find.
Thanks, Ben. Carlton by 5 points. They had 19 guys on the ground at one stage, as you're probably starting to fill in the blanks if you've just tuned in. Meanwhile, Jesse Motlop socked one off the ground. Looked like it had gone through. Would have given Carlton a 16-point lead. The Arc came back and said, look, it hit the post. We saw the sound wave, clipped the post on the way through, so that goal was cancelled out. The lead was 11. Sure enough, as happens in our game, Hawks go down the other end and goal to cut the lead to 5. So really an 11-point swing in proceedings. Jeff in Queensland, thank the broadcasting gods for the ABC Listen app. Can still get my footy fix when watching is unavailable. From Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Every game all weekend available through the ABC Listen app. From Dennis in New South Wales. Why would anyone watch tonight's game at the MCG when we can hear such vivid and engrossing broadcasts from pros of the sport on ABC Sport? Thanks, Dennis. I promise we haven't teed up all these messages. There's another one here that says, thank goodness for Murph on the ABC tonight after the rest of the commentary team is cheering on the other side.
Oh, come on, John.
I'm not so sure about that. There's too much cheering going on there.
Positives.
From Anonymous off the SMS, they can see the Hawks dives as freeze, but Curno's jumper gets stretched on every lead, and it's play on. The Carlton fans aren't happy with the umps tonight. That's off the SMS. A little sample there for you. 0437 774 774. The thoughts of our number one picks, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. Carlton by 5 at the half.
Yeah, well, we love the passion from our texters in, which is always great to hear. But if you're looking at tonight's game, you're seeing that Carlton want the game to be grunt physical. That's where they're scoring. Their pressure, when it's right up, they're getting good offensive looks on the back of it. And it's not to say that Hawthorn don't like it in that mode either, but when they get an opportunity to use hands or use the ball by foot and get that overlap play, they look so much more classy than what Carlton can do. But to Carlton's credit so far tonight, they've forced the ball to be in a contest more. The conditions no doubt help that, but I think that their work rate has certainly lifted from the first 15, 20 minutes, covering out those outlets on the defensive end, and they're getting offensive looks on the back of their contest work. And the Hawks, though, they look irresistible at times. And when they have that opportunity to use hands, whether that be 3 or 4 handballs in a row, and then their foot skills just are a class above the Blues at the moment. But it's a real contest we've got in this second half.
No, they've made it a scrap, Carlton, which is what they needed to do, isn't it? You've got to keep the game in nice and tight, not allow Hawthorn to get you on the outside. We've seen when they have been able to do that, they go the length of the field and they score. You keep that ball nice and tight, which has invited their pressure. It's got them into that pressure game that we probably questioned last week in terms of what they were able to do. So get involved, get in nice and tight. Their tackling's been really good. Their clearance numbers have been really good. Yes, they've probably left a couple of opportunities on the table, but that's just the nature of our game. So they should walk in there at halftime really, really happy, but it's a half. Let's our number one focus is let's come out and start the way we finished that second half there, and let's make sure that we don't allow Hawthorn to, get their game on the outside and open us up.
And there's no doubt that Michael Voss would say to them at halftime, would be like, well, don't be happy with what we've done there. That's a going rate for us. If we're going to be a top 4 club, which we've come out and said in the lead up to this season, and that's got to be the bar that is always us. So that's got to be the message for them. And then Sam Mitchell will be probably pressing and go, look, we expected them to come out and fight. So it's a matter about who's going to be able to do that and manage that for longer and keep on pressing and keep on tackling and keep on putting their head over the football. So I would assume those would be the messages from Sam Mitchell and Michael Voss at half-time.
Charlie Curnow with just the 2 disposals, Brody Kemp with 3, Louis Young with 5. It was a little surprising that Harry Mackay, out with illness, was replaced by another tall.
I would have thought so with the conditions, but at the same time too, when it's not actually raining full pelt, you can still kick the ball. What's that?
You said pre-game. It's the logical replacement when we played
but with the ball dry when it's not raining, it is actually easier to kick the ball around. I mean, we're not playing in a bog heap like they used to back in the day when it does rain. This ground drains so well, so you can still use your skills. Having said that, I probably would have gone with a smaller bloke.
Right. So back at the start of the night, we said about the conditions and who would it favour. What have we seen so far?
Well, I've seen that it's favoured the game that Carlton want to play. It's brought the game in tighter, which hasn't allowed the Hawks to get their run and gun style up and going, which, certainly favours them. I still firmly believe that if Hawthorn can weather that storm, and I know they flipped the bird to me halfway through that second quarter and didn't want to go slow, but just take a little bit of the sting out of it and make Carlton defend for longer because they are bigger bodies, they're heavier inside, they're stronger. Make them spread a little bit just from uncontested marks. Now, I get it. It's hard. It's raining. It's very hard to play that style of game. So if the weather drops off at all, which we don't think it will, it's going to favour Carlton.
Paddy Cripps has had 15 disposals, 9 contested, 5 clearances. John Newcombe has had 15 with 10 contested and 4 clearances. The player we probably haven't given enough of a shout-out to is Josh Ward, who's had 15 as well, 4 clearances, 8 contested possessions. So he's been involved in a lot of the work for the Hawks in the middle of the ground.
Can't pump up the Hawks, though. John will be all over us, so we'll just keep going with Carlton and how good they've been so far.
You three keep going.
Yeah. No, look, Josh Ward has been. He's taken his opportunity because started out of the side with Warple going out, has come in and been able to play that inside mid role. I thought he was more of a runner on the outside, but bigger body got inside. Cam McKenzie's been pretty good as well, I thought, for Hawks.
He moves like Sam Mitchell, doesn't he?
He waddles around a little bit.
Just a bit of a taller version, and if you can have the sort of career that Sam Mitchell had, he'd be pretty happy.
But Chera and Hewitt's done a good job on days. He's tackled him, I reckon, probably 13 times, but his quality's influence hasn't allowed to really break the game open as yet.
Well, if he wasn't on him the way in which he has been, he probably would have had 17 or 18, wouldn't he? So he's had the 11, but he's still been pretty aggressive around the contest and had some pretty nice clearances.
Brett Delidio's got his food review hat on. He's about to go and attack the catering, so I
won't get any, though, so I won't have any review.
We'll give you some feedback as to how Lids goes, or perhaps he'll give you some feedback on what he makes of it all. Carlton by 5 points at half-time. More from Murph and Lids coming up. We'll see what's happening at those other venues with the World Cup qualifier and, of course, the NRL, the grand final rematch being played tonight, plus all the teams for the rest of the round, of course, with Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs. Our next game up, Friday night footy, of course. You can hear it all here on ABC Sport. But it is half-time at the mighty MCG with Carlton leading by 5 points. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the game, and an opportunity for us to get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rollins. Police have launched an investigation into online threats against a southwest Sydney mosque, which referenced New Zealand's deadly Christchurch attack 6 years ago. The comments were made on a video celebrating Ramadan, which were posted to the Lakemba Mosque's official TikTok account yesterday. One read, "Christchurch again, please," while another made just this afternoon said, "Let's hope another Christchurch happens again." It comes less than a month after a separate incident in which a 16-year-old boy from WA was arrested for allegedly making a similar threat to a different mosque in Edmondson Park. Tasmania police are investigating after a memorial for transgender woman Marjorie Harwood was defaced with a Nazi symbol. Meg Whitfield has more.
The memorial near Risdon Brook Roundabout was created in 2021 in honour of transgender woman Marjorie Harwood. Equality Tasmania says it was found vandalised with a Nazi symbol this week. The group has condemned the graffiti and says it demonstrates the importance of impending hate crime legislation. Tasmania Police says the incident is being investigated. Tasmanian Acting Discrimination Commissioner Piers Saturno says displaying Nazi symbols is unlawful and that such symbols have no place in Tasmania.
France's public investment bank, BP France, will launch a multi-million-dollar fund dedicated to financing defence projects. The fund, worth almost $800 million, is part of a bid to ramp up military spending over fears of a Russian attack and doubts over the future of US protection. Authorities say French companies in the defence sector will need more than $8.5 billion in additional equity capital over the coming years. UNICEF members in Haiti say they're concerned about the growing number of children being recruited by gangs. Widespread violence has left over 6 million people in need of assistance, with internal displacement tripling over the last year. The aid organisation estimates 30 to 50% of gang members are children. UNICEF Deputy Executive Director Ted Chaban says it's unprecedented and believes any minors involved should be saved and treated as children.
6 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. That's more than half of the population, 3 million children. We estimate almost 50% of people who have been rounded up by the armed groups are children themselves. And if they're in those armed groups, they're not there of their own free will. They should be treated as children.
Police have interviewed 4 boys over a fire in Melbourne's outer east that destroyed a home and damaged another. Emergency services were called to reports of a blaze at Montrose on Saturday afternoon. Later that night, the fire quickly spread and doubled in size, with authorities issuing a take shelter warning to residents in the early hours of Sunday morning. Police say 4 boys have been interviewed and released pending further investigation. Detectives are not looking for anyone else in relation to the blaze. Staying in Victoria, where a man jailed for killing 6 teenagers in a horror crash near Mildura 19 years ago has been disqualified from driving after fresh charges. Emil Pavlich reports.
In 2008, Mr. Tao was sentenced to 10 years in prison for dangerous driving, causing the death of 6 teenagers outside Mildura. Today, Mr. Tao pleaded guilty to a fresh set of driving offences in the Bendigo Magistrates Court. The court heard police pulled Mr. Tao over on the Calder Highway outside of Bendigo in September last year. Prosecutors alleged Mr. Tao was driving while unlicensed and tested positive for methamphetamine. His defence lawyer told the court Mr. Tao had turned his life around 2 years ago and is engaging with drug counselling. His licence was disqualified and he will face court again in April for sentencing.
On National Close the Gap Day, a Western Australian Senate candidate is calling on the federal government to invest more to bridge the divide between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Menang Noongar woman Megan Cracker is a suicide prevention worker standing for Senator Fatima Payman's party, Australia's Voice. With only 4 Close the Gap targets on track, she says more investment is needed to see real change.
We're seeing the increase of suicides, incarceration and child removals, and this is unacceptable. If they can't speak to people who can help them with ways forward, then we will lose hope.
And if you or someone you know needs someone to talk to, you can call Lifeline on 13 11 14. That's Lifeline on 13 11 14. That brings you up to date with ABC News. For more at any time of the day or night, you can download the ABC Listen app.
The tradition continues. The Sheffield Shield Final on ABC Sport.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app from Wednesday. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
As Hardwick skips in, perfect note on which to start for the second term. Hardwick goals. And Hawthorn's lead swells, so back out to 8 points the Hawks' way.
Moore's onto it, somehow kicks it over his shoulder. It might work. Ginnivan's hand pass. Here comes Watson into the open goal. Another one for the Hawks. 2 goals in 2 minutes to start this second quarter. Found McGovern, gives the hand pass. Here's Curnow on the runway from 45 out to the teeth of goal. Surely that's a free kick. Kemp dragged down. And it is. Chopping of the arms up against the left behind post. Waste no time. Swings out to the right, kicks around his body and puts through Carlton's third.
Releases Saad, who goes darting away through the middle of the G. Saad with the big wolf, kicks it deep to full forward. Down there is Williams, gets rid of Jack, marks and goals. Blues back in it.
Jack Silvani out to the left to put the Blues in front. 20-minute mark of the second term, comes in with that famous number 1 on his back and just gets it inside the right goalpost. Carlton hit the front for the first time tonight.
Takonin arriving late, swats it down. Ball ricochets the way of Camporeale. Hand pass to Chera. Shoots. Goals. The Blues are in rhythm.
The Hawks had 19 on the ground for a period there. So when Harry Morrison ran off, no one went on. So there was certainly at least after the goal a period where they had too many on the ground.
Blake Hardwick now to finish the work and to stop the Carlton run directly in front. 40 metres out, comes in and does the job.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
That's what happened in that second term. We were expecting storms between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. We got a little bit of rain and it's still drizzling at the moment, but certainly nothing dramatic. There's no lightning, which is good news. And play will restart on time as the Oz kickers clear out. Carlton by 5 points at the main break. There was a pretty big turning point late in the quarter where Motlop appeared to have goaled to put the Blues out by 16. It turned out on the replay, the arc showing that the ball skimmed the post. There was a little sound wave that appeared, and as a result, the goal was cancelled out. The Hawks went down the other end and kicked a major, and instead of Carlton leading by 16 points, they would lead by just 5 at half-time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, and our number one picks, the All-Australians in Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. All right, the World Cup qualifier. Indonesia had a penalty early. They missed, hit the crossbar. And then the Socceroos have cashed in. They lead late in the first half, 3-0 over Indonesia in their World Cup qualifier. They're basically 1 point clear of the danger zone for automatic qualification. So this is an important fixture that the Socceroos convert here. They then play the People's Republic of China on Tuesday. So that is how these two-game swing works in their World Cup qualifiers. Call available through the ABC Listen app. You can look out for it there and follow along under the best... no, it's not the best of ABC Sport. It's ABC Sport Extra is what we're looking for there, where you can find the call through the Listen app. There's also NRL action at halftime. The Storm lead the Panthers in the grand final rematch 14-10. Nathan Cleary suffering a head or suspected concussion, failed a HIA, the head injury assessment, and as a result, he's out of the game in the first half. And Melbourne Storm centre Nick Meaney has a suspected fractured jaw. He won't return in the second half, joining Panther Nathan Cleary with an early night. Off the SMS, John from Coburg under AFL Rule 5.5.3. Players exceeding the permitted number. The umpire awards are free. Plus a 50 to the captain of the opposition. There is a provision for the offending team to have the points scored in that quarter stripped. So the matter is referred to the controlling body, who can impose a fine, reverse the match result, or impose other sanctions. So there are slight tweaks to that rule, which obviously once upon a time would see the score completely wiped. But thanks for that, John, with the absolute latest there. And from Matt and Tassie, who was the biggest rumman that Murph and Lids played for in their careers?
Who was what, sorry?
The biggest rumman.
What's a rumman?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah. That's something I learnt this week for the first time.
Tassie Devils mascot.
He's named a rumman. RUM''UM, and it is a Tasmanian slang word for an odd or eccentric person. Yeah. Scallywag or someone cheeky.
I had to ask Jack Revolt before we went to air earlier today what a rumman was, and he told me it was very popular in Tasmania, and I had to tell him I hadn't heard of it.
Yeah, they're on their own down there, aren't they? No, I'd probably say in terms of scallywag or oddball, Alex Rance comes to mind. He used to enjoy keeping the boys up and about, the odd nude slide down in the change rooms and whatever else.
As you do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We do that all the time. That's wonder why we weren't winning.
Cheerio to Alex.
Yeah, not sure.
Yep.
Probably a fellow, a Tasmanian in Mitch Robinson. That sums him up.
Yep. Yeah, well, Jack probably up there too. They're running away with the Mikey key and trying to creep back up the ground after he got suspended.
Wasn't that something?
Yeah, bit of a clown.
The teams are in for the rest of the round. Obviously, just squads at this stage for the Sunday games, in which Shea Bolton is amongst an extended squad for Fremantle, so a chance to make his club debut. Tomorrow night in particular, which is the next game on the slate, Buku Karmas is back. Surprisingly, wasn't picked in round one. Oscar Baker is in as well. James O'Donnell and Luke Cleary both out injured. Meanwhile, for the Magpies, we'll see Jordan De Goey for the first time, and his premiership teammate Mason Cox is also playing. Brody Myercheck hurt and Lockie Sullivan omitted. Meanwhile, the Saturday afternoon game, the Bombers, John Menzies and Tom Edwards will get a look at him. The school teacher out of Les Murdy in Perth. Amazing. He's got the late call up the SSP signing, kicked 4 goals in a pracky game against the Bulldogs, earns himself a contract. Round 2 he's playing for the Bombers, so Ridley and Langford, the 2 injured, and the Crows going in with the same team. No, there's no surprise there. The Saints have swung the axe, 4 omitted, including Cordy and Schoenmaker, along with Boyd and Hasty. So they're the 4 that come out for St Kilda. Geelong unchanged, so their team as expected. Meanwhile, Christian's going to make his debut. Moraes for Port Adelaide, of course. Good luck to Christian Moraes on debut. He replaces Jeremy Finlayson, who's been dropped. And for the Tigers, Liam Fawcett and Caleb Smith, the 2 ins for Lynch and Sonzi. So that's the teams.
Just quickly, MCG, we need to lift at half-time. Okay. Bring back the donuts, get rid of the scones.
I didn't mind the scones with the sultanas, but not for Lids. Carlton by 5 points, second half upon us. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and you're with Matt Clinch.
Meek and De Koning to kick things off in the middle of the ground. De Koning wins down the tap, straight to Cripps. He can't break clear. As Nash and Meek lay the tackles, still in the outer of the centre circles of the MCG with the Thursday night lights beating down. Spills down the way of Walsh, kicks Carlton up towards 50 first. Kemp comes charging out, Sicily makes the spoil. Spills to Morrison at centre half back. His hand pass out in front of Day, tries to break the tackle of Walsh. He got him, but he got a hand pass clear at the last moment. Nash tries to knock it on, Cripps for Carlton. Hand pass forward to centre half forward. Over the top of it is Newcomb as Chera lays the tackle and the umpire will ball it up.
I'm a big fan of the gingerbread men. I think they're a September only offering.
Gingerbread men.
I think we could do a lot worse than make that a regular thing.
We could do better too.
He's De Koning trying to grab it out of the ruck. He's tackled, spills down to Walsh, soccers it inside 50 for the Blues, up by 5. Barracks just gets rid of Silvani. The bigger frame shoves him out of the way, tumbles a kick up the wing. Oh, unkind bounce for Gunston. The Blues will win it back here. Wiedering shoved out of play by Gunston, did well. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Blues. What about you, Murph? I saw you on the fruit salad. Is that all okay?
Just looking after myself, Corbin. You know me. I know I had about 4 scones last week, so I thought I'd better not.
Easter around the corner and everything else.
Across buns everywhere.
5 point lead for the Blues. We're 1 minute into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
There's an idea. Bring some hot crossies in. A bit of butter.
Around Christmas time, around Easter time, as Day is tackled, trying to break away, and the umpire will ball it up. Meek and De Koning once more. Newcomb trying to shovel a hand pass forward. Walsh in the middle. It's stuck underneath him. Umpire circles. Newcomb eventually gets a hand pass out to Meek. Centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Now to Day. Kicks up towards half forward. Young back with a flight. Couldn't complete the mark. Now it's underneath him. Choles trying to knock it out. McGovern comes charging in. Stuck underneath McGovern now. The umpire will ball it up. Carlton by 5 points. Haven't seen much action in the first 2 minutes, despite Hawthorn traditionally striking first.
Our man Ben Cameron must have got stuck in the lift, just taking his seat now as he bustles his way in past all the other boundary riders for pole position next to Mitch Cleary. It's the place to be down there.
That's 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, now
sorry, Corb.
50-metre penalty here is...
Yeah.
It's a Carlton free kick, and yet the Hawk returned the ball to the wrong player. It was
they took the kick when they thought it was theirs, or it wasn't. You can't do that.
That'll do it. The Blues will be marched downfield. A 5 point lead for Carlton, early stages third term, and Carlton are going back and across as Young swings his kick all the way back to Wiedering. Now an All-Australian, which makes all the sense in the world. Got his first blazer last year, one of 7 first-timers. Could have easily had a few before that as he goes short to Sard, and Sard comes out wide to McGovern. 30-year-old Mitch McGovern. And a dad for the third time recently. Kicks inside the forward 50. Hands on it from Kerno, no mark. Ball spills Impey's way. Hand pass away to Amon. He gives it to D'Ambrosio. Comes out of defence. Short kick. Finds more. Hand pass back to Massimo. The Hawks with the green lights at the moment. Handball to Gunston. Handball to D'Ambrosio. Walsh knocks it down. And Sammy Walsh sees it out of play for the Blues right on halfway. Carlton by 5 points. 3 gone, third term.
It's a good text that's come through from Simon in Adelaide. It's given me a bit of a giggle there, Corb.
Okay.
Come back to that in just a moment. The Blues by 5 points. Cooper Lord, the sub for the Blues, not required as yet. Connor McDonald was subbed down in the second quarter. And Jack Gunston into the game. Another stoppage here as Lloyd Meek follows up his ruck work. Helps with the tackle on Camporelli.
Do you want to do the honours, Liz?
Yeah, Ben Cameron is the little boy on the boundary who tells on everyone.
Caught Lids' attention. He was all over that. We should get Ben a right reply.
Yes, please.
I've never been a dobber. I am not. I am not. I am not. You won't believe the text messages I've got from Ray Chamberlain too. We went to the news, unfortunately, but he said, mate, I'm midway through a Buns and Guns workout. But he said he'd send through the laws, which he duly did. So I'll come back to that in a moment.
Looking forward to hearing Chambo on Saturday with the team. Massimo D'Ambrosio's kick is partially smothered from half back. In the middle of the ground, Akers trying to knock it out for the Blues. Walsh is over the footy, can't extract it. Ginnivan's riding him as he tries to lock him to the turf, and the umpire will ball it up. Carlton by 5 points. Not a lot to report through the opening 4.5 minutes.
Umpire chucks it up, middle of the G. Carlton by 5. De Koning palms it down, picked up by Hewitt. Hand pass out to Walsh. Surge kick down to half forward. High up and under. They come from all directions. Barris spills the mark. Falls to Amon. He's tackled. Doherty got him. Silvani. Hand pass out in front of Cripps. Shoots goalward. Misses near side. Good pressure from Impey. Never gave up on the chase. Behind for the Baggers. They lead by 6 points. It is Carlton 6-5. Hawthorn 5-5. 5 gone in the third term.
Battle quickly brings Hawthorn back into play. Looks out towards half-back. Days the target. Sard reaches up over the back and spoils. Gets some encouragement from Lewis Young through doing so. He was the late inclusion tonight for Harry Mackay, who's out through illness. Charlie Curnow's just had the 2 disposals so far in a half of footy. Just getting underneath one, running underneath it in that last entry inside 50 for the Blues. Thrown back in. Meek makes body contact onto Koning. Gets it down to Watson. Hand pass to Day. The Hawks on half back. Connor Nash swings onto his right hand side. The Irishman, the high ball up the wing. Haynes and Wiedering are both there. They make the spoil. Choles front and centre. Gathers. His kick is smothered by Cowan. Ricochets off Ginnivan. Sard lost the footy. Newcomb tries to gather for Hawthorn at half forward. The pack emerges. Newcomb for 50. Tries to skim it towards goal. And just misses the right-hand side of the right goal post. Thought his way through it well. McGovern was trying to race back. He was never going to get there. Carlton's lead remains at 5 points.
McGovern kicks to the centre square. Nash spoils down Carlton's way. Doherty, hand pass to Fogarty. Kicks deep inside 50. Silvani's got it. Up on the shoulders of Amon. And Jack Silvani can shoot from centre half forward just inside the 50.
Well, I like the aggressive kick from McGovern straight down the middle of the ground. They had numbers around. It's all risk, but you get rewarded if you actually get the bubble right, and they did. They were clean. It was the Sam Doherty handball going forward to Fogarty, which then just had 2 Carlton players streaming forward in Kemp and Silvani, and
big mismatch, wasn't it?
It was, and Jack just rose at the right time.
He's looked dangerous up front. He's kicked 1 already. With the family number on his back, Jack Silvani moves in, drop punt, fades to the left and behind. 6-6 to 5-6. Carlton's 1-goal lead restored 7 minutes into the third term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, your call team for Thursday night footy.
I reckon Newcomb breathed a little sigh of relief. I know he called him, summed it up well. We had 2 blokes just all on their own. Clinchy going inside forward 50.
He sure did. Sicily with the kicking duty, swings it towards Meek. It's brought down by Walsh with DeConing support. Newcomb at half back. Hand pass to Connor Nash. Tries to draw a couple of opponents. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Boundary side. Now to D'Ambrosio. Up towards Chol. Good kick. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. He's got Hardwick short. He might try and go deeper than that. Gunston's the target. Yeah. McGovern can't get back. Holland's tried to make up ground. That was some sort of pass.
I thought he missed the easier option, Chol. And I was like, this is an aggressive kick, but I'll tell you what, they all back in their legs, the Hawks, don't they? And that is an absolute penetrating bullet over about 50 to Jack Gunston in the forward pocket.
Now Sam Walsh has come to the boundary, but here's Jack Gunston. Opens up the angle like a good veteran onto the field and into the action and steers it straight through the middle. And Hawthorn lock things up after 8 minutes of this third quarter. 6-6, 42 apiece ahead of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, this is a very ginger, sore Sam Walsh. Came off, sort of hobbled without any clear injury as we had a look at it as he made his way to the bench, but was feeling around for his ribs. Has a little bit of blood coming from his nose as well. I'll just keep an eye on Sam Walsh and come back to you.
Yeah, you spoke about that kick, Murph. He had Hardwick all on his own just outside 50, but went for the more aggressive option, and it did. It had to get there low and hard. I think we've just seen DeConning get Sammy Walsh in the face, potentially. That's why he's coming off.
Spoil on half back, where they're both trying to defend the kick in from Sicily.
Oof. Never good, those ones.
No. Hopefully he's okay. We'll get Ben to keep an eye on Sammy Walsh downstairs. Hawks out of the middle. McKenzie, hand pass to Newcomb. Kicks to centre half forward, and Young jumps in the hole, takes the intercept mark. And Louis Young goes corridor, finds Motlop. Ground opens up for the Blues. He just dabs his kick short, finds Fogarty. Up on the wing for Carlton. The Spotswood Junior Footy Club played there with Jordan Boyd, and now teammates at AFL level. A good story as he kicks to DeConing over the back of the pack, and TDK comes down to earth with the Sharon.
Well, I was just about to make a comment that I thought they needed another 15-20 metre kick to try and penetrate the Hawthorn defence and get one out the back. But when you got Tom De Koning, who's resting a bit forward there from the centre square bounce, this is what I want him to do, push hard forward and really challenge his opposing ruck, because when he can jump at the free like that, it's hard to stop.
De Koning, can he finish his work? The drop punt. Hits the post. It's a go-ahead score. Behind for De Koning. So 10-minute mark, third term. Carlton 6-7. Hawthorn 6-6. The Blues haven't used their sub yet. The 20-year-old Cooper Lord in his fourth game. While Connor McDonald, unfortunately, was subbed out in the first half with a suspected high ankle injury. So coming into the game, Jack Gumster before half-time.
Carl Amon with a long kick in for the Hawks. Battle couldn't complete the mark. Needs support. Hand pass to Ward. He loses it. Cottrell for the Blues. Trace a bullet inside 50. Down low for Amon. Can't take it. Lays the tackle on Williams. Motlop was clean. Hand pass to Hewitt. Fires across the face of goal and misses to the right-hand side. All of a sudden the Blues kicked 4 behind so far in this third quarter to Hawthorn's 1-1. Carlton leading by 2 points.
I like this from Rulai in Adelaide off the SMS. I was in a player count call in an amateur league grand final. They had too many on. We offered the captain to fix it. He didn't, so we called for the count. There's more on that coming up as Jaff goes out wide for the Hawks. De Koning knocks it down. Free kick. Out of zone umpire over the shoulder. Free kick Hawthorn. Newcombe wanted to take the advantage. It's coming back. The umpires called it, but the halftime siren went. Their players were drifting on and off, and what do you know? They passed the test. The penalty for the failed count was a free kick to them, which they took at the start of the third quarter. What a farce. Still not done as Hawthorn win it back on the wing. McGuinness, hand pass comes the way of Amon, shoots it over the top to Morrison, handball to Moore, spins out of trouble. Handball further afield finds McGuinness, tumbles a kick down to half forward. Joel Clever knocks it to Hardwick, hand pass to Ginnivan, centering kick is perfect. Onto the lap of Josh Ward. And that is sensational team footy by the Hawks.
Champagne footy that, wasn't it?
They're just so good under pressure.
Yeah.
They still keep backing themselves in, whether that be by hand or foot. But on that occasion, it was by hand, and it was just one tackle after the next. There was just numbers of Carlton coming at them. You can't fault the way in which they went about it then, the Blues. But Hawthorn was just too slick.
Yep. A touch from Joel and then the kick from Ginnivan. Rather than going for the sticks wide out at left half forward, finds his mate Josh Ward. And Ward to finish off the work. Returns Hawthorn to the front. And this Hawthorn machine is humming in the young season. 13 minutes gone in the third term. Hawks by 4, 7-6. They lead Carlton 6-8. And Josh Ward in his 44th game, just the 6th goal of his career.
This is where the challenge arises now for Carlton, because they have been pressuring really hard in this third term and still been committing themselves for the contest and at the man. But when you see Hawthorn get through the way in which they do, you just got to go, well, sometimes they're just too good and we've got to wear it. But we've got to keep on coming forward in numbers and tackling and pressing, because that's when they're at their best doing that. But the Hawks just standing up terrifically well, just whether that be in the tackle or just having the composure to still find a man, drive towards a teammate. They're just getting all the basics done really well at the moment, the Hawks.
Sicily shot forward, Joel into the ruck. Oh, pulled that trigger. Interesting to see.
Jack Ginnivan's just had the 5 disposals for the match, but I'm sure Sam Mitchell will highlight that unselfish act. In the middle of the ground, it's Young and Chol. It spills down the way of Walsh. Got tackled by McKenzie, but releases Williams. He bursts away, hacks a kick towards half forward. Cottrell wasn't the target, but he does gather it. He chips it on the bounce to Kemp. Hand pass to Doherty. Dragged down by Morrison. Did he have the ball? Umpire waves play on. Silvani can't take it. Under pressure, Jaff gets it away to Morrison. Defending desperately. Hardwick in the back pocket. Hand pass to Amon. They find a way out. Gets the hand pass away to D'Ambrosio. His kick towards Watson, who is shoved underneath.
Downfield.
Gives away the downfield free. Yes, it was. D'Ambrosio was cannoned into by Cripps, and downfield free kick for the Hawks.
So third quarter action, midway through it. Sicily swung forward, as Lids mentioned, and Watson's kick knocked out of bounds by Young. We haven't seen it since the last quarter against Sydney. Went forward, obviously, and played a match-winning role. Played a whole game in defence last week. Hawks with a bit of momentum. They've kicked the last 3 goals in the game.
And now trying to capitalise.
Yeah, they're captain to full forward. Like the move?
Yeah, I do. Chol just giving it to Young for not marking that when he probably could have sported out of bounds.
Cripps still rucking against Weddle. They both miss it. Watson, hand pass away to D'Ambrosio. Handball to McKenzie, slips out of a would-be tackle. Broke free of that. Kicks inside the forward arc. Favoured Haynes, punched by Gunston, down into the lap of Chera. Carlton back with it. All Cowan gives it to McGovern. Didn't take the first option. Caught, holding the ball. Free kick, and the wizard Watson locks him up in a spell at centre-half forward for the Hawks.
Great tackle, wasn't it? He just locked him up, did not give him a chance, and the ball just popped out.
Cowan would want that moment back, and Nick Watson has it on the edge of the centre square.
Just gone up a notch, hasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, it's good.
It's allowed Carlton to get everyone back inside the defensive 50. The kick towards Sicily. Weddle flies from behind on the shoulders of Wiedering. Ginneman tries to get it to McInnes. 15 out. Hat pass to Marbiol Chol, who finishes from the top of the goal square. How did he find space? Chol with his second. The delay with the ball being returned, and sure enough, Hawthorn come up with a big goal. 2 goals on the trot to make it a 10-point ball game. Hawthorn's way, 8-6-54 to the Blues, 6-8-44. 15 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You're with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, again, Lids, it was a tackle, and he was just able to stand up in it and still release to a teammate, and that's something that they've been so strong at, especially in the last 5 minutes. The heat's been right there for both sides, but Carlton have been pressuring really, really hard. But Hawthorn, to their credit, just keep on finding a way through the tackle and still being able to release to a teammate. Again, Chol was standing there by himself. I'm not sure who it was in the goal square, but they probably need to just come up on the back of him rather than stand there and watch the ball go over his head.
Oh,
he's just
Louis Young maybe on. Nick Haynes is on the goal line. Yeah.
So Chol into the ruck now. Weddle and Sicily, the 2 deepest forwards for Hawthorn. And this is a big stage in the game. Hawthorn back out by 10. Can Carlton stem the flow? Out they get a takeaway out the middle as Hewitt soccers it inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Kemp had it, lost it. Motlop, the foot skills, soccers it to his own advantage. Handball back to Hewitt, who started it all. Gets on his right boot, he's tackled, lost it. Amon, hand pass to Ward for the Hawks. Last line of defence. Handball to McKenzie, handball to Hardwick, and he just pumps it out of defence for Hawthorn. Punched away in the other direction by Chera. Picked up though by Jaff. Kicks along the boundary line. Watson thought about keeping it in play. Hand pass out in front of Day. Cripps got rid of him. McGuinness wins the footy. Hand pass going the wrong way. Camporiali. Handball away to Cowan. Gives it inside to Cripps.
Whose kick is smothered. Great desperation from Jaff. Sees it out for a boundary throw-in. And the Hawthorn teammates come from everywhere to applaud that great defensive work.
Just a difference at the moment. Hawks are just finishing their plays. Carlton had their opportunities here, but it was just the one extra tackle that they couldn't stand up in it to release to a teammate to score.
Hawthorn by 10 points, having kicked the last 3 goals. Carlton's last 4 scores have all been behind. Day tries to get a hand pass back to Weddle. It goes out of play for a boundary throw-in. Centre wing on the Shane Warnstein side.
George Hewitt just on the wrong side.
Yeah, just need to just stand up in the tackle a little bit too, and then it could release to Motlop. But yeah, that's the pressure of the game.
Missed opportunity.
Hewitt up to 20 disposals, leading possession getter on the ground. Whistle from the non-officiating umpire. Free kick going the way of the Hawks, and Jack Ginnivan off the ball was being held. He turns it immediately, comes into the middle of the ground, finds Ward, wanted to give the hand pass over the top first to Morrison and McKenzie. Pushed back behind his mark. That was a great kick. Found McInnes at centre-half forward. Gets the kick away before Cottrell's contact. Looking for Chol in the pocket. Young defending. Didn't get a fist to it initially. Put enough pressure back on Chol to spoil it out of play. In the left forward pocket under the Olympic stand. Hawthorn leading by 10 points. 18 minutes gone, third term. 8-6-54 to the Blues, 6-4-44.
I love the effort and want of Finn McGuinness to get up and down the ground, but know your players around you, mate. Give the hands and let them finish.
Boundary throw in, forward 50 for the Hawks. Haynes comes through, picks it up. Ginnivan's got him. Saw him change his jumper just minutes before the bounce. Had the longies on. Decided short sleeves tonight. Tropical storm. Still 20 degrees in Melbourne as Ginnivan had it, lost it, tackled by Walsh, who's back out there after that bloodied nose. Kicks out of defence, but it's coming back. D'Ambrosio to the hot spot. Weddle can't mark. Now he's tackled by Sard. Sard takes the footy. Weddle tackles him. Ump says, I'll have it. 20 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end. A 10-point lead for the Hawks. They have kicked the last 4 goals in this game.
Weddle and Cripps. Cripps follows up his ruck work. The Carlton captain with a clearing kick towards halfback. Morrison up. Fogarty as well. Got it down to Cottrell for the Blues. His kick is up the wing. Barris was waiting for that. Gathers. Hand pass to Battle. Comes inboard. D'Ambrosio to Day. One way then the other. Got around Silvani. Hurries a kick inside 50. Up goes Wiedering. And the All-Australian fullback takes a good mark under pressure. Turns to his left and switches to the back pocket. Capariali marks. Hawthorn leading by 10 points. He's hemmed in the left back pocket. Called to play on. He drives a long ball up the wing. Zach Williams is going to be outnumbered. McKenzie in from the side. Jaff was there as well. McKenzie takes the mark for the Hawks.
It's had a good night, Cam McKenzie. He was hot early. He had pick 7 in the draft a couple of years back from the Hawks. They've got a few pick 7s on their list with Josh Ward at the same selection and Jack Scrimshaw, who was actually taken, of course, by the Gold Coast, but now a Hawthorn player. Barris, a long entry inside 50. Weeder in characteristic fashion punches it away. Haynes swats it straight down onto the chest of Chera. He kicks back to the centre square and Barris will reload. Lays a hand pass off his knees to Impey. Trying to get something started. Flares it to half forward. One-hander for Gunston. There's not much you can do about that as Walsh just looks on and can't believe it as the wily old veteran reels it in.
Can't buy experience, can you? There was great work by Barras behind the footy just to one market to turn that ball over, but then to get the ball moving again. Thought it might have gone a little bit too quick because Jarman Impey ran straight into trouble.
Right half forward. Gunston right foot against the boundary line, but he's too good. He's got a couple, and the Hawks are rolling. 5 on the bounce, either side of half-time. And this game has been threatened. Well, they are threatening, is what I should say, to take the game away from the Blues. 6-8-44 Carlton. Hawthorn out in front. 9-6-60. A 16-point lead for the Hawks. It's a new game high. Time on in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great finish, Jack Gunston. But this is where Carlton have shown us that they've rolled over a little bit with a momentum swing, haven't they, in the last probably however many games you want to go back. Once a side starts to get a roll on, how do they stop that? They've had their opportunities up forward, Murph, that we just spoke about. They need to win this clearance, get it forward. The best way to stop momentum is kick a goal back the other way. So over to you, midfielders, get the ball forward and then let's try and get a score on the board.
Feels like it's an important stage of this match. De Koning and Meek back in the middle of the ground. Cripps trying to get involved. Bursts out of the middle. Hand pass to Hewitt. Swings onto his right-hand side. Drives it inside 50. Up goes Weddle. Big fly. Can't hang on to it. Jaff front and centre. Locked up by Kemp and Motlop. And the umpire will board up. It's just 20 metres out from the Blues goal at the city end. Umpire asking who the two rucks are. De Koning and Meek are waiting. Thrown up. De Koning tries to tap it over the back. Throwing his head back was Williams. No whistle. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Hawks have kicked the last 5 goals in the game. It's drawn Michael Voss down from the coach's box back to the bench.
So all the big moves. Voss to the boundary line. Sicily to full forward. As the coaches try and have an impact here in this game as Cripps had it, lost it, spills to Doherty, short kick into the pocket, on the bounce, collected, not quite by Kemp. Battle gets rid of him and helped over the boundary line by Hewitt. Says boundary throw-in, left forward pocket for the Blues.
That's been their biggest share of the last probably 2 years, hasn't it? The 6-goal streaks. There was a stat I saw during the year that Hawthorn, Richmond are in that category of some of the Blues.
De Koning gets rid of Meek, wins it down, hand pass away to Williams, who goals. And the Blues hang about. A much-needed goal in the context of the game. Zach Williams with his second. And as Hawthorn threatened to run away with it, the Blues hang tough. 9-6-60 Hawthorn, Carlton 7-8-50. 24 gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Exactly what they needed, Murph, isn't it? That's what we called for. They got the first half of the equation right. They got it out of the middle, got it into their front half. And they were able to get a couple of repeat stoppages. That ball went up. It looked like Battle was about to mark it. Just enough to keep that ball on the ground, force another throw in. And then De Koning gets rid of Meek, get him out of the way. And Zach Williams just swooping around the back. Probably needed someone to be on his hip pocket. He had no one on him. He's just standing all by himself. There's a little RFI for the Hawks going forward in their review.
The voice of Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Carlton's first goal since Chera at the 25-minute mark, or Motlop was wiped at the hour mark, depending on which way you're following. There's a spike on the arc as they'll bring the ball back, and that goal had to be taken. The Hawks kicked 5 on the bounce since then. Meek in the ruck. It spills down the way of the Blues. De Koning follows up, kicks towards half forward at Motlop. Through his arms back now, volleys it inside 50. Silvani leads up, can't take it cleanly. It spills out towards the top of the 50. Camporeale over it. Day. High contact, not a fishy umpire. Advantage taken. Motlop steadies. Can he finish this time? It won't be taken off him. And the Blues are coming with a charge. 2 quick goals in the matter of 2 minutes. And the margin all of a sudden is back to single digits. Hawthorn by 4 points. 9-6-60 to Carlton 8-8-56. On ABC Sport, you're with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Oh, I gave him a wrap-up last time. He kicked one and then got turned around. But I think it's probably been his best game for the footy club, Jesse Motlop. I reckon his pressure and hunt around the contest has been really strong. Been a few toe pokes and just getting the ball forward, but he's looked zippy, had plenty of energy, and that's what they really need from him. But really good contest work. Just been an important couple of minutes, because if Hawthorn probably got the next one before that last goal, it was almost not lights out, but they were staring down the barrel, Carlton.
Not sure you can call advantage from a throw, though.
Back to 4 points. Big moment for the Blues. 4-point game. Newcomb out of the middle. Roves the tap from Meek. Hand pass to McKenzie. Kicks to centre half forward. Date knocks it down to the advantage of Gunston. He's caught. And a ball up in centre half forward for the Hawks. It's a big statement, Murph. Means it's the best game we've seen from a Carlton number 3 since 2021.
Probably fair shout.
As it's tossed up, centre half forward for the Hawks. Down it comes to Walsh. He's tackled immediately. So ball up centre half forward for the Hawks. Sicily still at full forward. And the Blues yet to pull the trigger on their sub. It's Hawthorn by 4 points.
Akers was shoved down before the umpire had a chance to ball up the ball, and then had a look and said, yep, free kick, something off the ball. So Blake Akers in the back pocket, up towards half-back. Big fly, Motlop one direction, Impey the other. Spills out the way of the Hawks. Newcomb to battle. It opens up in front of him. A little stride forward as he drives a kick inside 50. Sicily can't get a run on it. Koning back with the flight. Moore trying to gather under immense pressure from Hollands, and now Wiedering helps with the tackle. And the umpire will ball up in the left forward pocket for the Hawks. 25 metres around from their goal. They lead by 4 points.
Another forward 50 stoppage. Down it comes to Day. Sard tackles in. Ball spits out. Carlton win it back. Cowan, hand pass away to Young. Kicks out of defence. Impey goes up. Did he get front on contact? Yes. Free kick. And Impey's going to get it with Motlop tracking back. Couldn't get out of the way as Impey was trying to mark. So 70 metres out. Hawthorn by 4 points. They did lead by a game high 16 earlier in the quarter, and then Carlton have kicked 2 quick ones.
Ollie Hollands has done a fantastic job on Dylan Moore. Really quelled his influence. Wear him like a glove.
Yeah, his best of field last week too. More in that win over Essendon. Short to D'Ambrosio. Kicks to full forward. Punched away, and then Hollands knocks it away from Watson through for a behind. So 5-point lead for the Hawks. Time on in the third term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, 7 touches for Moore. I wrapped him up before the game, but he's been absolutely gloved by the young fella who hardly played a game at half-back, you'd think.
Oh, cute. Bullet pass that found. Cowan, I think made a few Carlton fans nervous as well. Cowan up towards half-back. Silvani worked Jaff underneath the footy. Morrison gathers. Silvani with a good tackle. Locks him up on the wing. Centre of the Shane stand wing. Hawthorn by 5 points. 9-7-61 to the Blues 8-8-56. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you either on ABC local radio via the digital platform ABC Sport, or of course on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL button. Quick kick out of the congestion up towards Cottrell. Can't take the mark. Jaff's there providing the pressure. Umpire will ball it up.
4-point lead for the Hawks. Meek wins it down. Newcomb thought he was taken high. Says keep rolling as Ward tackles Camporeale on the bottom of all of that. Nash got a kick out, but picked off by Walsh. Kicks Carlton to centre half forward. Punched away by Battle. The ball in the middle of the G. And Newcomb back up, trying to track it. Couldn't trap it. Falls down towards Jaff. His hand pass finds McGuinness, and he's tackled centre half forward for Carlton. Sicily still at full forward. Wiedering on him. He just pushed the trainer away moments ago, Wiedering, after that last score, but he's staying out there and marking Sicily.
Nick to Koning, tangle again. To Koning, a little toe poke. Cottrell, a little toe poke. Ricochets off Kem. Through traffic. Walsh got it back to Kem. Trying to charge his way through. No going forward as a great tackle laid. Carl Amon had to just hang on and wins the free kick for holding the ball. Kemp letting him know about it.
Huge tackle, wasn't he? He was going at absolute pace. He's not the biggest man, Amon.
Former Port Adelaide midfielder. As he kicks out towards Lloyd, Meek at half-back. Day in the pack, almost completes the mark. Walsh is there as well. He tries to claim it laying on his back. Who would you say has had the more impactful game in the ruck? Lids, Murph, obviously, Meek or De Koning?
I'm leaning towards De Koning currently.
Hawks by 5. Meek wins this head out down to Day. Got it out to Nash. His hand pass a turnover, and then Nash tackles Chera. After giving him the footy, they scrap for it at ground level and a ball up.
He's had the 13 disposals. De Koning. Meeks had the 9, and De Koning 34 hitouts to 25. So he's probably just beating him at the moment.
Yep. De Koning with the running start. They share it down. Cripps throws his boot at it. Ball tumbles down to half forward. Fogarty trying to keep it alive, and Jaff in the end inadvertently soccers it out of bounds. Throw in half forward for the Blues. Credible tonight, 9 players on Hawthorn's list have come from other clubs. So at their second or third home in AFL footy, and there's 10 out there for Carlton. But you work your way through the Hawthorn names and you realise just how much they've improved since being in this program, which is a great reflection of the Hawks. As Jaff down to half forward, Watson traps it, gives it to Ward. They're on the counter-attack. Hand pass to Moore. He's tackled by Doherty, dispossessed. Saab takes the advantage to Akers.
Bounced into his fellow teammate, and then they ran into a dead end together and a big tackle laid. Hawthorn win it back. Massimo D'Ambrosio and Carl Amon hanging on for dear life, and Blake Akers has been on the receiving end of a couple in the last few minutes. The Hawks through D'Ambrosio out to the wing, where it's taken by Newcomb, up to Ginneman by foot. Hand pass over the top to Moore. Tackle by McGovern, got him. No, in the back. Oh, Carlton fans don't like that. They're out of their chair below us in the Olympic stand. Mitch McGovern sometimes can find himself on the wrong side of it, but it probably was there by the letter of the law. Dylan Moore takes the free kick, veers out to the right. McGovern came charging at him, made some contact, kicks up towards Sicily and Gunston. Wiedering missed it. It's cleared by Cottrell up towards Akers, and the mark is taken in front. D'Ambrosio caught one for his trouble in the eye.
D'Ambrosio, one of those 9 Hawks previously in a different club, as he spears a kick, but Chera takes the intercept mark. Chera looks to the broadcast wing. Curnow the target, gets his mitts around it as he marks late in the quarter. Hasn't had a heap of it. Curnow goes long to Cripps. Edges Jaff underneath the footy. Cripps 70 out. Waits for some support. Closed down by Jaff. Kicks off the left peg and finds Doherty, who spills the mark. Broken up by Amon. Desperate defence. Ward wins it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Newcomb. Back to Ward.
He looks up, wants Ginnevan. Missed him with the kick. Wiedering peels off. Saad got a toe poke in there. Leads the foot race at half-back. Classy pick up from the number 42. Swings back and chips it to Wiedering, who takes the mark inside the defensive 50. Hawthorn by 5 points. It feels like it's gone up a notch or two as he goes back to Young, who marks just 15 metres out from his defensive goal. And that might just about do us to three-quarter time. Young called to play on. Kicks up towards the MCC members wing. Cripps the target. Jaff just belts it away with a statement at the end. Hawthorn booted 4-2 to Carlton's 2-4. And the Hawks hold a 5-point advantage, looking to keep their undefeated start to the season going. They are 9-7-61 to Carlton 8-8-56. For the Hawks, 2 goals to Jack Gunston, 2 goals to Blake Hardwick. Both of Gunston's goals coming in this third quarter, having been subbed into the match for Connor McDonald. Individuals to, and Marbio Chol with 2 as well, I should say. Individuals to Moore and Ward alongside Nick Watson, while for the Hawks, their goal, for the Blues, their goals have come through 2 to Zach Williams, individuals to Savani, Motlop, Chera, Kemp, Hewitt and Cottrell.
Hawthorn have won 15 of the last 17 games they've led at three-quarter time. The margin is a slim one here, though, just 5 points their advantage. That quarter really broken down by the fact that the Hawks kicked the first 4 goals. And Carlton have kicked the last 2, just as Hawthorn threatened to run away with it. Elsewhere in the world of sport tonight, second half, the Socceroos lead Indonesia 4-0. Socceroos scoring their 4th goal in the 60th minute, so things looking up there for the home team. That's in Sydney in their World Cup qualifier. And in the NRL, it is the Melbourne Storm who lead by 8 points, 24-16 over the Panthers. The Panthers losing Nathan Cleary to suspected concussion in the first half. All right, Hawks by 5 points here. Keen to get the thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. We will do that next. Your thoughts on the SMS as well. All of that ahead. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce before.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Down Brosio, up towards Chol. Good kick. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. He's got Hardwick short. He might try and go deeper than that. Gunston's the target. McGovern can't get back. Holland's tried to make up ground. That was some sort of pass. Jack Gunston opens up the angle like a good veteran onto the field and into the action and steers it straight through the middle. And Hawthorn lock things up after 8 minutes of this third quarter.
Handball further afield finds McGuinness. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Joel Clever knocks it to Hardwick. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Centering kick is perfect. Onto the lap of Josh Ward. And that is sensational team footy by the Hawks.
Champagne footy that, wasn't it?
They just so good under pressure.
And Ward to finish off the work. Returns Hawthorn to the front.
The kick towards Sicily. Weddle flies from behind on the shoulders of Wiedering. Ginnivan tries to get it to McInnes. 15 out. Hand pass to Marbiel Chol, who finishes from the top of the goal square. How did he find space? Chol with his second.
Barris will reload. Lays a hand pass off his knees to Indy. Trying to get something started. Flares it to half forward. One-hander for Gunston. Right half forward. Gunston right foot against the boundary line, but he's too good. He's got a couple, and the Hawks are rolling. Taccone gets rid of Meek, wins it down. Hand pass away to Williams, who goals. And the Blues hang about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
They did well, the Blues. Time on in that third quarter. They kicked 2 goals to answer back to the Hawthorn rush. The Hawks had kicked the previous 5 in the game. They got it out to a game-high 16. But as we turn for home, this game is well and truly live. The Hawks by 5 points. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with our all-Australian pair. Our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Geez, they were electric, the Hawks there in the first probably 15, 20 minutes of that quarter, and it wasn't until that Zach Williams goal where I thought if they got another one, the Hawks, it was almost game over. They just, I know we talked about it throughout that third term, but they were just so precise with ball in hand. Their ability to stand up in tackles and to release to a teammate was just very, very impressive. They looked like certainly a premiership contender on the back end of the Carlton pressure, which was probably A+, really. They were still cracking in and firing all shots at them, but Carlton just didn't have a response. Not only really was it the clearances really that the Blues started to get on top, and it was that clearance from Tom Taccone who just nudged Meek out of the contest to release to Zach Williams, and they got that momentum stopper, which then forced another contest in the middle of the ground, and the clearances are the only real area where Carlton have got the main ascendancy at the moment. They're leading them 41-29. So we know when they can get yardage from those centre square bounces or from stoppages, they're in the game. It's when the game's on turnover that the Hawks look really, really damaging. But got to give credit to the way in which Carlton fought back there. They looked in real danger, Lids.
Oh, you're right, Murph, and it's a credit to them because I think I made mention in that third quarter. This is where typically they've rolled over a little bit, the Blues, but they stuck fat, and it was off the back of that clearance work. Out of the middle of the ground, get it into your forward 50, and then get some repeat stoppages. It allows you to set up the ball or the ground so much stronger behind to give you some strength and stability behind the footy, but yeah, we got a cracker of a last quarter coming up here, Murph. I'm genuinely keen to see who can get the first one on the board to see whether we can blow that game apart.
It'll be interesting to see if Sicily goes down back and offers some more stability down there, and they go back to the way in which they were operating in the first half.
Fire a shot, did he, in that third? Just then,
looked like because Wiedering went to him, and he's very strong, Jacob Wiedering, and the way in which the ball was coming in. Sicily sort of didn't really look like he was going to force too much of the hand up forward, so whether or not he's going to go back, but
he's going forward.
He's going forward again. So
I'll tell you what, if you're a Blues supporter, you'd be thinking your lucky stars you got Jacob Wiedering down there. How many goals does he save every single week? If he's not marking it, he's spoiling it and clearing the area. He has just been a rock down there for the Blue Baggers.
He went there at the 13-minute mark, Sicily, in that quarter. So obviously the quarter running over 30 minutes.
Yeah, Weddle looked more dangerous down there in my opinion.
Yeah.
But they're going with it again, which it's not a bad lever to pull.
Okay.
Weddle down back though now on Motlop.
Final term upon us. Carlton still has some fresh legs with young Cooper Lord. We'll get an update from Ben as to what they're doing with their sub. Final terms here. Game on the line. Can the Blues redeem themselves in this final term and get on the board for the first time in a young season? DeConing leaps up, wins the tap, down to Chera. Hand pass to TDK, kicks back to centre half forward for the Blues. Motlop brings it to ground, slides out of the would-be tackle, turns, looks at the big sticks, his kick is wide. He misses out to the right and behind. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Cooper Lord is just preparing himself to come into this game at the moment. The interchange official for the Blues just went over to the AFL's interchange steward, and suggested that they're about to make a change.
Hardwick brings the Hawks back into play. Whistle at half-back, and it's going to be a Hawthorn free kick before the ball arrived, going the way of Jack Ginneman.
Hawks by 4, by the way. My apologies. I should have snuck that in. Better craft to do that before the throw.
Our pass comes out to Weddle, who links up with D'Ambrosio around the Shane stand wing, up towards Marbiel Chol, who's nudged out of it by McGovern. High fives between he and Louis Young, and the umpire says throw it in. Charlie Curnow's just had the 3 disposals for the match in his first game since August last year. He's had the 2 marks, hasn't had a shot on goal. Kemp has had 4 disposals. Haynes has had 6.
Yeah.
Gut feeling leads as to who might make way.
For a runner like Lord, I'd probably say Fogarty maybe.
Meek down to Newcomb, hand pass to Day, kicks towards the teeth of goal. Haynes careful not to make front-on contact with Moore. Scholl gathers, an impossible shot on goal from the left forward pocket for his 3rd. Oh, the Charles Royce right there as he finishes with absolute class from the left forward pocket. The pick-up and the finish, and Hawthorn strike first in this final term to make it a 10-point lead. 10-7-67 to Carlton 8-9-57.
That was something out of nothing, wasn't it? It was probably Lewis Young who went to contest the ball at ground level and just bobbled away from him, and he just left his direct opponent just standing there. So if you're going to go and attack the footy, you need to do something with it rather than just stick the leg out. But
and then Haynes a little bobble as well.
Just got to get these moments right. These big moments, the Carlton plays, especially down back, where you just get hurt if you don't get it right.
How good's that finish though for a bloke who's 6'5", just running towards the boundary, picked it up off his toes.
He's had a good start to the year, hasn't he? I think last week was one of his highest rated games as a Hawk. Second season at Hawthorn after, of course, stints with Richmond and Gold Coast, and he's got 3 tonight. Getting a bit of reward as the only big target down there. Hawks going forward again, advantage applied. Day
there
inside 50, and there's your man Wiedering.
Yeah,
takes the intercept mark in front of Sicily.
He's a star.
He's that good.
Yeah, such a start.
Jacob Bauer try and play a shutdown role on him last week. He looks for Cripps. Familiar combo, Wiedering to Cripps. Hand pass out in front of Chera. Against the boundary line, sends Carlton to half forward, hands to it from Curnow, can't complete the mark, tries to soccer it off the deck, Battle moves him out of the way, wins the footy. Hawthorn back in the other direction, Newcomb gives it to McKenzie, clever kick out in front of Watson, who takes the sprawling mark on the wing. Hawks by 10, 3 gone final turn.
There's a mark.
Umpire is just going to converge with the boundary umpire, make sure it was taken in.
Surely we're not checking whether it was inbounds. He took that like a metre inside the boundary line.
I think he's checking to see whether it bounced, potentially.
It's another one for Chambo for Saturday.
Yep.
Subtle Corby. Watson, centre wing, up towards Sicily. Top of the 50, McGovern 1 by 2, enough to be paid the mark. He has it at left half back. Hawthorn by 10 points. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass call the action. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McGovern out towards Curnow, nudged underneath it. Battle takes the mark. Umpire gives the all clear. Hawthorn's new defensive duo working well there.
Battle, daring corridor kick. It makes its way to Newcomb, who marks outer edge of the centre square. 10-point lead for the Hawks. They want to go southern side. Newcomb puts a little too much on that, trying to get it out to Hardwick. Has to go back and collect it in live play. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Short kick, southern boundary line finds Weddle. 10-point lead for the Hawks. Blues competitive throughout. The Hawks threatening to break the game open in the third. The Blues respond. Weddle long kick inside 50. Sicily claims the mark.
There he is.
And it's going to be paid.
Yep.
Kept it in front of him. Yep, I'm okay with that too. And Sicily will shoot here, Lids, from left half forward.
He will. Just after you sing a bloke's praises in Jacob Wiedering, and you can't really blame him for trying to mark this coming across. He did have a good run at it, but Sicily just stood tall in front.
And he's often looked their most threatening target up front, Sicily. The All-Australian calibre defender. The perfect swingman. Pops it through. And the Hawks are out to a game-high advantage. 16 points their lead again at the 5-minute mark of the final term. Hawthorn 11-7-73, Carlton 8-9-57. And Sicily makes an impact here up front.
Yeah, well, here we go. The challenge has arisen again.
Back to where it was in the third quarter, Murph.
So now it goes back to the centre square bounce, and it's all about these clearances, which is where they got themselves back into the game in that third period. So they'd have to go back to their one wood here and just try and win the ball out of the middle and try and lock it in their forward half of the ground, because if the ball gets into live play and it's a turnover game, and the Hawks just got them on toast at the moment. So it needs to get back to stoppage work here, but the test is right here for the Carlton Footy Club.
Equal biggest lead of the match. The Hawks got out by 16 points at the 21-minute mark of the third term. The Blues kicked 2 goals to finish the quarter. Game on the line here. Meek out of the ruck. Was able to beat to Koning. Gets the hand pass around the back to Newcomb. Drives him inside. 50. Chol with a fly. Can't come down with the footy. Over the top of Young. Cottrell front and centre. Hand pass to Williams. Hand pass looking for Wiedering. Sicily contests for the footy. Sard laid the tackle. He might have just dropped it. Got away with one there. Wiedering kicks a quick ball out towards the wing. In front, Jaff, tackled by Motlop, spills out towards De Koning, and he tackles it. He taps it across the boundary line. There's the threat of a tackle. Hawthorn leading by 16 points. Approaching 6.5 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Voss has still got his sub, Cooper Lauder, up his sleeve. The 20-year-old celebrating a birthday today. De Koning wins it down to Hewitt. Hand pass away to Doherty. Floats an inside-out taunt down to half-forward. Hand on it from Barris. Picked up by Hardwick. Tackled, taken out of play by Fogarty. In fact, it was just inside the boundary line, so ball up at half-forward. Ben Cameron.
Camporeale has been subbed out of the game, and Cooper Lord is about to come on with a fair old mud flap that he does roll with there.
Pick 9 in the mid-season draft last year out of North Melbourne's VFL team, Cooper Lord. From the ball up half forward for the Blues. They're going nowhere fast here as De Koning down to Newcomb, and he's tackled.
De Koning wins down the tap. Newcomb locked up by Doherty, and the umpire will ball it up. Charlie Curnow was just doing some run-throughs on the bench, so hopefully he's all okay in his first game back since August last year. Umpire throws it up. De Koning over the top of Meek, spills down in front of Doherty and Ward. Neither can get a clean disposal away. In the end, it stays in momentarily. Ginnivan gathers. He bangs it back up the wing. Haynes and Wiedering are both there. Sicily tries to reach over the back. Chol, clean pick up. Ran into Chera. Great tackle holding the ball.
Let's give it, big fella.
Chol tried to drop it onto his boot but couldn't make contact, and Chera will take it. Possession number 20 come out for him. Hewitt with 22 and Cripps with 23 as he goes short to Haynes between wing and half forward for the Blues.
Former skim surfer, is that right, Lids?
Yeah, skim border.
Skim border. As Haynes kicks it to full forward, hands on it from Silvani, no mark. Pack develops at his feet, and the ump says, I'll have it.
You wouldn't have thought it'd be a pretty deep competition, the skimboarding, would you?
I'm not sure. One of champs doing, I think, from all reports. Pretty good at it.
I'm going to make that my new Scott Pendlebury, former basketballer, skimboarder every time Nick Haynes gets the footy. Close to the boundary line, Walsh keeps it alive. Hand pass out to Hewitt, he's shoved out of bounds. Boundary throw in here, half forward for the Blues, so they need the next one. Carlton 16 down in a low-scoring game. And is an equal game high. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Hawks by 16, 9 gone final term.
Meek knocks it down to the front. Williams onto it, trying to get a hand pass towards the teeth of goal. Bouncing ball for Kemp through traffic to Walsh, stripped of it. Hewitt charges in. Ward lays the tackle. Carlton fans thought it was high. Play on's the call. Spills out to Meek. He's tackled and brought down by Walsh and De Koning. And the umpire will ball it up. It's getting desperate for Carlton. Plenty of pressure, looking for some reward for all their work. 40 metres out from the Carlton goal at the punt road end. De Koning taps it down, but it's straight to D'Ambrosio of the Hawks. Kicks an up and under kick to half-back. Sicily made the spoil. Cleverly tapped it out towards Chol. Goes to the one-handed pick-up, can't gather. A little toe poke out in front of him. Young's there with him. Young slides in. Footy stuck underneath him. And the two tangle out over the boundary line. The Hawthorn fans are out of their chairs and the members leaning over the fence with applaud. The boundary throw-in with Hawthorn leading by 16 points.
It's a big win, that. Just hacking one out of their defensive 50, being able to get it to the half-forward flank. Good job by Chol.
Cooper Lord steps on the ground. Mark McClure's number 36. Out there for the Blues as Meek whacks it forward into the path of Ginnivan. Sweeping hand pass inside 50. He's Sard off the back flank. High up and under. Still at half-back for the Blues. Off hands. Nash competes in the air. Spills down to Newcomb. He can put Hawthorn back inside 50. Sicily down there. Young looks to spoil. Can't kill it. Gunston second to arrive. Akers had it. Doesn't go out. Gunston keeps it alive to McGuinness. He's tackled out of play. Now we'll have a boundary throw-in. Forward pocket still for the Hawks. 16 points, a game-high lead for Hawthorn, 10 gone in the final term.
Hawks have kicked the only 2 goals of this final term. This is tossed back in. Bit going on off the ball between Moore and Hollands. It's gathered by De Koning. Quick kick out of the congestion. Moore couldn't take the mark. Spills out the way of Akers for the Blues. Hand pass to Doherty. Tried to pull his kick to Williams. He left it for Motlop in the end. Hand pass back to Doherty to Hewitt. Up against the boundary line. Motlop's kick is smothered. And Newcomb gets hands in there to see it out of play. Hawthorn are rising to every challenge at the moment. The Hawks leading by 16 points.
Just can't afford to be too cute there. Next thing D50, the Blues. They need to get the ball deep down the line and get another reset deeper.
Taccone moves Meek out of the way, hits the deck, didn't take the ball himself. Cowan off his knees, hand pass to Chera, kicks Carlton down the wing. Doherty the target, Jaff whacks it away. And a boundary throwing right on halfway, spirited high five. I think he had a fresh air shot with Nick Watson. Boundary throwing on the wing. Hawks looking to go 3 and zip. Become the first team to 3 wins in the new season. And for Carlton, they're looking for their first points after the slip up against the Tigers. For the boundary throw in, Day to McKenzie. Hand pass put Eamon under the pump. He was taken high. Free kick Hawthorn. And the Hawks are going to get it defensive side of the wing. So Hawks by 16. 12 gone final term. Blues need the next one.
Carl Lamont has it at half-back. Looks for options for Hawthorn. Decides to kick it as high and as long as he can. Weddle in from the side. Just couldn't hang on to the mark. He's first back onto it though. Gathers on the wing. Head pass to Ward. He's crashed into. Cripps lays the tackle. Lord's involved now. Sends the Blues up towards half forward. Curnow was darting back towards goal. Easy gather for Battle. Hand pass to Morrison. Barris now looks out towards left half back where D'Ambrosio runs hard into space. He takes the mark. Jarman Impey charging in game 200. Out to the wing. Had to sit underneath the high ball. And Hollands makes the spoil and a boundary throw in, but not correctly in the eyes of the umpire.
Run on contact, was it?
Going the way, yeah, I think so. In the end, Hollands sort of crashed into him.
Didn't really watch the footy. I think that's the only thing that saved him there, or didn't save him.
Impey, this 683rd player in VFL AFL history to get to 200 games. Did it across 2 clubs, of course, after starting his career with Port Adelaide, now a Hawk. Short kick to Gunston. Long kick to Sicily. Punched out of his hands by McGovern. Late to arrive. Watson leaps up, punches it back in the other direction. Straight to Chera. His clearing kick picked off. And the Hawks have them hemmed in here as Impey takes a sliding mark at half forward. 16-point lead for the Hawks. 13 gone final term. On a period now of 8 minutes without a goal either way. High bomb inside 50. Punched away again by Young and Cripps. Then Wiedering taps it down to the advantage of Chera. Tries to clear, but kicks to a 2-on-1. Kemp has it all to do. Jaff and Battle with the numbers for the Hawks. Kemp still fighting for it. A free for a hold as Kemp grabs the jumper of Jaff. He's got it for Hawthorn.
Carlton fans irate as Carl Amon across the middle of the ground laterally to Jarman Impey. Chips it out to Day. Had a couple of metres on Wiedering. Takes the mark. He's still 2 kicks out from goal, though, at left half forward as Jacob Wiedering's pulled back a few metres.
Needs the Mark Murphy run around here and just slop this from about 50.
Will Day's looking inboard. On the run, he might be half a chance as he just pokes it into the pocket. Looking for Weddle. He got up high, couldn't take the mark. Sicily put on a block to clear a path for him. It was almost the perfect set play. Just couldn't quite hang on to the mark.
Yeah, it was almost too easy for Weddle, wasn't it? Ended up being just an uncontested chest mark. It was a beautiful pulled kick from Day. but just slipped through his mitts.
Boundary throwing. Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Comes down to Chera. He's gang tackled. Umpire says keep going. Ball's come out. Wiedering grabs it. They all grab him and a ball up inside 50 again for the Hawks. 62,735 the roll up for Thursday night footy. The Hawks on the rise. The Blues always with a huge supporter base. As Nash is tackled and we're going nowhere fast. Umpire says I'll have it again. Still 25 out from the Hawks goal. Hawthorn by 16 halfway through the final term. Weddle and Cripps. Cripps wins it down to Hewitt. Short kick. Gee, ump said not 15 as Carlton player tackled as soon as he got it. The umpire says I'll have it once more. A ball up half forward here for Hawthorn. 16-point advantage.
Thrown up. Cripps doing the ruck work. Got rid of Weddle. A hold. Carlton free kick. The response tells you everything you need to know. The Blues fans feel like they've been on the pointy end of a few as he dances around Watson on the mark. Patrick Cripps into the middle of the ground. Hewitt's underneath it. Takes the mark. Has players streaming past him. Decides to push back behind his mark. Now hand passes to Chera. Possession number 8 in the final term coming up for him. Deep looking for Williams. Battle dropped the mark. Carlton trying to put the pressure on. Battle knocks it out to Jaff. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Corralled by Cottrell. Kicks out of defence. What a pass to Day, who marks it left half back. The Hawks are away. Up to Gunston on the wing. Takes the mark and just holds up for a moment. Can chip it over the top to Watson. Pulls in the one-hander. Got around Cripps. The Wizard from 50. Kicks for goal. This will get him out of their chair. Nick Watson with a special finish. Once more, the Hawks run the length of the MCG. And they finish with the footy in the hands of the right man. And Nick Watson is able to put through his second. And that might be just about match. Hawthorn by 22 points. 12-7-79 to the Blues. 8-9-57. 3 final quarter goals to none the way of the Hawks.
Well, it goes back to this contest down in the deep forward half of the Carlton goals, and it was just the outlets that Carlton allowed them to use the ball. It was D'Ambrosio's left foot over about 55 today, who had just worked that hard to be an option for his teammate.
But then didn't go behind his mark, Murph. It just rolled on and probably caught him out.
Then they just kept on going, whereas you look conversely with the way in which Carlton brought it through, they got one through the corridor and they had options to go quick, and they just didn't do it. They tried to go slow and have a build-up play, but that just shows you the sort of talent they've got on their list. And Nick Watson, the Wizard, just took the ball and ran and finished with a beautiful shot from about 45.
6-6-6 free kick going the Blues' way. Cripps takes it by hand. Hand pass to Hollins off the back of the square. Kicks inside 50. Silvani takes a pat mark. And the long high entry inside the forward 50 hasn't always worked out well for Carlton tonight, but Silvani makes it look neat here.
Well, it's a great catch.
Yep.
It's good to get some dash off. I'll be disappointed with that 6-6-6 the second time around. You don't often see it twice in a game, do you? But good deep entry. Ollie Hollins providing some run from half back. This guy just keeps standing up in big moments. Jack Silvani, good to see him back.
Missed a set shot in the third quarter. This one on a tighter angle, but closer to goal. 45-degree angle, 30 metres out. Hits the post.
Stiff.
And a bit of air goes out of the Carlton balloon, down by 21 points. They're going to need to kick 4 goals from here to win it, and there's 8 minutes and change left on the game clock. So Hawthorn by 21. They've got a bit of wind in their sails as well.
Like last week, just the 2 goals for the Blues after half-time. The Hawks are booted 7 as they work their way out of defence. Marbiel Joel in the pack. Can't take the mark from the kick from Blake Hardwick. It's coming back though. Cottrell drives them inside 50. Silvani, Kemp, Hardwick back with the flight. Takes the mark. So reliable in defence or up forward. Blake Hardwick. Type of player that every coach would love. Hawthorn leading by 21 points. Kicks on the bounce for Ginnivan. Has to try and gather. Going around Walsh. Ginnivan looking for options, decides to hand pass back boundary side. Marbiel Cholu's kicked 3 goals tonight. Working across half back, kicks up towards Jaff, can't take the mark. Put a knee into Lewis Young and off hands it goes out of play. A throw in centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Both coaches have come down to the bench for the last part of this final quarter. That 6-6-6. Josh Weddle was standing at centre-half forward. They were screaming at the bench, get to the wing. He didn't get to the edge of the square in time. Second infringement, as Lids mentioned, and that free kick going the way of the Blues.
All over it. Thanks, Benny. On the bench down there for us on ABC Sport as Hawthorn come up with it from Will Day from the stoppage. Hand pass to Ward, gets it back. Day sweeping hand pass to McGuinness. Can't reel it in. Ginnivan clever, slides in, knocks it away. The ump says sliding, as I think there's a free kick here for the Blues. In fact, it's going to come back for a hold. As Cowan had his jumper tuck, so he'll get it in the back pocket. 21-point lead for the Hawks as we're about to tick into time on final term. Is there another twist in this game as Cowan kicks along the boundary line to Cripps? What do you made of his night, Murph?
Yeah, he's been good again, Paddy Cripps. I just had a look at the broadcast then. Tom DeConning's been on the bench for about 8.5 minutes. Oh, no. So they just need to get the details right, need to get him on.
Cripps kicks it to his opposite number and Jack takes the intercept mark southern wing.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, I just made note of that. The ball's been on the great southern stand side of the ground. Tom DeConing has been standing up here waiting to get on. Can't get on.
Jaff kicks up towards Chol, spoiled away in the end by Cowan. Gathered by Will Day of the Hawks. Hand pass into the middle of the ground for Ward. Gets the hand pass to Newcomb. Under pressure. Kicks off balance. What a pass. Finds McKenzie. 55 metres out from goal. Has Watson in the pocket. And he finds him. Under pressure. They have executed so well, Hawthorn.
Don't turn your back.
First that Will Day handball, the spin around, get it off to... was it Morrison potentially, but then Newcomb just kicked almost blindly but finds McKenzie all by himself. We saw Watson probably drop one from here last week, Corby, I reckon, about the same sort of range, same sort of angle.
Jeff in sunshine on the SMS. The Wiz turned Cripps into a witch's hat. What has he got from us here? Out to the right forward pocket, swings out of the right, and it won't come back. A minor score. Hawthorn by 22 points, 0-4-3-7, 7-7-4, 7-7-4. It's that stage of the match where the camera starts panning the grandstands for Carlton legends in the house.
There's Adam Saad on the kick-out duties. Carlton with it all to do. Down 22 a game high. Kicks to Motlop, sat it on his head, punched away by McKenzie into the lap of Newcomb for the Hawks. Hand pass to Impey. Short kick finds Watson. 70 metres out, looks for Sicily, runs around Wiedering and marks. And Wiedering caught wrong-footed. Sicily's got it right forward pocket.
Yeah, it was a perfect kick. It was Jacob Wiedering sitting probably 10 or 15 metres in front of Sicily. But it was a kick from Watson which was just over his head. And that just allowed him just to be able to read the ball really easily. And Wiedering was just caught in no man's land.
Sicily, the swing man across the body, hits the fat part of the footy. Put it out of bounds on the full in the opposite pocket. Hawks still by 22, just over 5 minutes to go. And Carlton needs something dramatic from here. They've been competitive all night.
Oh, let's throw caution to the wind. You've just got to go attack, and if you lose by 7 goals, then so be it. But you've got to have a crack at trying to win this and go through the corridor and play with handball and try and score as quickly as you can.
Weddle through the middle of the ground. Hand pass Miss Ward. D'Ambrosio. Run down by Fogarty. Umpire waves play on. Walsh for the Blues. Hand pass to Curnow. Through the middle of the ground. Cripps lost it. Couldn't take it cleanly. Sliding in Newcomb down low. Curnow tries to hack it forward. He was taken high. And the free kick will come back to the Carlton spearhead. It's been a relatively quiet return for him. Just the 5th disposal coming up. He's taken just the 2 marks as he loads Carlton up inside 50. Silvani the target. Almost got it off the hands of Hardwick. Battles hand pass out to Morrison. Back pocket. Goes back to Impey against the boundary line. He's happy to see it bounce out of play. And the umpire says throw it in. Tasmania next Saturday night, Corby. Hawthorn taking on the Giants.
Big year in Tassie. So 25 years of Hawthorn's relationship with Launceston playing games at York Park. They'll play a Friday night fixture there later in the season. Two teams with multiple wins to start the new season. Potentially the 3-0 Hawks up against the 2-0 Giants. We've got another ball up here inside the forward 50 for the Blues. They've got something to say about that. 4 minutes to go. They need 4 goals. DeConing grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass away to Morrison. Kicks from the back pocket out to half-back for the Hawks. Oh, the Blues. Cottrell and Cowan left it for one another. McGuinness's hand pass over his shoulder straight to Saad. Advantage applied. The Blues to full forward. Weddle knocks it down. Motlop drags it in. Pack forms around him. Says ball up.
Geez, Battle and Barras have really settled in well together, haven't they, down there? Formed a good little duo.
De Koning hooks it down behind, trying to get it to Motlop. Comes to Meek, his hand pass snuffed out. Lord, handball away to Walsh. He goes back by hand to Cowan, tackled as he went to kick. Amon forces the turnover. McGuinness hand pass to Ward, and he's tackled centre half forward for the Blues. But gee, they've been desperate again tonight, the Hawks, and what a start to the young season. The real spruik team of 2024, the Hawks.
Hawthorn by 22 points. De Koning tried to get rid of Meek. It spills out to Ward, who's tackled by Lord, and the umpire balls it up. The Blues turn their attention to the Western Bulldogs on Friday night. Meek wins down the tap against De Koning. Cripps gets a hand pass out to Chera. He kicks into the pocket. Curno's outnumbered 2-on-1, and Hardwick comes across to help out Battle and sees it out of play for a throw-in. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I've just been watching down here on the bench. Sam Mitchell gesticulating out to James Sicily. Wants to get him behind the ball. So he's gone literally from full forward. He was standing in the middle of the ground to now behind the ball.
Jacob Wiedering's on his own in the middle of the ground as Meek wins down the tap to Morrison. Kicks out towards Chol. Can't take the mark with McGovern in tow. Cottrell just sockers it off the deck. Inside 50. Motlop, was he dragged down by Impey? Cripps gathers. He was. Motlop will get the free kick. In the right forward pocket. 35 metres around on a tight angle. Looking to try and kick his second.
I was just watching the last stoppage, and you've got to hand it to Josh Battle. He just worn him like a glove, Charlie Curnow, tonight. I know Charlie's looked a little bit off, but he's given him no space to jump and run at the footy.
Jesse Motlop. Time against now the Blues. He comes in, fires on goal and misses to the right-hand side. Not even the old Lee Matthews enough minutes for enough goals as it goes through for a minor score. Hawthorn by 21.
Haven't kicked one in this last quarter. So far, the Blues, 3 goals to zip. And we're within 5 points at three-quarter time. Sicily clever, just steps outside of the goal square, waits for someone to come towards him. That man is Doherty, and Sicily's kick goes all the way up to the southern wing. Spills down to Watson. Hand pass releases Chol. Hawthorn out here. Pokes a pass down the wing. It favours Haynes. Can't take the mark. Off hands, it spills down towards Walsh. He's tackled by Ginnivan. Got a handball inboard to Chera. Back in Carlton's hands. Fogarty knocks it forward. Picked up by De Koning. Still on halfway. Sweeping hand pass out to Hewitt. Looks to centre half forward. Silvani to target. Barris breaks it up again. What a night he's had down to Meek. And a hand pass to Newcombe. He comes wide with the kick, and Gunston's got it on the wing. 21 points, the Hawthorn lead. Kicks for more. Heavy landing as he's brought down in the process by Hewitt, and Dylan Moore will get it between wing and half forward.
Yeah, a tough night. Just the 8 disposals. 9 now, I think.
Short to Nash. And the 8th Irishman last week to play 100 games. You know exactly where this is going. He's saying, look, everyone long down the line. And just pump it into the forward pocket, and that's what he does. Joel flies for the footy. Couldn't complete the mark. Close to the boundary line. Watson thought about keeping it alive. Cowan knocks it out to the advantage of Walsh. And Carlton trying to start something on the last line. Walsh hands it straight to Day. He's tackled. And a ball up full forward here for Hawthorn.
Tackled for about the 20th time. And I will take 0 space.
Do they keep those stats? How many times tackled?
Yeah.
Tapped over the back by Meek. Day lost his footing. Cottrell lays the tackle, holding the ball.
Add another one.
A very special comment from you, Lids.
Is it?
Hawthorn by 21 points. Matt Cottrell 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Kicks up towards Charlie Curnow, who's tangled with Battle all night. With support from Newcombe, it spills down to Cripps. Kicks end over end up the wing. Barras runs onto it. Hand pass too slick. Gathered by Kemp. Gets the hand pass back to Motlop. Under pressure, Fogarty looks into the middle of the ground. Silvani comes leading out. Takes the mark in front of Hardwick. Now, Curnow is racing back towards goal. He cuts back in more, but he's looking more central, Silvani. He finds Ollie Hollins, who swings onto his right-hand side. Doherty is the deepest forward. Kemp in from the side. Can't take the mark. Hewitt front and centre. Snaps towards goal. Morrison racing back underneath it. Won't have the distance. Morrison drops the mark, then rushes it through. Umpire says all clear or behind. Hawthorn by 20 points at the 29-minute mark of the final term.
Carl Amon goes short to the back pocket. Finds Hardwick, who takes the mark. Seconds peeling off the clock. And goes long towards that southern wing. Off a series of hands, spills down towards Haynes. High up and under on the spot. Cripps trying to get underneath it. Got a hand pass out to Nash. His handball, a turnover, goes straight to Chera. Feeds it through to Hewitt. Hewitt kicks to full forward for the Blues, and there's Sicily. And how appropriate that it ends in the hands of James Sicily. This skipper leads from the front, and they might just be the brown and gold standard. The Hawks, the first team to 1 win, the first team to 2 wins. They're now the first team to 3 wins in the young season.
Riding the bumps with a grin and hawthorn. Come on, may you find the striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at home. We are the mighty, mighty Hawks.
The question at the start of the night was could Carlton redeem themselves? Well, it was an improved performance. They were competitive against one of the competition's heavyweights, but ultimately it ends in defeat. They kick 8 goals. They were goalless in the final term, the Blues, and Hawthorn have taken care of business 3 weeks running. They go to Sydney, come from behind to beat last year's grand finalists. They led start to finish against the Dons, and again they do it in a different way tonight in the wet, but it's another 4 points for the Hawks.
Happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
All of a sudden, right back there in contention, a return to finals last year for the first time in 6 seasons for the Hawks. And they converted that into a finals victory. And then, of course, a pulsating semi-final against Port Adelaide. And the question was, would they have the second-year Blues? How would they go after making the break last year? Well, they come out and they win their first 3 games. And you can actually stretch this back now. In their last 21 fixtures, they've won 17 of them after an 0-5 start to last year. So the Hawks, as we try to establish a bit of early season hierarchy, they're well and truly in the conversation with the league's heavyweights. 12-8-80 Hawthorn. They beat Carlton 8-12-60. So the inverted score there, 12-8 to 8-12. The goal kickers at the end of the night, Mabior Chol kicked 3, 2 for Gunston, 2 for Watson, 2 for Hardwick, and then singles for Sicily, Moore and Ward. While for Carlton, 2 for Williams, singles for Silvani, Motlop, Chera, Kemp, Hewitt and Cottrell. The thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 20.
That was a very professional performance from the Hawks. I haven't seen a lot of them live over the past 12 months, but...
Well, neither have I, because we've been doing radio together. So.
Well, that's right. I don't go watch too many other games. I'm sort of pretty busy at times. But I was really impressed by the way in which their work rate, their run, but more so just the way in which they stand up in tackles and are able to feed off to teammates was a real highlight for mine. And their leg skills are terrific. Like they're a very polished outfit. So I was very impressed by the way in which they went about it tonight. I thought Carlton, to their credit, they cracked in. They threw everything they had at Hawthorn. They just didn't have enough probably contributors ahead of the football taking grabs. Charlie, he looked a bit out of sorts, but I thought Josh Battle was probably best on, if not second best on tonight. I thought his job on Charlie just didn't give him a chance to run and jump with the football. The ball coming in probably wasn't as good as what Charlie would have liked, but still I thought Josh Battle's performance, and to get 21 possessions himself, he was terrific. But they're just a very well even spread side, Hawthorn. They've got a lot of depth through the middle of the ground who there's not 1 or 2 blokes who will cut you up. There's probably 4 or 5 that are running along there that when they get their hands on the football at more time than not ends up in a teammate's hand. So the ability to be able to shift Sicily from back to forward and forward to back is a real important tool that Sam Mitchell's got at his disposal. And I think the recruiting of Battle and Barras has just been enormous from that end too. So a lot of positives on the Hawthorn side to Carlton's, and they had a crack. You can't not say they didn't do that. But after half time, again, their issue last week was being able to score after that halfway point, and again tonight they kicked 2 goals 8. So you're not going to win too many games of football doing that. They were terrific around the clearances, I thought, Carlton, but just the polish, that little cherry on top, just isn't quite there. And
finish.
It's exactly what Hawthorn have got.
Is it a step forward for the Blues?
Not really. It's probably just where they should be at, to be honest with you. So they lose tonight by 20 points. They're beaten by a better side that was more polished. They don't have a Harry Mackay or a Charlie Curnow who fired tonight. So, two of their big keys that aren't there. But, I think just the polish across the ground and Hawthorn were far superior.
Yeah, I agree. I was excited by what you see there from the Hawthorn footy side. I think they just seem to complement each other all around the ground. The ability to pull that lever of, right, Sicily, after half-time, right, you're going to go forward. We're going to send Weddle forward. He looked a little bit dangerous down there as well. Actually, last quarter, Weddle, you can go back. Sicily, stay forward. And then to save the game, finish it off, Sicily, stay there. But the amount of guys they can just roll through different positions, I think it just allows them so much freedom. I think once, Warple comes in, but he was well covered. I thought Ward was terrific tonight. I thought McKenzie really played a great game as well in the midfield. So they've got some good depth in there, and their half forwards, Ginnivan and Moore didn't have great days, but, Watson, he got a hold of him. McInnes will work his backside off, he'll get up and back. So, look, they've got a number of different avenues towards goal, and their backs complement each other. I thought Giath was pretty good in his first hit out for... What's he played a couple of games in, the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So, look, he was good and better for the run. He certainly, provided plenty of dash. And Ambrosio, the weapon of a left leg out. So they've just got so many blokes who can actually kick the footy that can cut you up. So I agree. I think it's about where Carlton are at. They'll be disappointed because they were with them for a long period of time, weren't they? They looked likely, but then there was just those little moments where... And we were calling for it as like, well, where can you go the journey with the Hawks? And unfortunately they couldn't, but they certainly didn't lose any admirers, I don't think, tonight, albeit they would have wanted the 4 points.
They've made a mockery of a rebuild, haven't they? From where they were last season.
The Hawks?
Yeah, the investment
100%.
to the next level, and just the level of detail, as you've outlined, the players playing their role, Jack Ginnivan looking to centre and find better options inside 50, the transition from defensive 50 to attacking 50, that doesn't happen unless you're all in and everyone understands their role and willing to sacrifice their game to provide the greater good.
Well, they look really settled. They look like a really mature team that's been playing with one another for a long period of time. And you even talked about it in that last quarter, Lids, about Battle and Barras. They just look really reassured together playing, and it's their third game. And really like half pre-season when you think about the pre-seasons we used to do back in the day. They haven't had a long pre-season to really work out one another's strengths, and the way in which they're communicating and working together, they look like they've been playing together for 4 or 5 years, but just overall, for a young side, they look very reassured where they're at, and it was a very mature performance tonight.
Yeah. I like the want for them to embrace the contact and the hard ball. Yeah. You see them, no one wants to take a short step because no one wants to miss out. I'm not going to get questioned. I've never seen Carl Amon lay as big a tackle down there in that forward defensive 50 for them. Harry Morrison, I've seen him, as an outside winger, but he's putting his body on the line. There's just they've changed the tune on just being the nice Hawks that are happy to finish and whatever else from, after they were the unsociable Hawks under Clarko and they're winning those flags. They're getting back to that sort of mantra. So, yeah, they're good to watch. I like what we're seeing there.
Yeah, their hands are unbelievable.
They're sharp, aren't they?
Go back to when the Western Bulldogs were at their best and they had the handball club and they just were able to flick it around. Very similar to the way in which Hawthorn in the contest they're able to stand up in the hit and actually release to a teammate. And you look at a couple of their coaches, they've got obviously Sam Mitchell being the senior coach, but Brett Ratton, two blokes who are unbelievable with their hands.
So I was about to say, where's that come from? Is that training? Is that touch? Is it to prioritise
but that's players driving each other to get better, not just being like, I'm finished for the day, I'm done. No, let's get in the cage and let's get to work and challenge each other with extra hands, put each other under pressure, not just your trammies. Everyone can do overs and unders.
It feels like early in the new season, we're all sort of trying to work out who's who in the zoo and who's really good and who's not. And I suspect this team is going to be right towards the pointy end of the competition as Jarman empties his chat off by two of his teammates. It's a nice little ride as he now slaps hands with all of his mates and is about to lead the team off the MCG. But you think they're there. We think the Giants are going to be there. They've got a couple of wins already in the young season. Brisbane, the defending premiers, will be thereabouts. The Cats look red hot.
Yep.
And what they've played in 14 of the last 21 prelims, so it's a pretty safe bet to suspect they'll be there towards the back end as well. And that's what are we at the end of March or towards the middle of March, and there's a long way to go before we hit the spring. But gee, it's a great start for a team that last year started 0-5 to now be 3-0.
And will they get Mitch Lewis back this season?
At some stage, yep. He's about 8 weeks away there.
Okay. Second half of the season, after the bye. I think they're expecting back-to-back knee recos.
Let's go into the rooms as the Hawks are about to make their way in after a 3-0 start, and Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
It's still Jarman Impey who's leading the team in as they make their way into the rooms. Clapping and fist-pumping his our man Jars. Pretty happy with it. Hardwick following him in. James Sicily as well. They're a pretty happy bunch. Bit of hooting and hollering as they make their way in. And about to huddle up. Pretty relaxed and laid-back rooms down here. Jenny Screen just making her way by as well, as they're about to huddle up and sing the song down in the rooms. Now, having a bit of a laugh in amongst that song, Tom Barra still not perfect with his recollection of the lyrics of this Hawthorn song, but he'll get there. Sam Mitchell, as he always does, joining in to sing the song with the team. Will Day about to join us on the ABC.
Look forward to chatting with him. Your man, Leeds, Will Day, about to join us in a few moments. The Hawks winners by 20 points. If you're a supporter of any other club, and I am, you must be envious of the Hawks and the success that they've had over the years. What an unbelievable football program.
They're good, aren't they?
And
they continually challenge.
Yeah, and without trying to, you look at St Kilda, for example, and the history and the pain that they're lugging around behind them. I mean, you walk through the club and you see photos of Tony Lockett and Robert Harvey and these past greats. You walk in at Hawthorn and everyone's holding a big shiny cup, and there's premiership team after premiership team, and been as successful as any side since they've entered the competition, and now in their 100th year. And here they are again, as you touched on, Clenchy, when it looked like they were in for a bit of pain in this rebuild. And I did the game here last year when they played the Swans towards the back end. I think it was the start of the season. They were 0-5, and they looked a million miles away. It didn't even make any sense when you were looking at some of the names on paper. And now, how differently do we talk about those same guys and those same names?
Can I give you some numbers while we're waiting for Will Day? Jai Newcomb, so just to touch on your point, this guy was picked up in the mid-season draft 2022 from Poowong, having played at Box Hill. 32 disposals, 20 contested, 11 tackles, 9 clearances, 9 score involvements, 5 marks, going at 75% disposal efficiency. And when the game was up for grabs with a 5-point lead at three-quarter time, he had 10 disposals, lids in the last quarter.
He's good to watch, and he's just tough in and around it. There's a couple of big balls that he won too, just where his hands were just super strong in the contest. But to do it both ways as well, to have 11 tackles as well, that's what you want from your mids. You want two-way mids.
I mean, you find players like a diamond in the rough. That goes a long way to sending you up the ladder.
Let's go back into the Hawthorn rooms. The Hawks winners by 20 points. Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Corb. I've got the star young midfielder for the Hawks, Will Day, with me. Will, what's your immediate reaction to that performance?
Oh, yeah, it's another grind of a win. It feels like the wins keep coming harder to come by these days, but, yeah, I was just happy we were able to grind through and get the job done.
The 19 players on the field incident, we saw it from the bench. Harry Morrison had to come sprinting off. There was also a second 666 infraction late in the game that led to a free kick. What did you know about that?
I didn't know we had 19 players on the field, to be honest. I knew we had a warning and we'll try not to get that next 666 one, but we still did, which is a bit frustrating, but yeah, we'll get it right.
It's quite incredible. I mean, I spoke to Rob McCartney, your GM of football, earlier on today about Jarman Impey, his 200th game, and as I mentioned Jarman's name, his face lit up like a big smile from Rob. I know he's such a loved figure across this club, but in your words, why is he?
I think the amount of care he has for everyone, not just the players, but every single person in this football club, and I think if we had more people like him on this earth, it'd be a much better place. So, we love him to bits.
I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Daisy Lids here. Mate, do you feel like you broke the record for the most amount of times you got tackled tonight?
I haven't got anything.
Oh, a bit quiet there, Lids. Sorry, mate.
Speaking to the microphone, he's a bit excited up here, Will. He's a bit excited about... Go on, let's go.
Can you hear me now, Daisy?
No, he's not having a lot of luck there.
Okay.
What Lids did ask you was how much you felt like Carlton had sat on you throughout the day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm getting a bit more attention now, and George Hewitt came to me for a lot of the game, and I think it's just something that I'll have to keep working through. I haven't quite cracked it yet, but yeah, it's a part of my journey, and I'll look to keep getting better at it.
Maybe flip the headphones over if you can, Ben.
I'll give you the headphones. We'll just do this live on the run
it's
here.
It's great. This is what it's all about.
This is like an F1 pit stop here, boys.
A little behind the scenes. So if your headphones are working and Will isn't, I thought maybe we could...
There we go.
There we go. He's with us now. Will Day inside the Hawthorn rooms. Go again, Lids.
No, mate, you got tackled a hell of a lot today, and you spoke about it. You're getting a lot more attention, but I feel like your ability to go forward obviously helps, but then, mate, you've got some great players around you. I was really impressed with Joshy Ward and Cam McKenzie coming in, playing a role in the middle of the ground to cover off when you obviously lost Warps in the start of the year.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the next step for us, those younger guys really stepping up, and I think they did tonight, and I'm really excited about what they have to offer. And as you said, Warps going down is not great for us, but there's always a silver lining, and those guys are taking their opportunities.
And you got two big boys, mate, that have just come into the club, Battle and Barras. How have you seen them fitting in? They look like hand in glove from our point of view, but geez, they shore up your back line.
Oh, yeah, they've come in and made a difference right away, and I think Josh Battle might have had, I don't know how many he had tonight, but he was unstoppable every time it went in his area, and we've already gained so much trust in the both of them.
Will Murphy, mate, congratulations on your game tonight. I thought you were still terrific, even though you had Georgie Hewitt trailing you around. I would like to ask you about some of your training, because the hands I noticed tonight, just to be the ability to stand up in tackles was a real highlight. I know I worked a lot with Brett Ratton back in the day, and Sam Mitchell was unbelievable with their hands. Those two guys really driving that part of your game at the football club.
Yeah, as you said, Rats has come in and he's made a very big impact in that area, and he's one that really drives it throughout the whole club, and it's something we really pride ourselves on, and I feel like the wet weather really emphasises that, so yeah, we love it.
And what's achievable this year? I'm so excited about looking at you guys this year. I watched a couple of your games last year, and it's chalk and cheese from where you were at the start of last year, just the rapid rise, but can you get too far ahead in your mind, or is Sam Mitchell pretty good at just going, well, let's just continue just to work hard and get the process right?
No, I think if you know Sam Mitchell, he's very good at not getting too far ahead, and each week at training is the exact same, no matter whether we win or lose, and he's really big on you have 24 hours to lap it up and really enjoy it, but then after that, you shouldn't be able to notice if we've won or lost.
Will Day with us on ABC Sport.
Will, it's Matt Clinch upstairs. 3-0 is a pretty good way to start. The last time the club has done so was 2014. Can you explain to us, we were trying to talk about the improvement from last season to this season. What do you feel like have been the key metrics you've tried to focus on?
I'm not sure about the specifics, but I think just the maturity of the group has taken a whole nother level. Like these, all three of these wins have been pretty gutsy wins, and I think in previous years we may not have got the result we wanted. So to have teams coming at us pretty hard, they're all scouting us even more, and to still get the job done even though it's not on our terms the whole time has been impressive.
And I think Carlton won the clearances by 12, but we were impressed at your ability to transition the ball from the back pocket all the way to goal. Is that something that you particularly focused on to try and take on the game and use your skills in the way in which you did tonight?
Yeah, I think our athletic profile, we're really set up for that. I mean, us mids, we still back ourselves in, so it's not like we're conceding in the middle, but we knew they were a really good stoppage team and they pride themselves on the contest, so we had to get them another way.
What does the rest of the weekend look like now, Will? So games out of the way. You got the dub on Thursday night. How do you spend the weekend?
Yeah, we got a bit of a longer week till GWS next week, so I think we'll get our review done tomorrow and then have the weekend off. We've had 3 games in pretty short succession, so yeah, I won't have much planned. I'll be kicking the feet up and just relaxing.
And Lids tried to ask the question a couple of times, but we had the headphone issues at the start. But it felt like you got tackled a lot tonight. Like you were the guy that was caught with the footy and drilled into the turf. Did it feel like that? Did it feel like a physical game, at least on your point of view, that, damn, for whatever reason, I'm the one getting caught all the time?
Yeah, definitely. I think, as I said earlier, I think just a bit added attention does that. And, yeah, definitely that first quarter, it just felt like every time I was near it, I was getting drilled into the ground. So it's just something I'm going to have to put up with and keep moving forward.
I'm sure you'll sleep well tonight. We'll go and rest up and jump in the ice bath. We'll chat to you soon. Appreciate your time.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Will Day in the winners' rooms. The Hawks by 20 points. You touched on that, Clinchy, so good omens here for the Hawks. Twice in the last 20 years, the Hawks have started 3-0.
08-14.
08-14.
There you go.
Not bad records, have they?
Yeah.
Ended with a bit of silverware on both occasions. And Max Lawton, by the way, from Fox Footy, every time Hawthorn has started 3-0 in the last 50 years, they have at least made it to the preliminary final.
Yeah, right.
What's their biggest threat, Lids? Is it playing too good a footy too early in the season? Have they got the depth when you think of Cal Shadir and Mitch Lewis to come back in? Luke Bruce isn't getting a game at the moment. So they do have
Staying
players.
healthy is probably the biggest risk, isn't it? Like, I think that's the key for any side, typically at the end of the year, is being healthy and having your best players on the park. So if they can get some depth, Mitch Lewis can come in. It allows you to maybe rest Marby or Chol, or someone falls out of form. Or Cal Shadir, we saw him really jump onto the stage last year. So I think that's, always your biggest risk. But I don't really buy into spending your tickets too early. Like, I think, mate, if you can bank wins, you keep banking them, and you try and stack them up as much as you can versus, we will come good. Well, you've seen a number of sides try and get the troops back and not ever come good.
I'm sure Ross Lyon and Chris Scott and Adam Kingsley will be watching tapes and, righto, when we play them, we'll do this and we'll do that. And by the time we get to the second half of the season, I guess teams are far more familiar with the way in which Hawthorn look to play, but I wouldn't say they're absolutely humming at the moment.
There's still some clunky parts to their game. And as Will mentioned there, it was that they feel like they grinded out a couple of their three wins. So, I mean, that's good. That's pleasing, that they haven't just come in and, wiped the floor with their opponents. They've still got to find new ways. They're being challenged. And tonight was a great challenge for them because it was a hungry side in Carlton looking to prove the doubters wrong as to where they're at, but they were able to meet fire with fire and eventually come away with a win. They out-tackled them again tonight. No, they went down the clearances, but, geez, their pressure and want to keep the ball in the contest was really good.
Hollywood Hawks, they got a bit more prime-time footy in front of them, so they've got 3 Thursdays and 4 Fridays in the first 16 weeks, which includes that Friday night fixture down in Launceston to mark the 25-year relationship. It's Saturday night next week, as we've touched on. They'll play GWS, and that feels like a juicy early season matchup to see where both teams are at. The Giants have the bye this weekend. Let's go back to the Hawthorn rooms. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben, what have you got for us?
Just recapping some of the injury concerns for the Hawks. So Connor McDonald with that suspected high ankle sprain in that tackle early on in this match. So that seems to be the only injury concern for the Hawks out of this match. The other big incident was no doubt the 19 players on the ground moment that we saw during this match. Now, just looking at the rules. So the rules suggest that there is either a free kick in the middle of the ground, or if it's in the front half, wherever is most advantageous. So say it was on attacking 50, it would be there. Then there's a 50-metre penalty. Now, given it wasn't noted on the ground at the time, really what will happen now is Rule 5.5.3.d. There will be a report of the circumstances to the controlling body, that being the AFL, including the scores at the time. The controlling body may further determine the matter by way of a fine. That's the most likely outcome here. Reversal of match result or other sanctions as it deems appropriate. So I would think, if anything, the Hawks will get a fine. Clearly what had happened was in the rush of players coming on and off the ground after the Carlton goal, there was a bit of confusion. They ended up with 19. The interchange steward picked it up really quickly, told them, look, you've got to get one off. They did it before the play resumed. So I don't even believe it was at any instance in which play was live, but that's how it happened.
So no fine or fine?
I think they'll get a fine, yeah.
Okay, we'll watch this space. Thanks, Ben.
Maybe a warning, but...
Thanks, Ben. Ben Cameron in the Hawks room, so that's the latest there, and a high ankle sprain for Connor McDonald, so hopefully he's okay. Off the SMS, Jeff in Sunshine. Carlton's bomb it high into their forward 50. Garbage footy from Jeff. Luca at Largs. Have Hawthorn recruited gun runners and disposers? They are outstanding, and I'm also a Bombers fan, so it hurts. Marcus in South Melbourne. Is Voss under the same pressure as Longmuir? Great squad, but no wins. And from Rob in Greensborough, a stat for someone to look up, how many games has Carlton won when the opposition has an injury sub in the first half? I reckon it would be close to 0. Just can't capitalise on their fresher rotations. So a couple of hardcore Carlton fans, some keen observers on what they've seen from the Blues. Just before we do get to Carlton, because I love chatting to Murph about what happens there. Lidge, just on the guys that Hawthorn have been able to assemble. So Jason off the SMS here, is this current Hawthorn team the money ball of the AFL? And they certainly have guys like Will Day, for example, who I assume is going to be, if he keeps ascending the way he is, he'll be one of the faces of the league and everything else. Yep. But at this particular stage, you wouldn't say they have these huge, notable marquee stars. Yes, certainly even.
They've built them up. But you mentioned it during the call that they've had, 9 or 10, 9 tonight from other clubs.
So I've got these for you in front of me. So in particular, interesting to note the guys that have improved since changing. So let's take, Barris and Battle out, for example, who have only just arrived. But Jack Ginnivan, better version of himself than he was with the Pies.
Oh, yes. He was pretty good at the Pies.
He was, but keeps getting older and still a very handy contributor. You can count Jack Gunston on that list, who obviously started his career with Adelaide, then went to Hawthorn, went to Brisbane, back again. Mabior Chol, playing good footy.
At the moment he is, yes.
Lloyd Meek.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Massimo D'Ambrosio.
Definitely. Yep.
So a lot of people hammer Essendon about that. He really, at the time, he had 1 year to run on his contract with Essendon. And the Bombers were thinking, well, we haven't seen anything yet from him to suggest that he's worth more than that. Hawthorn offered him 2. He took that, and then obviously had an All-Australian calibre year last year, was in the squad. Carl Amon.
Yep.
Played really good footy. And then Jarman Impey, who celebrates his 200th tonight. He's played his best footy of his career since joining Hawthorn. So what's that a reflection of when someone goes to a club and they...
Culture.
That's culture and coaching.
Yep.
They had 5 changes from their semi-final loss to Port Adelaide, so they also have had a key group of players who have played a lot of footy together over the last sort of 12 to 18 months, which is a reflection to Sam Mitchell and some of the big calls he made back in the time. Jaeger O'Meara,
that's the big one.
Tom Mitchell. Made some big list decisions at the time, but clearly had an idea in his mind as to he wanted a core group of young players developing and learning the same system at the same time, and he obviously had the advantage of having been at Box Hill as well. So,
well, they topped up, didn't they, to try and go again? Moved on some of their older, more experienced players, and then they got in Jaeger and Tommy Mitchell, thinking they were around about, and they finished in 18. I think they might have made the semi-final or something. They were out in straighties.
Finished top 4, went out in straight sets.
Yeah. So, look, but now Mitch has obviously taken over and was just like, right, here we go, and we're going to rebuild on the run. And they bounce quicker than anyone ever expected. But they're also playing an exciting brand, which is what puts bums on seats. Yeah. Let's be honest, that's what we come here to watch. You don't come to watch a dour 8-goal versus 7-goal victory. If you get the win, it's like great, but go to sleep. That is just that is awesome footy just to watch because they have a crack. They take the game on, they try and move the footy, they crack in, and they've got some beautiful skills on the outside.
And pick 5 for Nick Watson. Remember last year, everyone's thinking, why would you spend pick 5 on a small forward? And
show tonight why you would.
He's been super impressive. The World Cup qualifier between Australia and Indonesia ended with a 5-1 victory for the Socceroos. 5-1. Indonesia did get a late consolation goal in the 78th minute, and then Jackson Irvine got a second just to put the cherry on top in the 90th minute. So well done to the Socceroos there. They played China on Tuesday. And in the NRL tonight, the Storm too good for the Panthers in the grand final rematch, 30-24. All right, Murph. Carlton fans in the car, they flicked on 774. They're driving home or whatever ABC radio they're listening to.
They've had enough of listening to me.
They haven't, I don't reckon.
They've had enough.
I reckon they've been sitting there thinking, I wonder what Murph's made of all this tonight. Well, I've been screaming my lungs out at the footy. How should Carlton fans feel driving home tonight, Murph, after a 20-point defeat and an 0-2 start of the season?
Bit of glass half empty, I think. It's sort of, to me, it looks like that was probably one of their better efforts. Well, it was a great effort, but I think they're sick of hearing about good efforts. Honourable loss, because this is certainly a side like Hawthorn that they would have been matching themselves up, thinking, well, we want to be a top 4 team, and I think Hawthorn would be on the same page, and they got shown up in terms of skill execution tonight. I think they looked more professional and organised for the majority of the night. But that's all well and good, but they didn't have Harry Mackay, who we know what he can do, and Charlie Curnow, first game back, who probably looked a little bit underdone. And if those two guys get up and going, it's possibly a different game. But the one area of the game which I think that they've got more superiority in and depth is the midfield. And I still think a bit of Carlton's defence is basically relying upon Jacob Wiedering. So they're still relying upon the stars to star. And I just don't think they get the fundamentals right.
Too many blokes that don't offer you enough week to week. I think if you look, what do we got? Cripps, Chera, Hewitt, Walsh, and Cottrell all in the 20s.
Yep.
The Conning good, 19. Like your ruckman getting a fair bit of the footy.
I thought Motlop was good. Really good
Motlop's
tonight.
he's had one of his best games. Unlucky not to get another goal, though, hit the post. But then we go down to Sard. I mean, he's your chief driver out of half-back. Gives you 13. You know, we need a bit more from you. Doherty, you've played heaps of footy. You had 14 in the quarter last week, and you had 13 for the day. You know, like, Holly Hollins, I dipped my lid to him because he was really good tonight. He shut Dylan Moore completely
Just
out of the game.
9 disposals for
Yeah, really good from Ollie Hollins. His special mention in the votes later probably for Ollie Hollins. But then the rest are like, they're small ball winners and guys that you're hoping to get a bit more out of. And we got 9s and 8s and 6s and 5s. And it's not all about the stats. Don't get me wrong. But you just need a little bit more. You can't just rely on Paddy Cripps to just win it out of the middle and try and drive it forward and hopefully someone's going to take a clunk and kick a goal. There's got to be a little bit more method to it.
They're just missing. And the one thing I've thought for quite a few years is they missed a bit of zip and a bit of energy that through their midfield. And I think, to me, Sam Walsh looks injured to me. He just doesn't look quite right.
Yeah.
And he's your one gut buster who can get up and down the ground. And I think Chera's he had a good game, he was 28, but you don't get a lot of zip. And Hewitt's has a crack. They all have a crack, but I think they just
no one breaks a line.
They just lack a bit of that polish. Which you look at Hawthorn, there's blokes there. You think, I don't want it in his hands because he'll cut me up.
Yep.
So I just don't think you get that feel when you look at Carlton's side that, we can't have him get 25 to 30 because he'll do damage and chop us up.
Who there is cutting the side, other opposition up with either their feet or with speed?
Well, with their feet, Sard and McGovern can, but they've both had 13 and they don't offer
That's
enough.
clutching, right there.
That's a bit of a worry, isn't it?
Yeah. But what about with
Chera's
speed?
struggled to get back to that level. I mean, the harsh reality for Blues fans is they've got to go back to 2021, the last time they lost their 2 opening games, and they lost their opening 2 games for 9 years, from 2013 to 2021. So that sinking feeling of we're back here again, we're this team. And they won the clearances by 11, but the points from clearances was equal. So what is their great weapon? And they've now, lost 9 of their last 11 games.
Well, their great weapon is the contested side of the game and the ability to tackle and harass and to win the ball back and to get it into their key targets and for them to take a grab or to do something tricky. That's what they're
Yeah. It's never been harder to catch it, though, as a tall forward.
Yeah.
Because what the defenders know, and we don't kick the contest and the amount of sagging off and coming in to help, it's never been harder.
No.
You have to be outstanding. Now, Charlie Curno's 193. He's an unbelievable athlete, but he was well held tonight, and Harry Mackay doesn't clunk him over his head that much.
When you got brand name players, though, like Mackay and Curnow and Cripps and Walsh and Wiedering and these kind of guys that are...
DeConning.
Yeah, banner players of the competition, and if people were assembling their top 100 players, they'd all probably make the list and everything else. Surely Carlton fans don't want to hear the conversation which started to be had this week about, the list isn't that good. Surely if you're a Carlton person, you're spending 105% of the cap. So their salary cap is bursting. And yet now the conversation arises, maybe the list isn't that good. They're built to contend now. Even Paddy Cripps said in the pre-season, we're starting to enter our sweet spot as a list. They think they should be contending. Even Brian Cook, the chief executive, says, look, we think we're a top 4 team. Surely we can't change the narrative already, Murph, after round 2 and say, actually the list isn't that good. It's time to go back to the draft or rework what they've got at their disposal. No,
and you can't throw that all out at the moment, but they're not a side that relies upon zip ball movement because that's just not them. So the way in which they play, and you've got to play to the players you've got on your list. So they've got 2 key pillars up forward, and they've got a big ball inside and a key ruck and an unbelievable defender.
So should that be enough to win in 2025?
Well, you're 22 blokes. We got 18 blokes out there on the field at one time, so that's 5. So Sam Walsh is not the player he was a few years ago because he just looks sore to me, and he needs to be supported with some zip around him as well. So
are they not maximising the most out of their talent that they've got, or do they not have enough talent?
I don't think they've got probably enough.
Wow.
Is their bottom 10 players a little exposing. Like, they have great top-line talent. As you said, Paddy Cripps had 29 disposals, 18 contested, 11 clearances.
Yeah, you can't do much. Well, you can't do much more than what Paddy Cripps done for his whole career. So,
Chera had 28, Hewitt had 28, 11 clearances, 11 tackles. Sam Walsh had 22, 12 contested, 5 clearances and 12 tackles. So
no speed.
No
speed.
Yeah, I just look at. There's no point in looking at the numbers with them. I just look at the way in which they play, and they don't have a lot of like cut you up. Oh, geez, how good was that? That was unbelievable. Like, that's once in a blue moon type stuff.
It's a big catch or something like that. It's just like, wow, I didn't see that happening.
But if you don't have the cattle, that's much harder to fix and takes much longer than it does if you're just not maximising the talent. Like, that is a concern.
Not to mention the big question of what's next. So Michael Voss has backed in the team, said, talk is cheap. We want to show you with your actions. Well, in 2 games, you kicked 2 goals in the second half against Richmond and 2 goals in the second half against Hawthorn tonight.
That's not a fitness thing, is it? That's just between the ears, not been taking control of your moment, you would say.
Well, they can't arrest momentum at this stage.
Well,
they can't score.
What did they kick today? 2-8. Is that what you said after half time?
Yep.
2-8.
Yeah. Make that 8-2 and we're not talking about it.
Yep, that was the difference in the game in the end, wasn't it? The inverted scoreline. So Carlton 8-12 and Hawthorn 12-8. And that's how it finished. A 20-point win for the Hawks. It'll be a fascinating debrief, I'm sure, for Michael Voss. And there's nowhere to hide for the Blues, as there never is for the big teams in this city. But you look at their draw, the AFL's relying on them too, Murph. 7 out of the first 10 are either Thursday or Friday night, including the first 4.
Yep, they're certainly out in lights, aren't they, for everyone to see? So I think you look at them tonight and go, look, they cracked in. You can't say they didn't. And I just think that Hawthorn were just too polished when it required, and they got the moments right in the big moments. They had Charlie Curnow, who just looked underdone and just got done tonight, and that happens in football sometimes.
Tough opponent, first game up.
He'll be better for the run, and I've said that a few times tonight. But you'd ideally have Harry Mackay coming back in next week in the Marvel Stadium. Who knows? They get their game up and going. They play that ground pretty well. You need to with 2 key targets that they've got, but yeah, I think it's got to be a win next week.
Who's got the big statement tonight? Can the Blues still win it in 2025, Lids?
I'm starting to waver. I don't think they can win the whole thing, but I'm still hanging on to a glimmer of hope for Murph's sake that they hang on to the 8.
But sometimes you got to look back to previous
2 games.
Previous years, and there's no better way to look. Well, not too far to look back than Brisbane last year,
of course.
Really.
Or the Hawks. That was zipping 5.
Yeah,
made it all the way to a semi.
It can turn pretty quick, and these games can highlight some areas that you need to really improve, and you can get to work and flip it around in season. You don't need to just throw the season away, and we've seen that from other clubs in previous years that they look like they're shot or they look like they can't score, and then they turn things around by acknowledging the issues, addressing them, training themselves out of it, and then you never know what can happen when you get on a momentum swing, and it can snowball pretty quick for you.
It is March 20 after all, and we don't start playing finals footy until the spring.
But they have lost 9 of their last 11. They're not a side bursting out of the block saying we're a top 4 side, stand up and take notice.
The trend is not their friend, absolutely, in the way they're going at the moment. And those 2 wins in their last 11 games, they beat North Melbourne and West Coast.
Yep.
So it doesn't make for pretty reading. The last 3 times we've seen them now, they kick 8 goals tonight against the Hawks. They lost to the 2-win Wooden Spooners from the year previous in Richmond, and they didn't score until the 23-minute mark of that final up in Brisbane. That was in the second quarter, so that's the last 3 times we've had the Carlton Football Club on our air. Full-time, a 20-point win for the Hawks, so they start 3-0 on the new season. Other votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, you've got those. Brett Delidio.
My turn this week. Special mention, as I said earlier, that Ollie Hollins, I thought he was fantastic. Didn't quite squeeze in my votes, but very disciplined to his role, playing on Dylan Moore. I don't think I've seen him play halfback to then go down and just run with Dylan Moore. I thought it was really good. Josh Ward, I spoke about earlier. Cripps and Hewitt, also pretty good for the Blues. But with 1 vote, I've gone with Will Day, 26 disposals, 6 tackles, 7 inside 50s. If he wasn't tackled 20 times, he would have had 40 or 50 tonight. 2, I've gone to Josh Battle. I loved his game against Charlie Curnow. I thought he dominated him. I know it was only first up for Charlie, but if you don't do your job, he can take the game away from you. 21 touches to Curnow's 5. And 3 votes goes to the big bull,
in the middle. Jai Newcomb, 32 disposals, 20 of those contested, 9 clearances, 11 tackles and 9 score involvements. A pretty good all-round game.
Good evening. 3 for Newcomb, 2 for Battle, 1 for Day. Before we get out of here, let's have a listen to the Carlton boss. Here is Michael Voss in his post-match press conference after the 20-point defeat.
Well, Michael, it felt like you had the game on your terms for a large part of that first half. What do you feel broke down after the main break?
Oh, they turned up their intensity a bit. So I've asked some questions, but geez, I was still pretty happy with their fight. There's a fair bit of determination in the group throughout the night. So I don't, moments, they sort of take contested mark and maybe there's an inside 50 they don't quite hit, or there's a goal that we don't quite finish. But often one of those games, that's what they come down to. They come down to moments. But there was plenty of swings in that game. There were some swings that went in our favour, and there's some swings that went in Hawthorn's favour. And both teams were able to drag it back, but clearly they were able to. Can't ignore that they were able to execute it for a little bit longer at the right times, and that was probably somewhat the difference in the end.
Speak about the fight. Do you feel like they took what happened last week personally?
I can't be sure. I haven't asked them how they felt ultimately at the end, other than getting on with the business of being able to play the way we want to play. And so the focus has largely been on how we want to play and how consistently we want to be able to apply that. So we found a better way forward. There's no doubt after tonight. I mean, that's a great oppo to play against. Very classy. And I felt like a lot of our, if you want to call it, system was standing up, and maybe some moments we didn't quite get right.
Can you just talk us through Harry Mackay today? When did you know that he wasn't going to be good to go?
Well, fairly early in the morning, but we sort of hung on for as long as we could, and decision was made, obviously mid-afternoon to obviously withdraw him, so he just clearly wasn't getting any better. So pointless being able to pursue that, so we made the change.
Just a bug or something?
Yeah, just illness.
The decision to bring in Lewis Young another tall, considering the weather conditions, did you contemplate bringing in someone a bit shorter?
Yeah, a couple, but I thought Lewis was okay. So did not disrupt us. Sauce went forward, competed hard forward of the ball. There was a few decisions to make. Do you go small or forward? Keep the back seven the same. Obviously, Sauce has been learning that role and been doing a great job for us. We sort of felt like that was the least moving parts.
So it's Michael Voss, short time ago at his press conference downstairs. The Blues 0-2 to start the young season, while Hawthorn are 3-0 and the first team to get to 3 wins, such as the quirk of the draw with opening round. Great fun to share it all with you again. It's a nice little Thursday night crew, don't we? And Murph, the good news for you is the Blues are not on our air next Thursday night. So we'll have your insights on all the other teams in the competition, but we'll give you a break from the Blues for 1 week. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Lids.
Always a pleasure, Court.
I will hear you tomorrow morning. You will. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. So every Friday, you can wake up in the morning, you can go wherever you get your podcasts. You can download a little chat with Brett Delidio with myself and Ben Cameron. So that's every Friday morning. Full preview for the weekend, and we'll review what happened on Thursday night footy as well. Thanks, Clenchy. Good calling the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Corby.
All continues tomorrow night. Footscray up against Collingwood, and then the Saturday slate starting with Essendon and Adelaide. Port Adelaide up against Richmond in the twilight, and then the night fixture is St Kilda and Geelong. So 8 games this weekend, one of them down. And it is a 20-point win for the Hawks over the Blues. Thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker for all his work on the buttons, to the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio, to Ben Cameron roaming between the benches all over the 19th man that the Hawks drifted out there for moments. We'll hear more about that, I'm sure, in the postscript. Connor McDonald, unfortunately, picked up an ankle complaint. He was subbed out in the first half. The Hawks, too good, as Jai Newcomb was adjudged best of field by Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 20 points over the Blues. We're underway, round 2 of the AFL Premiership season. You'll hear it all weekend right here on ABC Sport.